Chapter 104 Hidden Mist Strikes. The crushing defeat at Kiki Mountain still loomed over Sunagakure like the heaviest sandstorm. The humiliation of defeat had yet to fade, and the astronomical reparations and humiliating treaty clauses had already become a sword hanging above the entire village, pressing on every villager's nerves day and night. To raise the first installment of the indemnity and keep the village running, the fourth Kazekage Raza had nearly exhausted his heart and soul. The treasury was long empty, mission quotas had been slashed, and ordinary income could not cover the cost. Left with no choice, he returned to his old trade, venturing deeper and more frequently into the endless desert, relying on his magnet release, gold dust technique to extract precious gold from the sea of sand. He left at dawn and returned at dusk, sometimes not for days, his figure growing ever more haggard and solitary. For the leader of a village to be reduced to personally working as a miner to keep his village alive, the sorrow and helplessness of it were beyond words. The village's defensive and patrol strength suffered greatly, many border posts and coastal watch points became mere shells, starved of manpower and funds. Yet misfortunes never come singly. Sunagakure's unprecedented weakness did not escape the notice of other predators. Far away in the land of water, the third Mizukage, having thoroughly studied the intelligence on the Kiki Mountain campaign, revealed a pair of eyes gleaming with greed and icy calculation from within the shadows. Sunagakure's main force had been obliterated, the Kazekage was busy panning for gold, the village was hollow and its morale low. This was a gift from heaven. If they struck now, they could seize huge resources and greatly raise Hidden Mist's prestige in the ninja world. Greed ultimately overrode reason. The third Mizukage issued the raid order almost without hesitation. This time, Hidden Mist advanced in two columns, by land and by water, straight into the land of wind. The land column, led by Jonin AUThe, the one with the Byakugan, would infiltrate secretly from the land of hot springs into the land of rivers, now controlled by Konoha, and, exploiting the long border between the land of rivers and the land of wind, find a weak spot, break through rapidly, and aim straight for Sunagakure. The sea column, under the newly replenished 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, though devastated by Might-Do, Hidden Mist had quickly selected new members to recomplete the 7 blades, would board warships, circle the ocean, and launch a direct amphibious assault on the least defended southern coast of the land of wind. At this moment, Sunagakure, fresh from its crushing defeat, was panic-stricken, financially ruined, and focused entirely on internal stability and indemnity collection. Its external defenses had fallen to an all-time low. Border patrols were drastically reduced and demoralized, the coastal early warning system, for lack of maintenance, was riddled with holes. AUThe's land force, relying on the Byakugan's powerful reconnaissance, easily avoided the handful of Suna patrols and, like ghosts, crossed the border, penetrated deep into the land of wind, and raced toward Sunagakure. The sea force led by the 7 swordsmen was even more brazen. Meeting virtually no resistance, their warships beached smoothly. 7 ninja of varied stature, wielding legendary blades and exuding a bloody, ominous aura, led fierce Hidden Mist elites onto the land of wind's soil, then advanced rapidly north along the coast, burning, killing, and looting as if entering an uninhabited land. The 2 Hidden Mist prongs were like a pair of poisoned daggers stabbing from different directions into the heart of Sunagakure, already bled half dry. By the time scattered, delayed alarms finally reached the village, Hidden Mist's vanguard had breached every fragile outer line and was within striking distance of Sunagakure itself. Report. Urgent military intelligence. Large numbers of Hidden Mist ninja detected simultaneously in the southeast and south. AUThe and the 7 ninja swordsmen are leading them. They've broken through the border and are racing toward the village. This sudden calamity struck Sunagakure like another hammer blow, pitching the already grievously wounded village into even greater panic and chaos. Kazekage Raza was still deep in the desert and had not returned. Most senior commanders were either wounded or busy handling post-war affairs, leaving only a limited number of low-morale ninja to hold the fort. A monumental crisis had descended. Sunagakure now faced a life-and-death trial even more dire than the Battle of Kiki Mountain. Chapter 105, Leading the Battle Again. The air hanging over the hidden sand village had not yet settled from the humiliation and sorrow of the disastrous defeat at Kiki Mountain when a new, more chilling sense of crisis suddenly struck. Inside the Kazekage's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it was nearly suffocating. Elder Chiyo's face was ashen, while Ebizo quickly flipped through the newly delivered intelligence scroll, which was hastily written and even stained with blood. Baki, the Jonin left on guard, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The news is confirmed. Ebizo's voice was dry and hoarse, breaking the silence. To the southeast, the Hidden Mist elite led by AUThe have breached the border and are advancing rapidly, aiming straight for the village. On the southern coast, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have landed, and the outposts along the way have been completely annihilated. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Baki gritted his teeth. That name brought not just pressure, but an indelible shame. It was this group that Konoha had nearly crippled, yet now they dared to invade. Where is Raza? Cho asked in a deep voice, though she already knew the answer. Lord Kazekage is still deep in the desert, raising funds. Baki's voice was low, tinged with helplessness. The leader of a village being forced to spend his days like a miner in the yellow sand was the greatest irony and tragedy of all. There's no time to wait for his return. Cho slammed her hand on the table decisively. We must react immediately. Baki, organize every ninja in the village who can still fight, rely on the defensive fortifications, and hold the core area of the village. We absolutely cannot let the Hidden Mist break in. Yes, ma'am. Baki accepted the order and rushed out of the office without hesitation. Ebizo, immediately use the communication hawk to try and contact Raza, and tell him to return for reinforcement as fast as possible. Cho continued to command, then her gaze swept over the few remaining elite jonin in the office who were still bandaged. Pakura. Here. Pakura stepped forward. Although her face was pale from her unhealed old wounds, her eyes were still sharp, and the aura of the Scorch Release user remained. You are familiar with ground combat. Immediately lead a squad of elites to meet AUThe's unit coming from the southeast. You must intercept them on the outskirts of the village and absolutely prevent them from forming a pincer attack with the enemy coming from the sea. Understood. Pakura nodded heavily and, without hesitation, turned to gather her subordinates. Chiyo's gaze finally fell upon the figure in the corner of the office. Seo stood there quietly, still carrying the mixed scent of disinfectant and blood from the hospital. His eyes were no longer weary from days of treating the wounded, but had regained a sharp brilliance. He had been summoned urgently and hadn't even had time to change out of his medic-stained clothes. Seo. Chiyo's voice carried undeniable trust. Elder Cho. Seo stepped forward. The main force led by the Hidden Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist has landed on the southern coast and is advancing fiercely. Their route heads north along the coast, where the terrain is relatively open, suitable for the puppet squad to deploy, but it is also extremely dangerous. Cho stared at him. The village doesn't have much mobile combat power left. I appoint you as the commander of the 2nd Division. Lead all remaining battle strength of the puppet squad, along with any other Chunin and Genin we can spare, and depart immediately to intercept the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Block them in the southern desert at all costs. The office fell silent for a moment. Entrusting this heavy responsibility to a young man who had only recently been promoted to Special Jonin was undoubtedly a huge gamble. Yet, at this moment, no one raised an objection. Seo's performance while covering the retreat at Kiki Mountain, his strength in fighting the Uchiha alone and resisting Inoshika especially his unique combat system combining puppet technique, magnet release, and medical ninjutsu, had made him one of the candidates recognized by the village leadership as most capable of creating miracles in a crisis. Seo took a deep breath. In his mind, he instantly saw his comrades groaning in pain at the hospital, the cold corpse of Lucado, and the humiliating treaty signed beneath Kiki Mountain Castle. A surge of burning anger and responsibility welled up in his chest. He raised his head, meeting Chiyo's gaze with determination. Understood. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Without any unnecessary words, Seo took the commander's warrant and the troop mobilization scroll handed to him by Ebizo, turned, and strode quickly out of the Kazekage's office. Orders were quickly issued. The village's only remaining puppet squad was rapidly assembled, approximately 30 puppeteers, carrying their scarred and hastily repaired puppets. Additionally, about 50 Chunin and Genin were urgently drawn from patrol units and resting personnel. Their faces showed panic and exhaustion, but mostly the ferocity of those pushed to the brink. Seo stood before this team of less than 100 people, his gaze sweeping over the familiar and unfamiliar faces. He did not give a lengthy motivational speech, instead, he simply held the commander's warrant high in his hand, his voice clearly reaching everyone. Those hidden mist scum think they can trample all over us just because we lost. They've come from the south, intending to steal our last bit of food and kill our loved ones. Tell me, will you allow it? No. After a brief silence, scattered roars erupted, quickly converging into a repressed bellow. The humiliation of defeat transformed into the flames of vengeance at this moment. Good. Pick up your weapons and follow me. Let those stinking fish and rotten shrimp from the water know that Sunagakure's desert is not where they belong. Target, southern coastline. Move out. Seo leaped up. The pocket body cultivation furnace on his wrist warmed slightly, circulating pure chakra throughout his body. He did not summon the Mirage, which was severely damaged in the Kiki Mountain Castle battle and confiscated by Konoha after the surrender. Instead, he jumped onto a large, temporary transport camel beast puppet. The team, like a breaching flood, charged out of the hidden sand village gate with a tragic, unstoppable momentum, racing against the whipping sand toward the southern coastline. Sand and dust flew high behind them, as if temporarily burying all humiliation and despair, leaving only the path of conquest paved with blood and fire ahead. Chapter 106 Rushing to the East Sea. The gates of Sunagakure slowly closed behind them, cutting off the unease and hope within. Leading this force of fewer than 100 yet carrying the entire village's hope, Seo plunged into the endless sea of sand. A scorching sun hung overhead, roasting the desert, the air shimmered with heat. The column marched in silence, broken only by footfalls, the mechanical clatter of camel puppets, and the hiss of sand against ninja gear. Seo stood at the front, ramrod straight. Barely 13, tempered by war and the ceaseless forging of the body-tempering furnace, he had shed all boyish softness. Though not bulky, his frame was balanced and iron-hard, exuding a quiet, honed power. Continuous battles and grueling hospital shifts hadn't broken him. Under the pocket body cultivation furnace's gentle 24-hour nourishment, his condition edged toward its peak. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the torrent within. Elite Jonin-level chakra surged like a mighty river, ready at a thought. The mysteries of wind and earth natures, of form and flow, were engraved in his mind. With a flick he could unleash A-rank ninjutsu. Magnet release obeyed him like an arm, every metallic grain beneath the sand singing in resonance. And the puppet technique, honed for 10 relentless years, was no longer mere skill but an extension of body and will. Such was his power now. The defeat at Kiki Mountain had been the village's shame, not his personal end, rather, that rout had hammered him tougher than ever. Speed up. Seo's voice wasn't loud, yet reached every ear. Those hidden mist bastards won't wait for us to form ranks. The column surged faster. With a thought, Seo summoned his newest full-scale humanoid puppet Mirage from a storage scroll. bzzt. A deep hum unlike any traditional puppet gears sounded. The sleek, silver-gray humanoid rose, wing-like magnetic levitation arrays on its back glowing softly with chakra. Refined after the Kiki carnage, Mirage now looked calmer, deadlier, shoulder weapon ports and massive puppet arms glinted coldly. Sayo leapt lightly onto Mirage's shoulder. 10 chakra threads flashed into place, not physical strings but denser, invisible conduits fused with his vast mental force, letting him guide the puppet as deftly as his own limbs. Mirage accelerated without sound, overtaking the column to become its spear tip. Gliding a few meters above ground, it served as command center and strongest striking point. Sayo stood atop, black hair whipping, gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping for any enemy sign. His perception spread to the limit. Bolstered by 2 lifetimes of mental strength and a budding sense of natural energy thanks to the God Tree fragment upgraded core, an invisible sphere formed around him. The drift of grains, distant eddies of air, even faint reactions from buried metal veins, all fed back into his mind. 3 kilometers left front, behind the dune, faint chakra signature, roughly 1 squad, hiding. His words pulsed through minor chakra vibrations straight to the vice-captain's ear. The vice-captain started. He'd sensed nothing but trust in Sayo was absolute. Hand signs flashed, and a 5-man scout team peeled away to circle in silence. Moments later brief screams and clashing jutsu rang out, then silence. The scouts returned, signing cleared toward Mirage. The column pressed on, every gaze toward Sayo carried deeper awe. Their young commander's strength, perception, and recon were all terrifying. Sayo's face stayed calm. He knew this was only the appetizer, the real battle waited on the eastern shoreline. He lifted his head, as if piercing the sand curtains to the far east. There, Pakura should already be clashing with the hidden mist Sayo unit. A two-front war, ringed by powerful foes. Sunagakure could not afford another loss. Mirage adjusted course slightly, the platform's chakra glow brightened. Sayo's eyes were resolute. This time, he would not let the village behind him be disgraced. This desert would become the grave of every invader. Full speed. Target, East Sea Bay. Chapter 107, Edge fully revealed. In the eastern part of the Land of Wind, the scorching sun mercilessly beat down upon 2 distinctly different battlefields. East Line, the edge of the desert. Scorch release, extreme steaming murder. Pakura's icy voice was like the judgment of the Shinigami. Several enormous, scorching fireballs appeared out of thin air. They were not burning, but rather emitting an extreme heat that warped the air, crashing into the hidden mist formation like miniature suns. The screams ceased abruptly. The hidden mist ninja touched by the fireballs didn't even have time to let out the sizzle of their moisture evaporating before instantly turning into horrifying, completely dehydrated corpses, falling stiffly onto the sand and shattering. The terrifying high temperature spread, causing the subsequent hidden mist ninja rushing forward to stop in horror, their faces edged with terror. It was as if they were facing not a ninja, but a desert goddess who controlled drought and death. Pakura stood tall at the front of the Sunagakure formation, surrounded by deadly orange-red fireballs, her eyes sharp. The frontal assault she delivered successfully curbed the fierce momentum of AUThe's squad's charge, firmly pinning the enemy ground forces to the edge of the desert, making advancement nearly impossible. The battle between the two sides fell into a fierce stalemate, with every clash of ninjutsu and collision of kunao splashing up blood and sand. South Line, along the East Sea Bay coast. Unlike the scorching hell of the East Line, the air here carried the saltiness of the sea breeze, but the killing intent was equally sharp. Boom. A tremendous sound, accompanied by the grating screech of twisting metal. A huge figure flew backward like a cannonball, slamming violently into a distant cluster of reefs, kicking up a shower of water and broken stones. The one who flew backward was Munashi Jinpachi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the wielder of the explosive blade, Foam. He stared in disbelief at the clear dent on his explosive greatsword, his hand web split open and dripping with blood. The one who sent him flying was a silver-gray giant standing firm on the beach. Its nearly 10-meter tall, streamlined body reflected a cold, hard metallic sheen under the sun. Its design was not that of a traditional grotesque puppet, but closer to the aesthetic of a humanoid weapon, with well-proportioned limbs and joints flashing with the faint blue light of chakra conduction. Despite its massive size, it possessed a strange sense of lightness, hovering steadily half a foot above the ground. This was the latest large-scale humanoid combat puppet created by Sayo, combining his previous life streams with his current life's ninjutsu knowledge, the complete form of Mirage. What was even more shocking was the method of its control. Sayo himself was not hiding inside the Mirage or far away, but was standing quietly atop the Mirage's broad shoulder armor. From the area of the major acupuncture points on the back of his neck, more than 10 chakra thread, condensed like substance and flashing with faint blue light, extended. These threads were not connected to his fingers, but were directly linked to his massive mental power and nervous system, instantly transmitting his every thought to every joint and every weapon unit of the Mirage with speed and precision far exceeding traditional methods. This allowed his hands to be completely liberated. Facing the other few 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who were roaring and rushing forward again, Sayo's expression was as calm as water. With his right hand, he performed a single hand sign, fast as lightning. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. The black sand beneath the beach and deeper iron-bearing minerals were forcibly seized, transforming into countless sharp spikes flashing with dark light. Like a violent iron sandstorm, they swept toward Tika Yabeki, wielder of the blunt blade, helmet splitter, who was rushing at the front. A dense sound of impacts rang out. Tika Yabeki roared and swung the helmet splitter to block, but the endless iron sand assault forced him to retreat repeatedly, unable to get close at all. His left hand pressed down almost simultaneously. Wind release, vacuum great ball. A highly compressed, terrifying wind bullet instantly condensed, emitting a sharp shriek. It arrived later but struck first, bypassing the iron sandstorm and accurately blasting toward Kurierari Kushimaru, wielder of the longsword, Needle, who was attempting to flank. Kurierari Kushimaru rapidly dodged with his agile body, but the reef where he had stood was instantly shattered. The scattered fragments struck the surrounding hidden mist ninja like shuriken, eliciting screams. At the same time, the chakra thread behind his neck moved slightly. The Mirage's massive mechanical arm lifted accordingly, and the armor plating on the outer side of the arm slid open, revealing dense launch ports underneath. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless senbon, laced with Chiyo's special poison, rained down like a tempest, covering Sukazan Fugiki, wielder of the great sword, Samehada, and Biwajz, wielder of the decapitating sword, Kyubikaribj, who were charging from the other side. Samehada could absorb chakra, and the decapitating sword could regenerate, but even they had to temporarily avoid the onslaught of pure physical poison needles, swinging their massive blades to block, the clang of metal echoing incessantly. One person, one puppet. Seo stood on the shoulder of the Mirage, controlling the giant puppet to slash and cut, unleashing its full firepower via the threads behind his neck. Meanwhile, his hands effortlessly wove hand signs for wind release and magnet release, all while utilizing precise medical ninjutsu chakra sensing to observe the entire battlefield. He managed, single-handedly, to simultaneously restrain 4 notorious members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Moreover, he used large-scale ninjutsu to force back numerous ordinary hidden mist ninja attempting to slip through the gaps in the puppet defense line. The Mirage's massive body moved across the beach, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its enormous metal arms swung, generating fierce whines, either blocking the ninja's swords or actively attacking, forcing the swordsmen to scatter and evade. Seo's ninjutsu, meanwhile, seemed to have eyes, always striking at the most difficult moments, interrupting their coordination and forcing them onto the defensive. The hidden mist landing forces, who had been aggressive and ready to tear through the Sunagakure defenses in one go and charge straight for the village, were utterly blocked on this coastline by him and his one puppet. They could not advance an inch. The Sunagakure puppet squad and the other Chunin and Genin, following closely behind the massive figure of the Mirage, were greatly encouraged. They were responsible for cleaning up the hidden mist ninja injured or cornered by Seo's ninjutsu, solidifying the defense line, and converting the advantage Seo created into tangible battle results. Seo stood on high ground, the sea breeze ruffling his black hair, his eyes sharp as blades. The chakra thread behind his neck, like the tentacles of a god, radiated powerful energy fluctuations. At this moment, he was no longer the young boy who hid in the rear repairing puppets, nor was he the tragic hero who covered the retreat at Kiki Mountain. He was the bulwark of Sunagakure, the nightmare of the hidden mist. His edge, on the shores of East Sea Bay, was fully revealed. Chapter 108, Famous in One Battle. The tide of battle decisively shifted on the 2 eastern battlefields of the Land of Wind, almost simultaneously. East line, edge of the desert. Pakura, the scorch release user, had transformed into the embodiment of the scorching sun in the desert. The orange-red fireballs surrounding her were no longer just for defense or deterrence, they had become death beacons seeking out specific targets. Scatter. Don't gather. Ao, the hidden mist Jonin, roared desperately. His Byakugan clearly saw the horrifying sight of his comrade's abundant bodily moisture rapidly evaporating under the terrifying high temperature, but no matter how clearly he saw it, he couldn't completely avoid the omnipresent deadly scorching. It was too late. Pakura's eyes were cold, and her hand signs were even faster. Several scorch release fireballs did not attack in a straight line, instead, as if alive, they traced strange arcs in the air, striking the densest part of the hidden mist formation from incredible angles. Ugh! Water release! Use water release quickly! The screams and desperate shouts abruptly ceased. The hidden mist ninja attempting to resist with water release discovered in horror that their water dragon bullet and water formation wall were not merely evaporated upon contact with the scorch release fireballs, instead, they, along with the moisture in their own bodies, were instantly overvaporized by the extreme heat. Charred humanoid figures stood stiffly in their final positions, then crumbled into black powder under the sea breeze, scattering across the sand. There was no blood, no struggle, only instantaneous, utter annihilation. This method of death, defying common sense, brought psychological terror far greater than physical pain. The hidden mist formation completely collapsed. The survivors were terrified and, ignoring all commands, fled frantically backward. Ao tried in vain to reorganize the squad, but his Byakugan saw clearly that the Sunagakure ninja, galvanized by Pakura's invincible presence, had morale soaring and were already launching a countercharge. The land assault was declared broken. Ao's unit suffered heavy casualties and was completely incapable of advancing westward. South line, East Sea Bay coastline. The fighting here was even more ferocious and direct. Magnet release, iron sand coffin. Seo's cold voice rang out, completing his one-handed sign. Countless jets of black iron sand surged out from beneath the beach, wrapping instantly around Kurierari Kushimaru, the wielder of the longsword, Needle, who had just dodged a heavy punch from the Mirage, like living black pythons. What? Kurierari Kushimaru was greatly alarmed and tried to use the threads of the longsword, Needle to cut the iron sand, but he discovered that the iron sand was not only incredibly heavy but also contained a powerful magnetic force, greatly interfering with and even clinging to the metal parts of his ninja blade. After struggling for less than a second, more iron sand swarmed in and completely engulfed him. Crunch! A sickening sound of cracking bones muffledly emanated from the black iron sand sphere. When the iron sand dispersed, all that remained was a distorted, unrecognizable corpse in the longsword, needle lying on the ground. The first. Seo stood atop the Mirage's shoulder, his gaze locked onto the next target, Munashi Jinpachi, the wielder of the explosive blade, Foam. Bastard! Munashi Jinpachi roared, swinging his explosive blade, triggering a series of violent explosions in an attempt to drive back the approaching Mirage. However, the Mirage's massive body displayed a flexibility completely unlike traditional puppets. Instead of resisting the impact head-on, it was maneuvered by Seo's exquisite control of the chakra threads behind his head, performing a low-to-the-ground gliding motion that narrowly avoided the center of the explosion. Its massive metal feet crushed the reefs, instantly closing the distance. At the same time, Seo completed the hand sign with his other hand. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Several invisible, sharp wind blades arrived later but struck first, whistling as they sliced through the air and precisely targeted Munashi Jinpachi's limb joints. Munashi Jinpachi was forced to bring his blade back to defend, and the explosion's shockwave violently collided with the wind blades. Just in this instant, when the old force dissipated and the new force had yet to generate, the Mirage's massive mechanical arm lifted high. The armor on the outer side of the arm opened again, but this time, what was revealed was not a Senbon firing port, but a gigantic, solid ship-slicing blade, forged from high-strength alloy and shimmering with chakra-enhanced light. Anti-ship slash. Seo silently chanted in his mind, and the chakra threads behind his head shone brightly. The massive blade, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, suddenly slashed down. Its speed far exceeded Munashi Jinpachi's reaction limit. He could only watch in terror as the huge shadow enveloped him. Pfft! The explosive blade, Foam, along with its master, was cleaved in two by this terrifying blow, which concentrated the puppet's immense strength and chakra enhancement. Blood and internal organs splattered onto the white beach, a shocking sight. The second. Seo's gaze did not waver as he turned toward Sukazan Fugyuki, who was attempting to use Same Hada to absorb the Mirage's chakra. Same Hada was indeed greedily absorbing the chakra on the Mirage's surface, but it was powerless against the puppet's physical body. Magnet release, iron sand giant needle. Seo made a grasping motion with one hand, and countless streams of iron sand instantly condensed into an enormous black spear that shot toward Sukazan Fugyuki with supersonic speed. Fugyuki was horrified and blocked the attack with Same Hada. Same Hada greedily absorbed the chakra attached to the iron sand spear but could not completely neutralize the pure physical impact force amplified by the magnet release. Boom! He was blasted away, man and sword together, crashing heavily into the seawater, his fate unknown. The great sword Same Hada also flew out of his grasp and landed not far away. Just as Seo intended to use magnetic force to retrieve the ninja blades, an unexpected change occurred. The longsword, needle, the explosive blade, Foam, and the Same Hada lying farther away suddenly had strange jutsu runes appear on their blades, and then, with a poof, they turned into white smoke and vanished. Summoning jutsu. Seo frowned slightly. A technique of the Hojiki clan. What a pity. If not for the secret technique of remote summoning and retrieval, these three legendary ninja blades would certainly have been his spoils of war today. Although the ninja blades were recalled, the deaths of their masters were definite. In a short time, 3 more of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had fallen, counting the one previously repelled, whose fate was unknown. The landed hidden mist elites suffered heavy casualties, their morale completely shattered by the Mirage's massive size, its unnatural flexibility, and its overwhelming slashes and firepower, Senbon, and occasional bursts of fire or wind pressure. The remaining hidden mist ninja looked at the giant puppet, standing like a descending demon god with Seo perched on its shoulder, and the miserable deaths of their comrades on the beach. With a cry, they completely lost the will to fight and frantically fled like a tide toward the warships offshore. Seo did not order a pursuit, merely controlling the Mirage to stand silently on the coast, watching the defeated enemies retreat. The setting sun cast a golden-red hue over the Mirage's silver-grey body, like a monument to victory. The news spread like wildfire, carried by the rooted hidden mist and the cheering Sunagakure ninja, quickly sweeping across the land of wind and then disseminating throughout the entire ninja world. Pakura, the Scorch release user, single-handedly defeated the hidden mist elite forces in the eastern desert, incinerating countless enemies and repelling AUThe, the user of the Byakugan. Seo, the magnet release puppeteer, commanding an unprecedented giant humanoid puppet on the southern coast, fought the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone, killing 3 of them, routing their entire army, and firmly holding Sunagakure's gate. These 2 names might have previously circulated only within Sunagakure or during specific missions, but after the battle at East Sea Bay, coupled with the disastrous defeat of the hidden mist and the fall of the legendary swordsman, they truly became famous throughout the ninja world. After the defeat at Kiki Mountain, the hidden sand village, at its weakest moment, managed to withstand the hidden mist's opportunistic attack, relying on Pakura and Seo, 2 new stars who suddenly burst into dazzling light, thereby preserving the village's dignity and future. Famous in one battle. Chapter 109, Returning Victoriously. The defeated hidden mist fleet, like an injured sea beast, dragged its broken remnants and vanished miserably beyond the horizon, leaving behind only the sound of waves crashing against the shore, as if washing away the bloody battle that had just occurred. East Sea Bay regained its surface tranquility, yet the messy combat marks on the beach, the bloodstains that had not yet dried, and the scattered, broken ninja tools silently recounted the recent tragedy. Sunagakure's latest orders were quickly delivered via communication hawk. Pakura's unit continued to guard the coastline, establishing temporary fortifications, closely monitoring the sea, and guarding against the hidden mist's return. As for Pakura herself, the reputation of her scorch release, following this great victory, rapidly swept across the land like the hot wind along the coast. On the other side, Seo received new instructions: lead the participating puppet squad, escort the injured comrades from the battle, and return to the village. There was no grand ceremony, no deafening cheers, the work following the victory was practical and quiet. Seo's puppet squad and medical ninja searched carefully among the sand and rocks, gently placing every injured comrade onto a stretcher or loading them onto the still functional camel puppet transports. The bodies of the fallen were collected as thoroughly as possible, wrapped in clean white cloth. Their names would be carved onto the memorial stone, and their sacrifice would be remembered by the living. The team began marching silently westward. They had arrived as swift as fire and wind, but returned as steady as mountains. Seo still stood upon the broad shoulder armor of the Mirage, but the chakra thread behind his head had been retracted. The massive puppet merely followed the team silently, like the most loyal guard. His gaze swept over the battle scars along the route, which were gradually being buried by the wind and sand, and over the pained, furrowed brows of his comrades on the stretchers. His eyes were profound. They had won this battle, and won beautifully. But the wounds of war are not easily erased by a single victory. As the familiar outline of Hidden Sand Village, constructed of massive rocks and sand, gradually appeared on the horizon, the atmosphere within the team began to subtly shift. The fatigue remained, but an indescribable excitement and anticipation sprouted and spread in the silence. Still several miles from the village gate, Seo suddenly raised his hand, and the entire team slowly came to a halt. He took a deep breath, leaped down from the camel puppet, and landed steadily on the sand. He turned to face the team behind him, a team that had endured the trial of blood and fire, returning with victory and scars. His gaze swept over every puppeteer comrade. Most of their puppets were damaged, some even incomplete, but their eyes were exceptionally bright. Everyone, Seo's voice clearly reached every person's ears, we won. We defended our homeland and repelled the powerful enemy. Now, we are home. He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable strength, put aside your fatigue, and stand tall. Let the village see who protected them in their time of crisis. Let everyone see the sharp edge of our puppet squad. Before his words finished, he clapped his hands together, then raised them high. Boom! A massive cloud of white smoke burst forth, and the huge, imposing silver-grey giant, the complete form of Mirage, suddenly reappeared, standing majestically amid the wind and sand. Sunlight streamed across its smooth armor, reflecting a cold, glorious sheen. No more words were needed. The surviving puppeteers instantly understood Seo's intention. A surge of passion filled their hearts, and all fatigue seemed to be instantly dispelled. Bang! 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 A series of summoning white smokes exploded consecutively within the team. Puppets of various shapes and sizes were summoned one after another. There were raptor-type puppets specializing in close combat, their sharp claws gleaming, multi-armed puppets for long-range support, their bodies covered in firing ports, sturdy, heavy fortress puppets for defense, and even a few highly skilled puppeteers who summoned their carefully repaired, ancient puppets inherited from their fathers, which, though showing wear, added a layer of historical gravitas and resilience. At this moment, they were no longer a team of exhausted wounded soldiers. They were a victorious army. A torrent constructed of steel, chakra, and indomitable will. Seo leaped onto the shoulder of Mirage. A dozen condensed chakra threads burst forth from the back of his head, connecting him to the giant. Controlling Mirage, he took massive strides, leading the charge toward the village gate. Behind him, the puppeteers leaped onto their own puppets, either following closely or guarding the flanks. The injured who could not ride puppets were carefully protected by their comrades in the center of the formation. A steel torrent composed of dozens of various puppets, exuding an air of solemnity and victory, marched grandly toward the gates of Hidden Sand Village. The heavy footsteps, the whirring of machinery, and the scraping of metal converged, creating a sense of power that was both heart-stopping and immensely reassuring. The village gate had already been thrown wide open. Inside the gate, the Sunagakure villagers, having received the news, had poured out almost entirely, spontaneously gathering along both sides of the road. They craned their necks in anticipation, their eyes filled with hope, excitement, and the gratitude of those who survived a disaster. And when the massive silver-grey puppet Mirage first appeared at the village entrance, stepping through the gate with its incredibly shocking presence, the crowd instantly erupted. It's Lord Seo. And the puppet squad. They've returned. We won. We really won. Cheers, cries, and shouts erupted like a mountain roar and a tsunami. People waved their arms, throwing prepared, sand-colored strips of cloth symbols of Sunagakure into the air. At the very front of the crowd, all the high-ranking officials of the village were present, led by 4th Kazekage Raza, including Elder Cho, Ebizo, Joninbeki, and Karura, who was holding her young daughter Temari. They quietly awaited the hero's return. Raza looked at the majestic Mirage, at the black-haired youth standing proudly atop it, and at the puppet squad behind them, which, though wounded, possessed a soaring spirit. The corner of his stern mouth twitched slightly, finally forming an extremely complex but satisfied curve. He saw the future, and the most resilient hope that Sunagakure had grown in its desperation. Elder Chiyo's eyes were slightly moist. She saw another path that Sasori had never taken, seeing new, bright possibilities for the puppet technique. Seo controlled Mirage to stop steadily 10 steps away from the high-ranking officials. He leaped down lightly, and the chakra threads behind his head instantly retracted. He stepped forward, and the puppeteers behind him also controlled their puppets to stop, their movements perfectly synchronized. Seo knelt on one knee, bowed his head in salute, his voice clear and steady. Fourth Kazekage-sama, elders, Seo was ordered to intercept the hidden mist enemy forces at East Sea Bay. The mission is now complete. We have routed the enemy's main force, killed 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and forced them to retreat to the sea. I now lead my unit back. Behind him, all the puppeteers saluted in unison, those standing on their puppets and those guarding the wounded, without exception. The cluster of steel paid the highest respect to their cage. Raza strode forward and personally helped Seo stand up. His gaze swept over Seo, over the awe-inspiring puppet squad behind him, and over the injured, and he said in a deep voice, "You have worked hard. You are Sunagakure's heroes. Sunagakure is proud of you. Certain victory. Sunagakure, certain victory." Someone shouted first, and immediately, the entire hidden sand village echoed with this deafening cry, full of hope and strength. Returning victoriously, the heroes celebrated their triumph. The gloom covering Sunagakure was, at this moment, completely dispelled by the light of victory brought by the steel torrent. Chapter 110, Commendation. Promotion to Jonin. At the entrance of the hidden sand village, the cheers erupted like a long-dormant volcano, the sound waves nearly overturning the rock-built dome. The villagers, who had endured the humiliation of defeat and the panic of the hidden mist sneak attack, channeled all their suppression, fear, and hopes for the future into the most fervent and frantic shouts of the moment. Lord Seo. Long live the puppet squad. Sunagakure must win. Must win. Flowers and sand-colored ribbons symbolizing Sunagakure rained down upon the advancing steel formation. People crowded the sides of the road, standing on their tiptoes and craning their necks, trying to get a clearer look at the young man standing atop the silver giant, and at the puppeteers who were scarred but still stood tall, guarding the wounded and the remains of their comrades. Tears mixed with smiles streamed freely down countless weather-beaten faces. Sunagakure desperately needed such a thorough, undeniable victory to restore its backbone. Seo stood beneath the mirage, feeling the palpable wave of fanaticism and gratitude rushing toward him. His expression was calm, but his slightly accelerated heartbeat revealed his inner turmoil. Even having lived 2 lives, he had never experienced a scene like this. He controlled the mirage and followed the Kazekage's direct envy, clearing the path, slowly moving through the cheering crowd, finally stopping steadily before the high platform where the high-ranking officials were gathered. Seo took a few steps forward, and under the gaze of those symbolizing Sunagakure's highest authority, he knelt on one knee, bowed his head in salute, his voice clear and steady, cutting through the surrounding clamor. Lord 4th Kazekage, esteemed elders, special Jonin, and puppeteer Seo, I was ordered to lead my unit to East Sea Bay to intercept the hidden mist enemy forces. The mission is complete. We have routed the enemy's main landing force, killed 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and forced the remaining remnants to retreat back to the sea. I now lead my unit back to report for duty. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone nearby. The already fervent cheers reached a new peak because of his words. Killing 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. What a glorious achievement! This was arguably the most devastating blow dealt to the highest combat group below the cage among the 5 great nations' conflicts in recent years. 4th Kazekage Raza stood at the very front, a slight blush coloring his stern face due to excitement. After Kiki Mountain, the pressure he endured was immense, and this young man, along with the victory he brought, was like timely rain after a long drought, or charcoal in the snow. He took a deep breath, stepped forward abruptly, and raised his hands. An invisible pressure spread with his movement. The cheering crowd seemed to have hit a mute button, the shouts quickly subsided, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the Kazekage to speak. Raza's gaze swept over the kneeling Seo, over the silent yet iron-willed puppet squad behind him, and over the villagers who were looking on expectantly. His voice, filled with unrestrained excitement and power, echoed across the entire plaza. Today, Sunagakure welcomes the brightest light after the darkness. The hidden mist scoundrels took advantage of our distress, invaded our territory, and killed our kin. However, the sons of Sunagakure have never yielded. He pointed sharply at Seo. Special Jonin and puppeteer Seo accepted the mission in a time of crisis, leading Sunagakure's loyal and brave puppet squad to the East Sea, fighting fiercely and bravely. They defeated the enemy, outnumbered and outmatched, utterly crushing their forces. They killed 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, raising the prestige of Sunagakure and strengthening the spirit of the land of wind. With every sentence, the breathing of the people below grew heavier, and the light in their eyes grew brighter. Raza's voice suddenly rose, as if announcing a divine decree. Such achievements will be recorded in history. Such talent is the fortune of Sunagakure. According to village rules and based on merit, I hereby formally announce. He looked directly at Seo. Promotion. Special Jonin and puppeteer Seo is promoted to Jonin. Whoosh. Although they had anticipated it, when the decisive announcement truly came from the Kazekage's mouth, the entire venue erupted in a massive roar. Jonin. This was the true core and pillar of a village. It was a symbol of strength, contribution, and status. Raza's voice continued, suppressing the cheers. His specific duties and responsibilities will be arranged separately later by Elder Cho. All other participating ninja will be rewarded according to their merits, and will receive additional commendations. Sunagakure will never fail any hero who sheds blood for her. Lord Kazekage is wise. Jonin Seo. Long live Sunagakure. The cheers once again swept across the entire plaza like a tsunami, lasting endlessly. Seo slowly raised his head amidst the roar. Jonin, a 13-year-old Jonin. Information he knew from his previous life flashed through his mind. Last year, Kakashi Hatake of Konoha was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12, shocking the ninja world and earning the title of unparalleled genius. And this year, he, Sao, at 13, also entered this rank, thanks to the immense merit gained from the Battle of East Sea Bay, where he killed 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This was not merely a comparison of age, it signified that Hidden Sand Village, too, had forged its own young powerhouse in the crucible of war, one capable of shaking the ninja world. Elder Cho stepped forward, her ancient eyes filled with complex emotions of relief and satisfaction. She nodded slightly at Sao. Ebizo, Beiki, and the others also cast glances of approval and congratulation. Karura, holding the young Temari, had eyes full of astonishment. Raza personally handed Sao the brand new vest, which represented the rank of Jonin and was embroidered with the Sunagakure symbol and more intricate patterns. Sao received it with both hands, it felt heavy to the touch. This was not just a ninja uniform, but a weighty responsibility and the highest affirmation of all his past efforts and dedication. He solemnly put on the vest a new identity, a new beginning. He knew the road ahead was still long, and Sunagakure's future remained fraught with thorns, but at least for now, standing here, he had become one of the pillars supporting the village. The young man's silhouette stretched long in the setting sun, merging with the towering giant shadow of the mirage behind him, becoming the most powerful footnote of Sunagakure's new era. Chapter 111, Negotiations between both sides. The smoke of battle over East Sea Bay was gradually dispersed by the sea wind, but the turbulent emotions within the Hidden Sand Village did not immediately subside. Following the joy of victory came more practical considerations. Many radical Sunagakure ninja wanted to pursue the enemy and expand their gains, but the high-ranking officials took a longer view. Inside the Kazekage's office, the atmosphere was different from the pre-war tension, yet still serious. Although the Hidden Mist fleet retreated, they did not suffer a devastating blow. Their strength at home remains intact, Ebizo analyzed calmly, stroking his beard. A cross-sea expedition would be enormously costly and the risk is unpredictable for Sunagakure. The village's current focus should be on consolidating the victory, recovering our vitality, and dealing with the more pressing pressure of the indemnity payments. The last few words were difficult for him to utter. The shadow of the defeat at Kiki Mountain still hung around Sunagakure's neck like a heavy chain. Fourth Kazekage Raza stood by the window, looking down at the village gradually returning to order, and said in a deep voice, Elder Ebizo is absolutely right. Although the Hidden Mist sneak attack was repelled, their despicable actions must be condemned, and we must make them pay the price as much as possible. He turned around, his gaze falling upon the steady Jonin Beiki. Beiki, you will immediately act as Sunagakure's plenipotentiary representative, sail out to sea, find the Hidden Mist fleet, and negotiate with them. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Beiki bowed and accepted the order. There are 2 main points for the negotiation. Raza held up 2 fingers. First, representing Sunagakure, strongly condemn the Hidden Mist's despicable act of attacking without declaration and taking advantage of our weakness, demanding a formal response and apology. Second, he paused, lowering his voice slightly, sound them out to see if we can, demand war reparations. Even a partial payment would greatly alleviate the village's current financial pressure. I understand. Beiki nodded heavily, knowing the immense responsibility of this mission. However, the negotiation process was far more difficult than anticipated. On the vast ocean, 2 ships from opposing camps maintained a safe distance. Beiki and the Hidden Mist representative, a grim-faced middle-aged Hidden Mist Jonin, shouted across the gap. Beiki righteously and sternly presented Sunagakure's condemnation and demands. After listening, the Hidden Mist Jonin across the way showed a cold, mocking smile. Condemnation? Apology? Reparations? Have you people from Sunagakure not woken up from your beautiful dream of victory yet? His tone was arrogant, carrying a strong land of water accent. That's right, we didn't gain an advantage this time, and even suffered a little loss. But so what? You Sunagakure just managed to win that battle on the coast by sheer luck. If you have the guts, sail your ships across this ocean and fight us in the land of water. He spread his arms, pointing to the endless sea behind him. I'd like to see how you landlubbers break through our Hidden Mist naval defenses and fight in the waters where we excel. You want reparations? What a joke. We haven't even pursued you for the crime of killing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We're showing great mercy considering you were just crippled by Konoha. His words were harsh and malicious, starkly exposing Sunagakure's greatest weakness, the lack of deep-sea combat capability. Beiki's face turned ashen, his fists clenched, yet he couldn't refute it. Although the opponent was shameless, he was speaking the truth. Sunagakure truly lacked the ability to conduct a cross-sea expedition. The negotiations immediately fell into a deadlock. The Hidden Mist side adamantly refused to admit fault, let alone pay reparations, maintaining an extremely tough stance. When the news reached the Hidden Sand Village, the high-ranking officials were furious but also felt powerless. The gap in strength and geographical limitations could not be completely reversed by a single tactical victory. While Beiki was engaged in fruitless wrangling with the Hidden Mist at sea, Sao received a private summons from Elder Cho. The location was not the Kazekage's office, but the study in Elder Chiyo's home, which was piled high with scrolls and puppet parts. Have a seat, Jonin Sao. Elder Cho pointed to the seat across from her, a rare gentle smile on her face. Elder Cho. After Sao respectfully bowed, he sat down. His posture was straight, and wearing the brand new Jonin vest, he carried an air of composure. Cho carefully observed him, her gaze holding admiration, satisfaction, and a trace of undetectable complexity. She first briefly inquired about Sao's physical condition and post-war recovery, then the topic shifted to his job assignment. After deliberation by the village, and in light of your exceptional talent in puppet technique and the great military achievements you made this time, we have decided to give you a new official appointment, Elder Cho said slowly. You are appointed as the deputy head of the Hidden Sand Village's Puppet Research and Development Department. I will temporarily serve concurrently as the head. Deputy head of the Puppet Research and Development Department. This was an extremely powerful and crucial position, meaning Seo had officially entered the village's core technical management, able to mobilize more resources and lead the future direction of puppet research and development. Thank you for the trust of the village and the high-ranking officials, and thank you, Elder Cho, for your guidance. Seo responded solemnly. He knew this appointment must have been strongly recommended by Cho. Looking at this excessively young deputy head before her, Elder Cho was filled with emotion. Another genius puppeteer, Sasori, chose to abandon the village, pursuing ultimate art in eternity, eventually falling into darkness, yet Seo, time and again, used his puppet technique to protect the village and continuously explored new possibilities. Perhaps it was this sentiment that prompted her to ask one more question. Seo, now that you have this position and authority, what is the one thing you most want to do? Is it developing even stronger war puppets? Seo fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He looked up, his eyes clear and firm, and spoke a sentence that made Elder Cho slightly stunned. Elder Cho, what I most want to do might not be developing more powerful war puppets. His voice was steady but carried an undeniable force. I hope to use the knowledge I've acquired using puppet technique, magnet release, and even more to try and change the barren land of the Land of Wind. He clenched his fist slightly. I have seen the poverty of the villages on the desert's edge, and I have seen people struggling for a sip of water. One of the root causes of war is the scarcity of resources. If we can change the topography, divert water to control the sand, and create oases, making the Land of Wind no longer just endless yellow sand, wouldn't that reduce many conflicts? Wouldn't that allow the people in the village to live better lives? He slowly revealed to Elder Cho the vision he had kept buried in his heart for years, combining his previous life's philosophy with the ninjutsu knowledge of this life. This was not a sudden whim, but a deeply considered idea after witnessing too much suffering. Elder Cho was completely stunned. She looked at Seo's young yet incredibly serious face, listening to his plan, which was almost fantastical yet held a grand vision, and her aged heart experienced an unprecedented shock. War puppets? Eternal art? Compared to the future this child wished to create, they both seemed somewhat insignificant. She remained silent for a long time, only the faint sound of wind and sand blowing outside the window remained in the study. After a long while, she slowly exhaled, her gaze becoming extremely complex, filled with inexpressible emotion. Changing the Land of Wind. She murmured, her gaze seemingly piercing the walls, seeing the back of that red-haired young man who was equally brilliant but had walked a completely opposite path. Finally, she looked back at Seo, and her eyes held an unprecedented light of expectation. A very good idea. Seo. Let your work as deputy head begin here. If you need any support, come directly to me. Yes. Thank you, Elder Cho. Seo stood up and bowed deeply. He knew that a brand new, more difficult yet ultimately greater path had just opened up before him. Chapter 112 The Peace Talk Conspiracy. More than a month slipped by in dull, nerve-wracking stalemate at sea. Baeki Suna delegation and the Hidden Mist envoy slogged through several grueling rounds of talks, drawn-out sessions that left everyone exhausted. The weather over the water was capricious, one moment the sun scorched, the next gales whipped the waves, yet that was nothing compared to the Mist's icy, unyielding contempt across the negotiation table. The Mist side refused to call it an invasion, dismissing the clash as merely a serious border friction and misunderstanding. Demands for apology and reparations were met with sneering disdain. Sheltered by the sea and confident Suna lacked the strength for a distant campaign, they felt invulnerable. Baeki relayed the deadlock to the village by courier hawk time and again. Inside the Kazekage's office, the mood once jubilant after the early victory sank beneath a weight of helpless reality. Raza's face darkened day by day. He knew the longer this dragged on, the worse for Suna. The treasury bled, while the Mist could afford to wait. Just as Baeki neared the end of his patience and was ready to request permission to abandon the pointless wrangling, the Mist envoys abruptly asked for another session. This time they sent a higher-ranking delegate, a Mist village elder with gloomy, hawk-like eyes and a heavy, oppressive aura. Talks were held aboard a larger Mist warship. The salty wind sweeping the deck remained cold, yet Baeki sensed something in their posture hinted at a softening stance. After the usual, empty exchange of accusations and restatements, the elder shifted tack, speaking in a hoarse, deliberate voice. Jonin Baeki, for over a month both sides have squandered time here. Prolonging the deadlock helps neither village. Baeki's heart tightened, though his face stayed calm. Then you are prepared to offer a concrete proposal on reparations and an apology. The elder's withered mouth twisted into an unreadable smirk, half sneer, half calculation. Compensation is negotiable. After all, we did lose several precious blades and fine Jonin. He paused, cloudy eyes fixed on Baeki. But Suna must show sincerity. Why did this friction erupt? Because your scorch release user, Pakura, slaughtered too many of our ninja in the previous clash, kindling fury we cannot suppress. That led to what followed. In a few light phrases he recast a premeditated invasion as a righteous act of revenge for fallen comrades. Baeki's brows locked, he fought to keep his anger in check. Elder, that is absurd. Jonin Pakura was only fulfilling her duty to defend the village. Duty. The elder snorted. Excessive slaughter is cruelty. Pakura's very existence, her scorch release, is the emblem of terror and hatred for countless Mist ninja. While she remains in Suna, that hatred burns, today's friction could erupt again tomorrow. His voice sharpened, dripping suggestion, if Suna truly wishes to settle this and obtain the reparations you desperately need, show your sincerity. He leaned forward, enunciating every word, abandon Pakara. Hand her over for us to judge. Do so, and on the Mizokich's behalf I promise not only a sizable indemnity to ease your fiscal pain, but also a lasting peace. Our villages shall never again cross blades. The deck fell deathly silent, only waves slapped the hull thud, thud like hammer blows on Baki's heart. He could scarcely believe it. Abandon Pakara? Surrender the hero of East Sea Bay, the pride of the village, in exchange for enemy coin and a hollow pledge of peace? This was no negotiation, it was a vile, shameless plot. The mist cared nothing for payment, they wanted revenge. By forcing Suna to cripple itself, to destroy its own hero, they aimed to shatter the morale and unity the village had only just rebuilt. They sought not just Pakara's life, but to grind Suna's dignity into the mire. Baki's face turned livid, beneath the table his fists clenched so hard his knuckles cracked. Fury and dread surged through him. Looking at the elder's creased, scheming visage, he felt an almost irresistible urge to strike. But he could not. He was Suna's representative. He forced the storm inside him to subside and grated out an icy refusal, that condition is impossible. Jonin Pakara is a hero of Suna, we will never sell our heroes for anything. The Mist Village elder, expecting exactly this, merely settled back into his chair, apathetic once more, do not speak in absolutes, Jonin Baki. Carry our terms back, let the fourth Kazekage and your council of elders, weigh them carefully. Will you cling to hollow honor and starve beneath a hero's banner, or make a necessary sacrifice for funds and peace? As a cage, Lord Raza will choose. Wisely, I'm sure. After all, he added with heavy insinuation, Suna's repayment deadline to Konoha is near, is it not? A debt large enough to crush your entire village. Baki's heart sank. The enemy had not only set a poisonous price but also seen the chink in Suna's armor most likely to prove fatal. He rose abruptly, no longer looking at the elder, his voice like iron, I will relay your terms to the Kazekage. Farewell. With it he led his delegation off the mist warship, boarding their small craft back to their own vessel without a backward glance. The sea wind cut like a blade, yet Baki felt only cold within. He had arrived with a sliver of hope for compensation, he returned carrying a scheme vile enough to thrust Suna into an impossible choice between survival and honor. Beneath the sham of peace talks lurked this filthy bargain. He knew that once news reached the village, a storm would break such as Suna had never seen. The fate of Hero Pakara and the decision of the fourth Kazekage now hung in that gathering tempest. Chapter 113 News of the Konobe Bridge. Konoha, Year 49, Late Autumn. The Third Great Ninja War had raged for 3 years. Though embers still burned in scattered places, everyone could sense the cataclysm that had swept the entire ninja world was fading like the autumn cicada's last song. The great nations were exhausted, their resources spent, each desperate for a face-saving way to end the conflict. The final nail to end the war was driven into the border between the land of grass and the land of earth, at a place called Konobe. There, a bridge stood. The Konobe Bridge was no grand structure, yet it was the single most vital artery through which Uegakure funneled supplies and troops to its main force inside the land of grass. Sever it, and Iwa's front line would be throttled. Konoha's high command and Danzo Shimura's route zeroed in on this strategic choke point. An ultra-dangerous, S-rank mission was issued, destroy the Konobe Bridge utterly. The operatives chosen were the brightest prodigies of Konoha's new generation. Leading them was the Jonin whose fame shook the ninja world and made enemies flee at the very name, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. His squad, 12-year-old Kakashi Hatake already a Jonin, heir to the White Fang's blade and legend and the Uchiha prodigy Obito Uchiha, 2 Tomo Sharingan, plus medical ninja Rin Nohara. From the outset Minato flashed across the battlefield like a living bolt, his flying thunder god technique impossible to track. Alone he shattered Iwa's forward outposts and patrols, carving a perfect infiltration corridor for Kakashi's team. His signature custom kunai scattered everywhere, every golden flicker felled another stone ninja. His power and mobility pinned down Iwa's main force, clearing the stage for his students. But the true crucible fell on Kakashi's squad. Infiltration ran anything but smooth, they walked into an ambush. To save Obito, Kakashi's left eye was scorched blind by a stone Jonin. Watching his comrade fall for him, the boy Obito's Uchiha blood roared. Emotion peaked, his 2 Tomo Sharingan burst open. With this newborn might he killed the Jonin who had maimed Kakashi, saving him in turn. Yet calamity followed hard on victory. Just short of their target, a greater crisis struck. Iwa's elite Earth-style master able to wield the terrifying rock fist and mountain slam techniques Jonin Meibaizu, plus a flood of reinforcements, drove Kakashi's team into a dead end. A brutal breakout began. To shield his friends and live his ninja way, the dead last who valued comrades above all Obito Uchiha chose to hold the rear. Inside a narrow cave tunnel he faced the surging stone army alone. Those who abandon rules or comrades we call them trash. But those who don't cherish comrades are worse than trash. Obito roared, his newborn Sharingan spinning wildly as he fought with everything. Yet the gap in power and the fatal terrain were unbridgeable. The Jonin Meibaizu unleashed a mighty earth release, triggering a massive cave-in boom. Colossal rocks crashed down, swallowing the boy's figure in an instant. Only his last cry to Rin echoed, while Kakashi at the last heartbeat clutched the gift he'd given him to celebrate making Jonin, an ordinary ninja pouch. Obito. Kakashi and Rin's screams were drowned beneath the roar of stone. Survivors Kakashi and Rin, bearing bottomless grief, and the Obito bequeathed them his Sharingan transplanted into Kakashi's ruined left socket, carried their comrade's will, broke through every barrier, and at last reached the Kanabi Bridge. Covered in wounds, mind and body spent, Kakashi aided by Rin summoned his last spark. Marrying the White Fang's short blade with his new Sharingan, he cut down the bridge guard, Jonin Keiko, and with his final reserves of chakra unleashed lightning release, Chidori, shattering the bridge's foundation to splinters. A titanic explosion thundered skyward, snapping Iwa's supply line and sealing Konoha's strategic triumph. At almost the same instant, Minato, his diversion complete, arrived in a golden flash to save his exhausted students. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge ended in a bitter Konoha victory. They paid in blood, Obito fallen, presumed dead, Kakashi gravely wounded and implanted with a Sharingan, Rin scarred body and soul. Yet the objective was flawless. Deprived of their vital artery, Iwa's front line collapsed in morale and retreated step by step, until at last they sued Konoha for peace. The news sprouted wings, racing to every corner of the ninja world. Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage's office. When an envoy delivered the detailed report on the Kanabi campaign, Raza, Cho, Ebizo, and the other elders fell silent. Not a needle could be heard, only the wind-blown sand outside wailed. At last Ebizo spoke, voice hoarse, Kanabi Bridge is gone. Iwagakure has lost. Elder Cho closed her eyes, almost seeing the bridge fall, feeling the battle's savage resolve. Minato Namikaze, and the White Fang's son. Konoha's new generation has already grown this formidable. Raza's fingers drummed the desk, face grave. The bridge's fall marked the final turning point of the 3-year war. The biggest thorn, IWA, was forced out. Kumagakure had lost the will to fight after the third Reikichi's death and the Abkombo's stalemate with Minato. Hidden Mist had been repelled by Suna at East Sea Bay. Every battlefield, at this moment, ran out of fuel. It's over, Raza murmured, his tone betraying neither relief nor regret. 3 years of conflict that had dragged the 5 great nations and countless smaller ones into the abyss after the collapse of Kanabi Bridge and Iwa's defeat at last drew a bloody, exhausted close. Large-scale warfare ceased, the ninja world entered a brief, fragile peace. Yet all knew this was no lasting harmony. Seeds of hatred lay deep, the fight for resources never ended, the balance of power remained delicate. This ceasefire was but a short lull after the storm, the calm before a still greater tempest. But for Suna, fresh from a bitter loss and a hard-won defense, this pause to draw breath was beyond price. Chapter 114 Enraged Sao. Inside the Hidden Sand Village Puppet R&D Department Laboratory, the air carried the faint scent of machine oil, fresh timber, and a special chakra metal alloy. Sao was wholly focused on engraving sealing formulas onto a half-finished, intricate component, an essential step in upgrading the Mirage energy transmission system. The pocket body cultivation furnace on his wrist steadily emitted a gentle energy, letting him maintain peak concentration. Suddenly the lab door was flung open, shattering the focused atmosphere. A Chunin researcher from the department stumbled in, pale, gasping, eyes wide with disbelief and rage. Sao-sama. Something terrible has happened, the researcher's voice cracked with emotion. Sao frowned slightly and set down his tool. What happened? Speak slowly. It's a message from Jonin Baki, about the negotiations with Hidden Mist, the researcher swallowed hard. Those bastards from Hidden Mist, they've demanded compensation. What are their terms? A chill ran through Sao, Hidden Mist agreeing to talks at all felt ominous. The researcher's voice shook with fury. They said, unless Sunagakure abandons Pakura-sama and hands her over to Hidden Mist for punishment, the talks are off. What? Sao shot to his feet, the precision scalpel in his hand snapped with an audible crack. A cold fury, like the rumble before an eruption, surged from the depths of his heart and swept through every vein. The air in the lab seemed to freeze, temperature plummeting. Sao's chakra leaked uncontrollably, forming an invisible pressure that made the Chunin step back, even paler. Abandon Pakura, hand her to Hidden Mist, Sao repeated each word as though dredging it from an ice cave, every syllable edged with frost. The calm wisdom in his black eyes was replaced by shock and raw rage. Images of the East Sea Bay bloody battle flashed through his mind. Pakura wreathed in scorch release orbs, blazing like a sun as she held the blue unit's front line, incinerating foes, guarding their homeland. She was a hero of Sunagakure, a comrade who had fought beside him. And now the village leadership was considering trading her life for enemy reparations. What is the Kazekage's, and the elders, stance? Sao's voice was terrifyingly calm, the lull before the storm. The information says, the higher UPS, seem, to be hesitating. Weighing the option, the researcher's voice dwindled to a whisper, he could barely meet Sao's eyes. Weighing. The word was the spark that detonated Sao's pent-up fury. Weighing, he snarled. In an instant he became a blur, bursting out of the lab. To rush to use the door, he smashed through the side window and shot toward the Kazekage's building like a gale, leaving the terrified researcher behind. The Kazekage's office door slammed open with a bang so violent it rebounded off the wall, showing the uncontrollable rage of the intruder. Inside, 4th Kazekage Raza was conferring with elders Cho and Ebizo, already vexed by Hidden Mist's demand. Sao's sudden entrance and the almost tangible fury rolling off him startled everyone. Jonin Sao. Raza's brows knitted, he was displeased by the breach of protocol. What emergency justifies such rudeness? Kazekage-sama. Sao didn't even bow. Eyes bloodshot, he glared at Raza, voice trembling with rage. I heard Hidden Mist offered a condition, Pakura's life for reparations. Is it true? Raza's face darkened, the office atmosphere turned suffocating. Ebizo sighed and looked away. Elder Chiyo's lips parted, but she only let out a silent sigh. Sayo, remember your rank and tone, Raza said coldly, Kazekage authority rising. This concerns the village's survival and is under discussion. Discussion. Sayo stepped forward, unflinching. What is there to discuss? Pakura is a Suna hero. When she was bleeding on the shores of East Sea Bay, where were those hidden mist scum? We won the war, yet now we barter our hero's blood and dignity for enemy coin? What justice is that? His voice rose, laced with hoarse accusation. If we abandon Pakura today, who gets thrown away tomorrow? The day after, do we discard the very reason we protect this village? Such Sunagakure would be no different from unprincipled brigands. What worth is a village that forfeits its soul? Sayo insolence. Raza slammed the desk and stood, crushing chakra pressure bearing down like a mountain. What do you understand? He pointed outside, voice rising yet tinged with exhaustion. Look at this village. The Kiki Mountain indemnity crushes us like a mountain. The treasury is empty. Ninja pay keeps shrinking. We can barely issue pensions. What do we use to keep the village running? To feed its people? To face the next crisis? Pakura is a hero, I know. A trace of anguish slipped into Raza's tone. But I am the Kazekage. I answer for the village's survival. If sacrificing one can buy the funds we desperately need, can spare greater loss, however painful, I must consider it. That's not sacrifice, it's betrayal. Sayo roared, eyes blazing with disappointment. Every coin bought with a comrade's life is blood money. A village that lives like that survives only in body, its soul is dead. Lord Raza, how are you different from those who hounded Konoha's White Fang to death? Will you make Pakura the second White Fang? Silence. Raza exploded, horrific magnet release chakra nearly spilling over, metal objects in the office began to vibrate. Sayo's wind and earth chakra flared in defiance, clashing against the Kazekage's pressure. Invisible forces collided with crackling intensity. The two glared, their clash of ideals at its zenith, duty to harsh reality versus the unspoiled creed of a ninja. Elders Cho and Ebizo looked on, grave and wordless. The fierce dispute had long ceased to be a mere matter of rank, it was a violent collision over Sunagakure's future path. Sayo stared at Raza, fury cooling into profound disappointment and ice-cold resolve. If the village chooses to accept those terms, I, Sayo, will be the first to oppose. Unless I die, no one touches Pakura-senpai. Chapter 115 Desert Battle. The heated argument inside the Kazekage's office ended without resolution. Sayo's ringing opposition and Raza's decisions based on real-world pressure were like two parallel iron walls, neither could persuade the other. Sayo saw the chilling deliberation in the higher UP's eyes, he knew words alone could no longer tip the balance that leaned toward sacrifice. Amid despair and fury, a near-crazy idea sprouted in Sayo's heart. Since reason failed, let strength speak. In this shinobi world, the final word usually comes from power. He faced the fourth Kazekage again, eyes blazing, no longer a subordinate petitioning his cage, but an almost equal challenger, Lord Kazekage. Since our ideals differ, let's decide this the ninja way. Fight me. If I win, retract that absurd idea, Sunagakure will never abandon a comrade. If I lose, I'll stand aside, but I'll personally escort Senior Pakura out and from then on, have nothing more to do with Sunagakure. The moment these words rang out, everyone present was stunned. This wasn't mere insubordination, it was nearly a declaration of secession. Raza's face turned livid, fury blazing in his eyes. The prodigy he'd personally promoted now dared openly challenge his authority, willing to go this far for an impractical ideal. Good. 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 Raza spat the word 3 times, each colder than the last. Sayo, I'll sober you up and make you understand, Akage's decisions are not child's play. Deep in the desert I'll be waiting. He would crush Sayo's unrealistic fantasies with absolute force, letting him understand what reality was and the weight Akage must bear. That night the moon was cold as water. Far outside Sunagakure, in the deep desert, all was silent save for the ceaseless whisper of wind and sand. Two silhouettes faced each other from afar, powerful chakras spread like a tangible haze, stirring the surrounding sand. Raza's expression was grim, streams of golden gold dust rose around him like living rivers, circling and dancing, glinting with cold luxury under the moonlight. Magnet release, gold dust technique, his pride in the shinobi world and the source of strength that supported the village. Opposite him, Sayo looked graver than ever, yet fearless. The pocket body cultivation furnace on his wrist glowed hot, continuously absorbing and converting natural energy, feeding every cell of his body like a ceaseless trickle, 24 hours a day. Long accumulation plus the life and death breakthrough at East Sea Bay had already transformed him. Physique, chakra volume, perception, and regeneration all far surpassed ordinary elite jonin, stepping into a mysterious realm bordering on sage body. Though not true sage mode, the all-round boost had placed him firmly at the threshold of cage level. Sayo, it's not too late to back down. Raza's voice carried through the wind and sand. My conviction has never wavered. Lord Raza, forgive me. Sayo shouted, striking first. Wind release, vacuum great ball. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Combined ninjutsu. Highly compressed wind bullets wrapped around hard rock projectiles shot at Raza like a storm power far beyond an ordinary A-rank jutsu. Surprise flashed in Raza's eyes, Sayo's ninjutsu mastery and chakra strength exceeded his expectations. Yet he stood unmoved, the gold dust instantly condensing into a sturdy shield wall. Boom. A violent explosion tore a huge pit in the sand, the gold dust wall shuddered but held firm. Magnet release, gold dust spear. Raza countered, the gold dust formed countless razor-edged spears that ripped through the air, shooting at Sao in a blinding barrage. Sao leapt back, slamming one palm to the ground. Magnet release, iron sand barrier. Black iron sand gushed from beneath the desert, forming a hard rampart. Though his magnet release lagged slightly behind Raza's gold dust in raw power and precision, it was more than enough for defense. Clang clang clang. Gold dust spears struck the iron sand wall, sparks flying. Yet Raza's onslaught was endless, the gold dust surged like a tide, trying to swallow Sao whole. Sao's eyes narrowed, he knew he couldn't stay passive. He sprang back, clapping his hands together. Summoning Jutsu, Mirage. White smoke burst as a silver-grey titan crashed down, its cold metal body glinting under the moon, its colossal frame radiating overwhelming pressure. Sao leapt to Mirage's shoulder, a dozen refined chakra thread instantly connected man and machine as one. Mirage ship splitter blade. A gigantic alloy blade snapped out, cleaving with a tearing shriek straight into the onrushing gold dust wave. Boom. Metal clashed with gold dust in an ear-splitting roar, shockwaves whipping up a sandstorm. The recoil forced Mirage a step back, but the concentrated puppet might and chakra reinforced slash split Raza's wave apart. Interesting. Raza's eyes sharpened, he clasped his palms. Magnet release, gold dust funeral. Even more gold dust rose from the deep desert, forming a titanic hand that blotted out the sky like the grip of a god smashing down at Mirage. So vast was its reach that dodging seemed impossible. Sao's pupil shrank, the chakra thread at the back of his head blazed. Thrusters on Mirage's back roared, launching powerful chakra jets, the huge frame made an impossible right-angle maneuver, barely skimming past the edge of the golden palm far more agile than any traditional puppet. At the same time, armor plates on Mirage's arms opened, spraying clouds of poison senbon and micro-exploding tags straight at Raza himself to disrupt him. Sao's hands never stopped forming seals. Wind release, pressure damage. Earth release, rock pilfer. High-level combined ninjutsu, together with Mirage's physical strikes, rained on Raza like a tempest. Forced to divert part of his gold dust for personal defense, Raza's gold dust funeral faltered slightly. Deep in the desert, a battle beyond ordinary imagination erupted in full. Golden gold dust and the silver-grey puppet titan collided, every clash shaking the earth. Black iron sand and golden gold dust eroded and bombarded each other mid-air, spraying metallic dust across the sky. Keen wind release sliced the heavens while heavy earth release reshaped the terrain. Relying on vast chakra, exquisite chakra control, multiple elements, magnet release, and puppet technique in perfect synergy, Sao displayed a might where 1 + 1 far exceeded 2, actually contending on equal terms with the full power 4th Kazekage Raza. The fight raged from deep night to dawn, then from dawn to high noon. They attacked and defended in turn, chakra drained rapidly, leaving the desert scarred with countless craters, rifts, and stretches of glassy crystalline ground. The longer Raza fought, the more shocked he became. He found he couldn't completely suppress Sao. His opponent's resilience, recovery, and sheer variety of methods far exceeded imagination. That puppet named Mirage was unbelievably troublesome. Sao, too, was covered in wounds, blood at the corner of his mouth. Controlling Mirage while maintaining high-level ninjutsu taxed him heavily. Yet the light in his eyes blazed ever brighter, his conviction ever firmer. In his mind echoed a profound maxim from his previous life: seek peace through struggle and peace survives, seek peace through compromise and peace perishes. Compromise today and tomorrow you lose everything. Only by showing strength sufficient to protect your beliefs can you win true respect and peace. Lord Raza. Shall we continue? Sao shouted, guiding Mirage to cleave another gold dust torrent apart. His voice was weary yet carried unshakable resolve. Hovering mid-air, Raza was ringed by swirling gold dust, his own breathing somewhat ragged. Gazing at the stubborn youth below who had unleashed power enough to rival him, his heart surged with shock and, unbeknownst even to himself, a flicker of doubt. Beneath the blazing noon sun deep in the desert, the battle raged on. A clash of ideals, through the most primal martial contest, played out to the fullest in this empty sea of sand. Chapter 116, Sao's Conviction. The blazing sun hung high, distorting the air above the ravaged desert. Giant craters, crisscrossing canyons, scattered metallic grains of sand, and vitrified crystalline ground all bore witness to the ferocity and terror of the battle just fought. Sao knelt on the slightly damaged shoulder of the Mirage, gasping for breath. Sweat mixed with the blood at the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the cold metal surface. The powerful regeneration of his pseudo-sage body was working to repair his injuries, but the shock and drain from Raza's overwhelming gold dust assault were all too real. The pocket body tempering furnace grew hot, accelerating its extraction of natural energy and converting it into chakra, replenishing his nearly depleted meridians. Not far above, the 4th Kazekage Raza hovered over slowly swirling gold dust, his expression equally grave, his breathing no longer as calm as at the start. The luster of the gold dust around him had dimmed somewhat. He looked down at Sao, his eyes filled with complex emotions. A half-day-long battle had far exceeded his expectations. He had indeed held the upper hand, controlling the tempo from start to finish. The absolute power and mass of gold dust suppressed Sao's iron sand and ninjutsu. Yet the giant puppet Mirage, with its agility, defenses, and endless array of attacks, physical slashes, senbon, exploding tags, even the occasional wind-fire combination ninjutsu proved extremely troublesome, always foiling or disrupting him whenever victory seemed certain. Even more startling was Sao himself, seemingly inexhaustible stamina, chakra control as precise as a machine, wind-earth combination ninjutsu conjured at will, and a willpower terrifyingly tenacious. This was nothing like the strength or depth a 13-year-old should possess. Time and again Raza drove him to the brink, yet each time he rose like the hardiest thorn in the desert. Defeat him? Ultimately possible, but Raza knew it would cost dearly, perhaps, mutual destruction. That was not the outcome he sought. Stop. Raza descended slowly. The gold dust around him folded back like obedient pets. His voice carried a faint rasp. There's no point in continuing. Seo lifted his head, the fighting blaze in his black eyes dimmed slightly, but his stubbornness remained. He lowered the mirage, its massive frame landing with a dull thud. The two faced each other across the scarred battlefield. Heavy silence filled the air, broken only by the wind sighing over the rocks. At last Seo drew a deep breath and broke the quiet. His voice, drained by exhaustion, was low yet clear. Lord Raza, you see I have the strength to protect my convictions. Sunagakure should not survive by sacrificing its comrades. He paused, eyes blazing at Raza, and spoke the words buried in his heart, drawn from the great wisdom of a past life. Seek peace through struggle and peace endures, seek peace through compromise and peace perishes. The words exploded like thunder in Raza's ears, sending ripples across the calm gold dust. He jerked his head up, staring at Seo in disbelief. The sentence was simple, yet carried a deafening, essence-cutting force, stripping away all false gloss and helpless compromise, laying the cruelest, truest principle bare. Sunagakure's present plight, the humiliation of Kiki Mountain, weren't they the bitter fruit of compromise? Should the mistake be repeated? Seo pressed on, reading the turbulence in Raza's eyes, his own voice filled with unprecedented sincerity and a depth beyond his years. Lord Raza, I know the village's hardships, the weight on your shoulders. Yet buying peace with tribute is drinking poison to quench thirst. Today hidden mist forces us to hand over Pakara, tomorrow they'll demand more. Konoha's reparations choke us, we must find a way to stand, not sell comrades to appease another foe. His words grew impassioned, carrying a stirring vision. My dream was never merely to build stronger war puppets. I want to use my knowledge, my magnet release, my puppetry, even medical ninjutsu, to transform the land beneath our feet. He spread his arms toward the endless golden sea. Look at this desert. It traps us, yet beneath it lie countless resources. My magnet release can prospect and mine more efficiently. My puppets can build tirelessly, dig irrigation canals. We can harness wind and solar energy. I can attempt large-scale barriers and puppet systems to alter local climate, lock in moisture, bit by bit expand oases. We can create unprecedented purification puppets, draw groundwater, even extract fresh water from the ocean someday. We can make crops grow in the wasteland, so the land of wind is no longer only endless yellow sand. When our homeland prospers, when we no longer struggle for basic survival, who will dare despise us? Who will need to sacrifice comrades for pitiful tribute? Seo's voice echoed across the desert, painting a near-mythic blueprint. It was no fantasy, but a grand design born of 2 lifetimes of knowledge, deep understanding of ninjutsu, and ancient insight from Shikaka, feasible and vast. Raza stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He had thought Seo merely a gifted, idealistic youth who defied authority and misunderstood reality. His anger was at the boy's challenge to authority and ignorance of the bigger picture. But what was he hearing now? Not just hot-blooded insistence, but far-reaching wisdom, those words on struggle and peace, a sweeping vision, and a, seemingly impossible yet faintly feasible path to true strength. Compared with his own daily toil of scouring the desert for gold to pay reparations, the future Seo described was magnificent, the direction a true cage should contemplate. Sacrificing Pakara? That was not merely betrayal, it was like abandoning a vast treasure trove for a single sesame seed. His earlier deliberations seemed short-sighted and petty before Seo's words. A colossal tremor swept Raza's heart. He stared into Seo's weary yet brilliant eyes and, for the first time, regarded the 13-year-old as an equal, nay, someone to look up to in certain ways. Long moments passed. The gold dust around Raza stilled, retracting into his body. He exhaled a long, pent-up breath, as if expelling days of struggle and pressure. Without another glance at Seo, he turned toward Sunagakure, gaze piercing the endless sands. Let's go. His voice was calm again, yet carried unprecedented weight and a hint of relief. Pakara's matter. I will reconsider. With that, he said no more, his figure flashed, speeding toward the village. Seo watched Raza's departing back, taut nerves finally relaxing, overwhelming fatigue flooding in. He knew he had won the gamble, at least he had won precious time and possibility for what he believed in. He dismissed the mirage and, dragging weary yet resolute steps, headed home. The desert wind remained dry, yet Seo caught from it a fresh, hopeful breath of the future. Chapter 117, A Military Pledge. Seo and the 4th Kazekage Raza returned to Hidden Sand Village one after another, both bearing the dust and faint wounds of fierce battle, yet the atmosphere between them was utterly different from the razor-edged tension when they had left. A subtle, heavy silence enveloped the pair. Well-informed higher UPS Elder Cho and Ebis had already learned through special channels of the thrilling showdown in the desert and its outcome. They waited inside the Kazekage's office, their grave faces tinged with an almost imperceptible anticipation. The moment Seo followed Raza through the door, every gaze snapped to him. Raza walked straight to the main seat and sat without a word, simply signaling with his eyes that the meeting had begun. Ebis gave a light cough and broke the silence first. Kazekage-sama, Jonan Seo, it seems you've reached a decision. Raza did not answer directly, instead he looked toward Seo, his gaze complicated. Seo stepped forward, posture ramrod straight. Though weary, his eyes blazed. Sweeping his gaze across each of the village's highest decision-makers, he spoke clearly and firmly, shattering the final hush. Kazekage-sama, elders, Hidden Mist's terms are the most thorough trampling of Sunagakure's dignity. We absolutely cannot accept them. His words were resolute, leaving no room for compromise. But, he continued, eyes sharp as blades, empty belief can't solve the village's real plight. I understand we need a powerful response to protect our comrades, to win the compensation we deserve, and to proclaim to the entire ninja world that Sunagakure is no pushover. He drew a deep breath and made a earth-shaking decision. Therefore, I, Sayo, here and now, set down a military pledge. The instant the three words military pledge rang out, even Elder Chiyo's pupils contracted slightly. Sayo's voice rose, filled with unyielding resolve. I will fight across the sea and personally advance to the border of the land of water. I will use my own methods to smash Hidden Mist's defensive line and force them to bow. With undeniable victory, not the humiliation of sacrificing comrades, I will win dignity and benefits for Sunagakure. One battle to decide everything. If I lose, I, Sayo, will bear every consequence and accept any punishment. If I win, I ask the Kazekage and the elders to forever abandon that dangerous idea and fully support my plan to reform the land of wind. His ringing declaration echoed through the office, brimming with heart-stirring courage and confidence. Cross the sea and fight alone, even with a mecha, against a ninja village's coastal defenses. What arrogance, what heroic spirit. Raza jerked his head up, staring hard at Sayo. He had not expected Sayo to choose not further struggle inside the village, but to prove his convictions and resolve its crisis in the most extreme, direct way imaginable. A brilliant light flared in Elder Chiyo's aged eyes. Looking at Sayo, she seemed to see Sunagakure's most dazzling future possibility. Ebis, stunned, stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Cross-sea battle, what do you need? Raza's voice was low. He did not question whether Sayo could do it, but went straight to the crux. After their desert clash, he knew this youth could not be judged by common sense. I need to upgrade the Mirage. Sayo answered without hesitation. The current Mirage can handle land combat, but for ocean operations and piercing Hidden Mist's tight sea defenses it needs greater propulsion, a sturdier frame, longer endurance, and water and aerial mobility. I must build a truly unprecedented giant combat puppet. He turned respectfully and earnestly to Elder Cho. Elder Cho, your mastery of the puppet technique is unsurpassed. I need your wisdom to help me perfect the final design. Elder Cho did not hesitate for a heartbeat, nodding firmly. This old woman will give everything she has. Sunagakure's future is worth any price. Raza hesitated no longer, making the most decisive choice of his tenure as Kazekage, agreed. All of Sunagakure's resources and material stores are open to you. Take whatever you need, the village will fully support you. The highest level decision was issued and executed at astonishing speed. The great war machine of Hidden Sand Village, aimed at a single goal, efficiently sprang back into motion. Sayo worked day and night, locking himself in the expanded R&D department laboratory. Desks were covered with scrolls of precise data, structural diagrams, and sealing formulas. Elder Cho was almost always at his side, using decades of experience to patch the gaps in Sayo's daring yet exquisite designs and refine every detail. His father, Shiryu, came to help as well, leading the maintenance squad's most seasoned old hands in machining and assembling the finest components. The logistics department opened a green corridor, cartloads of precious chakram metal, specialty timber, corrosion-resistant materials, and even rare parts salvaged from war spoils were delivered non-stop to the research workshops. Io, now a medical ninja, volunteered for logistical support, leading comrades from the medical team to provide medical care and nutritional supplements for every sleepless researcher and craftsman. The entire puppet R&D department and indeed every ninja and civilian craftsman in Sunagakure connected to the field was mobilized. Forges blazed day and night, the clang of hammers, the hiss of cutters, and the low hum of chakra smelting never ceased. Everyone knew they were taking part in an endeavor that would make history. As the days passed, the skeletal frame of a colossus gradually took shape inside a specially built oversized workshop. Far larger and more complex than the previous Mirage, it stood an incredible 17 meters tall, a true titan. Watching the cold, mighty steel giant slowly gain its armor, Shiryu could not contain his excitement and awe. During a short break he voiced the curiosity shared by everyone present. Sayo, this unprecedented puppet, what is its name? Sayo was gazing at the cold steel body, eyes blazing with the dreams and convictions of 2 lifetimes. Hearing his father's question, he answered almost without thinking, a name carved into his very soul. Gundam. Its name is Gundam. Gundam. Shiryu and the surrounding artisans repeated the unfamiliar yet powerful word. Though they did not understand its meaning, they could feel the weight and hope it carried. Yes, Gundam. Sayo turned, sweeping his gaze over everyone who had poured their hearts into the project, his voice firm and forceful. It will bear our convictions and our future, cross the seas, and win true peace and dignity for Sunagakure. Inside the vast workshop, every worker unconsciously set down their tools and turned to look at the nearly completed steel titan, eyes filled with hope and resolve. The miracle named Gundam was slowly awakening in the deserts of the land of wind. Chapter 118 Gundam. Standing on the earth. Inside Sunagakure's largest secret workshop, the air itself seemed to freeze with reverence. Everyone involved in the construction, from the higher UPS like Cho and Ebis, to Shiryu the father of Sayo, and every craftsman and researcher who had poured in countless hours of sweat held their breath as they gazed up at the completed steel titan before them. It stood quietly on its bespoke gantry, 17 staggering meters tall. Its streamlined silver-blue armor flowed with a cold, sacred luster under the workshop lights. Its silhouette bore no resemblance to Sunagakure's or the entire ninja world's traditional puppets. It was closer to an era-transcending, perfect humanoid weapon that united power and beauty, the visual impact taken to that of the Freedom Gundam. Even while motionless, it radiated a heart-shaking majesty and the frigid authority of precision machinery. It's finally done. Seo's voice trembled, the thrill of a dream turned reality. At the Titan's feet he gazed upward at the ultimate creation that embodied the wisdom of his 2 lifetimes, the village's lifeblood, and the hope of the future. Begin the final test, Seo, said forth Kazekage Raza, fighting to stay calm, yet his clenched fists betrayed his awe and anticipation. Seo nodded sharply, drew a deep breath, formed hand seals, and barked, puppet technique, super brain technique. A thought flashed, denser, more numerous chakra threads burst from behind his head and connected to the thousands of chakra receptors across the Gundam. VRRR. A deep, forceful hum sounded from the Gundam's chest as the slumbering beast awakened. Nestled in its core power zone, the natural energy puppet core fashioned from an even larger god tree fragment glowed soft green and activated. Vast, pure natural energy converted into a gentle yet boundless chakra torrent that flooded every energy conduit. The giant's eyes, monitors, flared alive with icy blue, razor-sharp light. The potent energy ripple made every sensor-type ninja present shudder. Energy output stable far beyond projections. A researcher cried, voice cracking. Sensor system online. Seo's will traveled through the threads. The amplified natural energy perception merged with the head's precision sensors. Instantly, every rustle within dozens of li, every chakra fluctuation, even the subtlest flow of natural energy became crystal clear data streaming into Seo's mind. The range and precision rivaled or surpassed the Byakugan. Hover system engage. Seo exchanged a glance with Elder Cho, whose eyes brimmed with pride. Their masterpiece was alive. No simple magnetic levitation. The huge, ornate wings, Freedom Gundam style, unfolded from the back, vector nozzles glowing bluish. Simultaneously, the hover power furnace in the waist activated Seo's deeper application of magnet release after consulting Raza, combining natural energy with magnetic principles into an independent hover reactor. The hum rose to a keen whine. A lift field of magnetic force and natural energy wrapped the entire frame. It did not merely leave the ground, it cast off the Earth's shackles entirely. The gantry slid away. Under every stunned gaze the 17-meter steel colossus hovered, silent and weightless, defying all common sense true, full domain suspension, no longer skimming the surface. Mobility test. Seo willed. The giant wings tilted microscopically, vector jets puffed. The massive frame snapped sideways, then spun in place swift as lightning, devoid of any ponderous inertia. Aerial agility, near perfect. Weapons systems deploy. The left shoulder armor slid open to reveal a multi-barrel Senbon launcher, poison Senbon glinted with natural energy augmentation. The right shoulder's physical giant ship-cleaving sword ejected into the Gundam's metal hand, wind release, wind cutter chakra instantly sheathed the blade, shrieking as though it could slice space itself. All sea-crossing survival modules water pressure proofing, ocean mobility suite, maritime stabilizers passed self-check. Seo guided the Gundam to settle in the center of the workshop. Though weighted rock lightened its mass, when the metal soles finally touched the ground the impact was a titanic, world-anchoring boom. Boom. The workshop floor trembled, it felt as though the giant was not landing but stamping its existence, immovable, onto the earth. Silence. Deathly silence. Then thunderous cheers and gasps erupted. Sheryu and the maintenance squad wept, R&D researchers frantically logged data. Eba's pipe clattered to the floor, unnoticed. Elder Cho whispered, we've surpassed the limit of puppet technique. Even the fourth Kazekage stood speechless, staring at the steel titan named Gundam. The last trace of doubt in his eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing, unprecedented hope. Seo leapt down from the Gundam and landed before the crowd. He turned, gazed once more at his creation, and declared, voice ringing through the workshop. Its name Gundam. It shall carry Sunagakure's will across the sea on an expedition. This time victory is certain. Chapter 119, Strategy Determined. The shock and excitement brought by the completion of the Gundam had not yet subsided among the Sunagakure High Command when the pressing reality quickly pulled them back into calm strategic planning. Inside the Kazekage's office, the atmosphere was once again solemn and focused. 4th Kazekage Raza, Elder Cho, Ebizo, and core staff officers were gathered, and Seo, as the sole executor and core of this operation, was also present. A massive map of the Land of Wind and the surrounding sea was spread across the central table, and everyone's gaze was focused on the blue area belonging to the Land of Water. Seo, Raza began, his finger pointing at a large island southwest of the Land of Water's main island. The Hidden Mist Village's defense system is tight. Its main island is perpetually shrouded in thick fog and barriers, guarded by heavy troops and numerous bloodline limit families. A direct assault, even with the power of the Gundam, carries immense risk and could easily lead to being surrounded. Ebizo stroked his beard and added, exactly. We need a target that is significant enough to wound the Hidden Mist deeply, but not so devastating that it feels like annihilation, which would trigger an all-out war or a desperate fight to the death. Furthermore, this target must possess extremely high strategic or economic value. Elder Chiyo's cloudy yet sharp gaze swept over the map, finally resting on an archipelago area along the southeastern coast of the Land of Water's main island, here. The Hidden Mist's second largest island, Baijiao Island. It is a vital fishing center for the Hidden Mist, a source of certain ninja tool materials, and a crucial supply base for their southern maritime patrol fleet. Destroying or heavily damaging this location is enough to make the Hidden Mist feel a deep sting, their economy and naval power will take a significant hit. Crucially, it is far from the Hidden Mist village headquarters, its defenses are much weaker than the main island, yet it is important enough to force the Hidden Mist High Command to sit down and renegotiate. Seo scrutinized the map, his mind working quickly. Combining the Gundam's capabilities with the ultra-long-range sensing ability provided by the Natural Energy Core, a bold and highly efficient surprise attack plan rapidly formed in his mind. I agree with Elder Chiyo's choice of target. Seo looked up, his eyes shining with confidence. The strategy is as follows. First, covert infiltration. I will depart immediately, utilizing the Gundam's aerial mobility and sensing system to avoid all surveillance, proceeding secretly to the eastern coastline to rendezvous with Senior Pakura. This matter must be kept absolutely confidential, the Hidden Mist must not detect anything. Second, two-person surprise attack. Upon arrival, I will inform Senior Pakura of the details. The operation will be executed jointly by Senior Pakura and me. Her powerful Scorch release is a sharp weapon against garrison troops and can form perfect synergy with the Gundam. The two of us are sufficient. Third, cross-sea lightning strike. Seo's finger tapped firmly on Baijiao Island. Under cover of night, I will pilot the Gundam and fly across the sea with Senior Pakura. Utilizing the Gundam's ultra-long endurance and mobility, we will bypass all of the Hidden Mist's outer perimeter warnings and strike directly at Baijiao Island. Fourth, precise crippling strike. Upon arrival, we do not seek occupation, only maximum destruction. I will use the Gundam to destroy coastal defenses, port facilities, anchored fleets, warehouses, and other vital targets. Senior Pakura will focus on using Scorch release to suppress the garrison troops and any potential Hidden Mist reinforcements. We must deliver a devastating blow before the main Hidden Mist forces can react. Fifth, force negotiations. After the strike is complete, we will immediately withdraw and return to the coastline. Our negotiation representative, Jonan Baiki, will set sail again, throwing the results of the battle directly in the face of the Hidden Mist negotiators. Using undeniable military success and continuous armed deterrence, we will force them to the negotiating table and make them retract their shameless demands. They must understand that Sunagakure has the ability and the resolve to bring the flames of war right to their doorstep. Seo's voice was clear and calm, articulating the entire high-risk, high-reward surprise attack plan logically. Every step fully utilized the Gundam's strategic mobility and absolute military power, combined with Pakura's offensive capabilities, making it a classic surgical strike. Silence fell across the office as everyone processed the extremely bold plan. Raza stared sharply at Seo. How confident are you? If you are discovered early, or if the Gundam malfunctions over the sea, you and Pakura. The Gundam is in perfect condition, and the endurance provided by the Natural Energy Core far exceeds expectations. My sensing ability is sufficient to preemptively avoid most risks. Seo's tone was firm. As for confidence, there is no 100% certainty in war. But I trust my puppet, I trust Senior Pakura's strength, and I believe this is the best way for us to break the deadlock and protect our comrades. Only by demonstrating the power to threaten their homeland can we earn true peace and respect. He once again quoted the famous saying, peace exists only when sought through struggle. Raza was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded heavily, good. Proceed according to your plan. The Hidden Sand Village will provide you with all necessary logistical support. Elder Cho added, I will immediately send a message to Pakura, informing her of the situation and having her prepare for rendezvous and battle. The details will be explained by you in person upon arrival. Ebizo said, I will personally contact Baiki and have him prepare. Once you succeed, he needs to immediately conduct the toughest follow-up negotiations. With the strategy determined, the entire Sunagakure High Command machine began operating efficiently once more. Seo wasted no time. After a brief farewell to his father, he quietly left the Hidden Sand Village. He did not summon the Gundam but instead relied on the powerful physique of his pseudo-sage body and wind release acceleration, transforming into a gust of wind, heading straight for the eastern coastline. His figure vanished into the wind and sand, carrying the hopes of the entire village, along with a steel giant capable of changing the tide of war, rushing toward a cross-sea surprise attack that would soon shake the ninja world. The strategy was set, and the sharp sword was about to be unsheathed. Chapter 120, Assault on Hidden Mist. In the deep night sky, the stars were dim, and only the sea surface reflected the faint moonlight, outlining the boundless, inky waves. Above this silence and darkness, a gigantic shadow swept silently across the sea at a speed surpassing any flying summoning beast, rushing toward the land of water. Seo was fully focused on the Gundam's left shoulder. The massive energy flow provided by the stable operation of the Natural Energy Core ran throughout the Gundam, and its sensing system was fully activated. Changes in airflow within dozens of nautical miles, the movement of large creatures in the sea below, and even minute chakra fluctuations in the extreme distance were all transformed into clear data streams presented in his consciousness. Pakura sat quietly on the Gundam's right shoulder, subtle heat waves circulating around her. Her eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and she had long since adjusted her status to its peak. After 4 hours of continuous high-speed flight, crossing vast stretches of sea, a massive island silhouette and a dense cluster of powerful chakra signatures on it finally became conspicuous at the edge of the Gundam's ultra-long distance sensing range, like a lighthouse in the dark night. Target island detected. Large amounts of ninja chakra are gathered, confirmed to be the main port and military area. Seo's voice calmly reached Pakura's ears. Senior Pakura, please prepare for battle. Contact in 30 seconds. Pakura took a deep breath. The scorch release chakra around her became increasingly active, and the orange-red light faintly illuminated her cold face. I've been ready. Let these hidden mist scum taste the flavor of scorching. The gigantic wingspan behind the Gundam slightly adjusted its angle. The blue light from the vector thrusters grew increasingly brighter, and its speed soared again. Like a silver meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying resolute killing intent, it lunged toward the defenseless island Baijiao Island, the second largest island of hidden mist. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm finally tore through the island's nocturnal tranquility, but it was too late. By the time the hidden mist sentries spotted the steel giant descending and tearing apart the night sky with their naked eyes, the Gundam had already arrived above the port like a divine punishment. First targets, coastal defenses, port facilities, and fleet. Open fire. Seo shouted in a low voice, and the chakra thread behind his head shone brightly. The multi-barrel Senbon launcher on the Gundam's left shoulder instantly popped out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless poisoned Senbon poured down like a rainstorm, precisely covering several watchtowers and ballista positions at the port. The hidden mist ninja stationed there were riddled with holes before they could even scream. The right arm lifted, and the giant battleship slaying blade was raised high. The chakra of wind release, wind cutter violently wrapped around it, emitting a deafening shriek. Slash. Following Seo's will, the giant blade swung down abruptly with the momentum of tearing everything apart. Boom. With a tremendous sound, the massive dock and the supplies piled upon it were sliced in two. The savage wind pressure ripped the roofs off nearby warehouses. A medium-sized warship moored beside the dock was easily split open like a toy, broken into two halves, and rapidly sank into the sea. Second target, the fleet. The wingspan behind the Gundam erupted again. The machine performed a swift dive, its mechanical left arm extended, fingers splayed open, and the massive chakra condensation device in its palm glowed with dazzling light. Magnet release, iron sand world method, imitation. Although it wasn't true iron sand, the highly condensed chakra shockwave, imbued with magnet release power, struck the side of another large warship attempting to weigh anchor and escape the harbor, like an invisible giant hammer. Crack. Boom. The warship's keel groaned under the strain. A massive dent was forcefully smashed into its side, and seawater poured in frantically, causing it to list rapidly. The port instantly plunged into a sea of fire and chaos. Explosions, alarms, and screams merged into a single cacophony. Senior Pakara. Understood. Pakara's figure leaped out like a burning meteor, landing steadily on top of a tall building below. She overlooked the panicked port and the hidden mist garrison camp in the distance, which was lit up and clearly alarmed, and quickly formed hand seals. Scorch release, extreme steaming murder. Several orange-red fireballs, even larger than those used in the desert, appeared out of thin air, radiating terrifying heat that warped the air. Like spheres of deadly suns, they accurately smashed into the most critical targets within the port area: the fuel depot, the armory, and the remaining patrol boats clustered together. Boom. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions rang out consecutively, and towering fireballs illuminated half the port as if it were daylight. The fuel depot explosion triggered a chain reaction, massive waves of fire consumed everything, and the merged ships caught fire, turning into floating torches. After completing the first wave of devastating strikes, Seo piloted the Gundam to ascend again. Its cold electronic eyes locked onto the central area of the island where a large amount of powerful and chaotic chakra was surging out of the hidden mist garrison camp, clearly indicating that the main defense forces were mobilizing. Senior Pakara, the main force is here. According to the plan, you go to the camp and create maximum chaos. I will suppress and eliminate peripheral reinforcements and any potential elite enemies. Seo's voice was transmitted to Pakara's ears via chakra vibration. Leave it to me. Pakara sneered. Her figure transformed into a streak of fire, rushing directly toward the garrison camp. The hidden mist garrison camp was now in complete disarray. They never dreamed that the enemy would appear directly in the island's core in this manner. The Kagai clan, famous for their warmongering nature and the Shikatsumayaku bloodline limit, was responsible for the defense of this location. Stop her. It's the Scorch release user from Sunagakure. An elite jonin of the Kagai clan roared, leading a dozen clansmen out of the camp, attempting to intercept Pakara. Ants. Pakara's eyes were cold. She did not dodge or evade, the Scorch release fireballs surrounding her actively met the charge as if they possessed life. Gah! Screams erupted instantly. The bone defense the Kagai clan prided themselves on was meaningless against that extreme heat. Upon contact, moisture was completely evaporated, the hard bones became brittle and shattered, and the few ninja charging at the front instantly turned into twisted charcoal. Boil release, skilled mist technique. A hidden mist jonin, not of the Kagai clan, attempted to resist using boil release acidic mist. However, the moment his acidic mist approached the Scorch release fireball, it was instantly evaporated without a trace by the even higher temperature. Pakara didn't even spare him a glance. A Scorch release fireball swept past, reducing him and several surrounding hidden mist ninja to ash. Pakara was like a walking natural disaster. Where she passed, nothing survived, leaving behind only horrific dried corpses. Her target was clear. She charged straight toward the command center and the most densely populated areas in the heart of the camp. Scorch release fireballs shot out like rapid-fire cannons, triggering massive explosions and panic. The hidden mist defenders suffered heavy casualties and were utterly unable to organize an effective defense. Bastards! A furious roar came from deep within the camp. The current Kagai clan head, accompanied by the strongest elites of the clan, finally appeared in a panic. Their eyes were bloodshot as they witnessed the carnage inside the camp. Shikatsumayaku, Dance of the Seedling Fern. The clan head did not hesitate, immediately activating the powerful bloodline limit. Countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground, covering a large area, attempting to restrict Pakara's movements. At the same time, the Gundam's massive shadow already enveloped the area. Your opponent is me, Seo's cold voice resonated from high altitude. The Gundam's giant battleship-slaying blade, tearing through the wind, slashed fiercely toward the Kagaya clan head. Simultaneously, the shoulder Senbon launcher opened fire again. Dense poison needles shot toward the Kagaya elites like locusts, forcing them to focus entirely on defense, making it impossible to support their clan head. The Kagaya clan head looked up in horror. Facing the gigantic blade that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, he could only frantically activate bone spikes in an attempt to block it. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and smoke and dust shot skyward. Seo and Pakura, one high and one low, coordinated perfectly. The Gundam used absolute power to suppress Hidden Mist's high-end combat strength and any teams attempting to reinforce, while Pakura, like a deadly firestorm, raged through the Hidden Mist camp, ruthlessly harvesting lives and destroying everything. By Jiao Island, this crucial southern stronghold of Hidden Mist, welcomed complete destruction and the arrival of despair tonight. The assault was successful. Chapter 121, Calm Retreat. Bai Jiao Island had completely transformed into a burning purgatory. Thick smoke billowed from the port, and towering flames illuminated half the night sky, while the wreckage of destroyed warships continued to explode with dull, heavy sounds. The main garrison area was even more ghastly, with scorched corpses, melted and deformed ninja tools, and ground vitrified by the high temperature of scorch release visible everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burning and the stench of death. Seo and Pakura, two powerhouses whose strength surpassed that of ordinary elite jonin and touched the cage-level threshold, showcased their destructive capabilities to the fullest in this meticulously planned raid. Especially for the Kagaya clan, who specialized in close-quarters bone blades combat, Pakura's scorch release was a natural counter and an absolute nightmare. Their famed Shikatsumayaku, the corpse bone pulse, was as fragile as dry branches before the extreme heat that warped the air. Kagaya ninja attempting to approach often lost all their moisture and were turned into charcoal before they even got within 10 meters of Pakura, their hard bones crumbling into brittle pieces. The Kagaya clan head, facing the savage slashes of the Gundam's gigantic ship-slicing blade, which was wrapped in wind release, could only barely defend himself with an endless torrent of bone structures. He was covered in blood, utterly defeated, and had no time to spare for anything else. Furthermore, the Gundam's destructive power against fixed installations and fleets was unparalleled. Its massive size, terrifying strength, and precise firepower coverage reduced targets like coastal defenses, warehouses, and docks to ruins in a short time. The shuriken, kunao, and even large crossbow bolts fired by the surviving Hidden Mist ninja merely sparked against the high-strength alloy armor, unable to leave even a scratch. What made the Hidden Mist even more desperate was that this island served as an important ninja tool production site and material reserve for them, storing a massive quantity of metal ninja tools and unprocessed iron ore scattered everywhere. For Seo's magnet release, this was simply an inexhaustible ammunition depot and weapon field. Seo didn't even bother to manipulate the iron sand from the desert. With a slight shift of thought, he activated his full magnet release force field. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. In an instant, it was as if all the metal on the entire island was responding to his call. Countless shuriken, kunao, senbon, and even large chunks of raw iron ore, scattered on the ground, blasted out of warehouses, or still held by Hidden Mist ninja who hadn't had time to throw them, were seized by an invisible giant hand. They floated up, converging in the air into a dense, dark torrent shimmering with deadly metallic luster. The next moment, this death storm, composed of countless pieces of metal, surged forth as if alive, following Seo's will toward any Hidden Mist squad daring to gather or attempt a long-range attack. Quick, dodge. Damn it. Those are my kunao. The Hidden Mist ninja scattered in terror, but the metallic storm covered a vast area and moved extremely fast. Countless ninja tools rained down like a tempest, piercing flesh, shattering bone, and triggering a chorus of miserable screams. This was quite literally a massacre composed of their own weapons. Strategic objective achieved. Pakura Senior, retreat. Seo's voice, transmitted via chakra vibration, reached Pakura, who was causing chaos in the main camp. Upon hearing this, Pakura did not hesitate. The scorch release fireballs surrounding her suddenly expanded outward, performing an indiscriminate, violent burn that forced back the remaining Hidden Mist ninja. Then, her figure flashed, and after a few bounds, she returned to the massive mechanical palm extended by the Gundam. Seo piloted the Gundam as it ascended again, its cold electronic eyes scanning the devastated island below. He did not leave immediately, but instead did something that left all surviving Hidden Mist ninja dumbfounded. The Gundam's huge mechanical hand grasped at the void, and a powerful magnet release force field once again enveloped a large area. The metal ninja tools that had just been unleashed and were now scattered across the ground, embedded in corpses and buildings, along with a large amount of raw iron ore remaining in nearby warehouses, were forcefully extracted as if time were reversing. They converged toward the Gundam like a black iron sand whirlwind. Seo quickly pulled out an extra-large sealing scroll and, with the Gundam's assistance, unfurled it. The enormous metallic torrent was efficiently compressed and stored within the scroll, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. These were valuable resources. Bringing them back to Sunagakure would allow for the creation of a large number of standardized ninja tools, greatly alleviating the village's material pressure. Bastard. He's stealing our supplies. An elite jonin of the Kagaya clan was so furious he coughed up blood, yet he could only watch, utterly unable to stop the theft. In mere tens of seconds, the massive flow of metal was completely collected, and Seo put away the extra-large sealing scroll with satisfaction. Mission complete, and the haul is considerable. Time to go. Seo chuckled softly, operating the Gundam's gigantic wingspan to fully extend, as the vector thrusters behind it erupted with the fiercest light. Boom! The powerful thrust allowed the Gundam to instantly break the sound barrier, transforming into a silver-blue meteor. It rapidly climbed, tearing through the clouds, and sped away in the direction it came from. Within a few breaths, it became a tiny speck in the sky, finally vanishing completely into the vast night. They arrived suddenly and departed calmly. All that remained was the scorched, fire-lit Baijiao Island, and the hidden mist survivors shaken, heavily defeated and filled with endless fear and humiliation. This cross-sea assault not only responded to the hidden mist's shameless demands in the most forceful manner but also used absolute military strength to declare Sunagakure's resolve and that terrifying new power to the entire ninja world. Sao and Pakura, piloting the miracle-named Gundam, embarked on their journey home. But the shock and subsequent ramifications they brought were only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 122, Return. The silver-blue giant tore through the clouds, descending like a falling star, landing steadily in front of the defensive position on Sunagakure's eastern coastline. The oppressive feeling brought by its massive body instantly put the station Sunagakure ninja into combat mode, but when they clearly saw its unique and majestic form, and the two familiar figures leaping out of the opened cockpit, earth-shattering cheers immediately replaced the alarm. It's Lord Sao. Lord Pakura. They're back. They succeeded. They must have succeeded. Sao and Pakura landed on the ground. Although their faces showed the fatigue of a long journey and intense battle, their eyes were bright like stars, and the fierce killing intent from the recent major conflict had not yet completely dissipated, making them awe-inspiring yet incredibly reassuring. Pakura quickly gave a few instructions to the approaching defense commander, stabilizing morale and strengthening vigilance. Sao, however, walked straight toward the communications squad without stopping. Immediately prepare the fastest ninja hawk with the highest encryption level. Sao's voice held an undeniable urgency. This intelligence has the highest priority and must be delivered directly to the Kazekage's office. Seeing Sao's solemn expression and the powerful chakra fluctuations that had not yet calmed down, the communications squad ninja dared not delay and immediately prepared everything at top speed. Sao quickly tied a scroll recording the crucial battle results to the Ninja Hawk's leg and patted its wings. The Ninja Hawk let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings, and soared high, turning into a small black dot as it sped toward the hidden sand village. The remaining time was spent waiting. Sao and Pakura stayed on the eastern defense line, resting and recovering while closely monitoring the movements on the sea, guarding against a potential frenzied counterattack from hidden mist. The Sunagakure ninja at the position looked at the silver-blue giant standing silently by the coast like a guardian deity, and the two powerful commanders beside it, filling their hearts with unprecedented confidence and pride. Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage's office. The atmosphere remained heavy. Although Sao had been sent to execute that audacious plan, Raza and the two elders were secretly holding their breath. A cross-sea surprise attack on a hidden mist stronghold carried immense risk, the consequences of failure would be unimaginable. Just then, the rapid flapping of wings sounded outside the window. A dusty ninja hawk landed precisely on the windowsill. The communications squad ninja immediately took the scroll, checked the seal, and hurried into the office, their voice slightly trembling. Lord Kazekage. Urgent report from the east. Highest priority. It's from Jonin Sao. The spirits of the three people in the office instantly lifted. Raza snatched the scroll, quickly broke the seal, and unrolled it. Cho and Ebizo immediately gathered around. The content of the scroll was brief, but every word struck the hearts of the three people like a heavy hammer. Successfully reached the target by Jiao Island. Surprise attack under the cover of night, the enemy was completely unprepared. Over 80% of port facilities, coastal defenses, and anchored fleet destroyed. The defense headquarters suffered heavy damage, the Kagai clan sustained heavy casualties, and the clan chief was wounded. A large amount of metal materials seized. Evacuation completed, currently returned to the eastern defense line. Next to the brief text were several slightly blurry yet incredibly shocking images captured by a reconnaissance puppet, a burning, exploding port, warships sliced in two, a headquarters turned to scorched earth, and the figure of the silver-blue giant, illuminated by the firelight, looking like a demon god descending upon the world. Silence. A deathly silence permeated the office. Elder Chiyo's aged hands trembled slightly as she touched the writing on the scroll, her lips moving silently, finally dissolving into a long sigh filled with endless relief and excitement. Good. 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 They did it. They actually did it. Ebizo slammed his thigh, his face flushed with excitement, and his habitually squinted eyes widened. An extraordinary achievement. This is an unparalleled feat. With the strength of just two people, they crossed the sea, heavily damaged a vital hidden mist stronghold, and returned without loss. This battle is worthy of being recorded in the history books of the ninja world. Fourth Kazekage Raza tightly gripped the scroll, his knuckles white from the force. He looked at the text and images again and again, a massive storm raging in his heart. Success. They actually succeeded. And they succeeded in such a complete and overwhelming manner. He couldn't help but recall his previous argument with Sao, Sao's quote, peace is maintained only when sought through struggle, and the difficult competition in the desert. All these images finally converged into the battle results on the scroll, just a few lines, yet weighing more than 1,000 pounds. Emotion, relief, shock, and even a hint of lingering fear and guilt, the complex emotions finally resolved into a long breath. He slowly raised his head, the last trace of gloom vanished from his eyes, replaced by unprecedented sharpness and decisiveness. Elder Ebizo, Raza's voice regained its usual composure but carried an undeniable power, immediately copy the core content of this battle report and transmit it as quickly as possible to Baki, who is still dragging out negotiations with Hidden Mist at sea. Tell him the bargaining chips have changed. Have him use these results to negotiate with Hidden Mist. We are not begging them, they must give Sunagakure an explanation. Yes. Ebizo, energized, immediately turned to carry out the order. Raza's gaze turned toward the window again, as if he could pierce the distance to see the eastern coastline. Send orders to the eastern defense line. Command all stationed ninja. Command Sayo and Pakura to continue guarding the defense line under the highest level of alert, strictly guarding against a desperate retaliatory counterattack from Hidden Mist. Yes. The messenger ninja immediately took the order and left. Orders were issued one after another, and the entire high-level structure of the Hidden Sand Village began operating efficiently, like a clock being wound up. Only Raza and Cho remained in the office. Cho looked at Raza's tall, straight back and gently said, Lord Kazekage. Raza did not turn around, only speaking slowly, Elder, perhaps, we truly are old. The path forward should be entrusted to the younger generation, those with more courage and imagination. His gaze became profound and resolute. Through his actions, Sayo not only defended his comrades and won bargaining chips for negotiation but also opened a door to a brand new future for him and for all of Sunagakure. The return was not just a hero's triumphant arrival, but the prelude to a new era. Chapter 123, Hidden Mist Tremors. Baijiao Island, once a prosperous and strategically vital location, had now been reduced to a ruin filled with wails of sorrow. Charred wreckage, unquenched flames, and blackened, twisted corpses visible everywhere formed a scene straight out of hell. The surviving Hidden Mist ninja and a few civilians, like startled birds, numbly searched through the ruins for comrades who might still be alive, or tried in vain to extinguish the remaining embers. The air was thick with the pungent smell of burning blood and the saltiness of the sea, mixing into a sickening scent of despair. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan was wrapped in thick bandages, blood still seeping through. His face was pale, not entirely from his injuries, but from the unforgettable humiliation and horror he felt. He leaned against a broken stone pillar, watching as his clansmen and Hidden Mist colleagues cleared more and more bodies, many of which were the charred remains of Kagaya clan elites. His fists were tightly clenched, his knuckles cracking from the force, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a nearly insane rage. Sunagakure. Pakura, and that damned iron giant, he squeezed the words out through gritted teeth, each one carrying monstrous hatred. When had the Kagaya clan ever suffered such a profound disgrace? They had been invaded, their descendants slaughtered, their homes destroyed, and they couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. Patriarch, the communications squad can release the Ninja Hawks. A Kagaya Jonin, also injured, stumbled over, his voice hoarse and urgent. We must immediately send the message back to the village. The Kagaya Patriarch snapped back to attention. Yes, the message. The village must immediately know what happened here. Fighting through his injuries, he nearly roared the command, immediately. Use the highest level Ninja Hawk. Send the situation back, word for word. Baijiao Island was attacked, the port is completely destroyed, defensive forces lost over 70%, the fleet is annihilated, and the Kagaya clan suffered heavy casualties. The attackers are Sunagakure's Scorch Release user Pakura and an unprecedented giant puppet. Go now. Yes, sir. The Jonin scrambled toward the hastily set up communications point. An urgent battle report, stained with blood and fire, filled with terror and despair, was sent via the highest level Ninja Hawk, crossing the vast sea like a death knell toward the Hidden Mist Village, deep within the land of water. Hidden Mist Village, Mizuki's office. The atmosphere was already stagnant due to the negotiation deadlock with Sunagakure. The third Mizukage, a man who exuded a cold, oppressive aura, was listening to a subordinate's report on the latest or rather, non-existent progress of the talks, his face growing darker by the minute. Suddenly, the office door was violently thrown open. A communications squad ninja, pale-faced and ignoring all etiquette, held a scroll high in his hand, his voice shrill and distorted, Mizukage-sama. Emergency military intelligence. Highest priority. From Baijiao Island. The third Mizukage's brows furrowed sharply, and a sense of foreboding instantly gripped him. Baijiao Island? That distant, yet crucial, southern island? He snatched the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. In just a few seconds, the cold aura surrounding him suddenly turned violent. The temperature in the office seemed to drop instantly, as if an invisible storm were brewing. What? The third Mizukage's voice was distorted by extreme shock and fury. Baijiao Island attacked. Port completely destroyed. Fleet annihilated. 70% loss of garrison. Kagaya clan suffered heavy casualties. Every word that left his mouth caused the other high-ranking officials in the office, including Elder Genshi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to snap open their eyes, their faces edged with disbelief. It's Sunagakure. It's Pakura and a giant puppet. The third Mizukage finished reading and slammed the report onto the table, instantly cracking the hard surface in several places. Impossible. A high-ranking Hidden Mist official cried out in disbelief. Sunagakure just suffered a massive defeat, where did they get the strength for a cross-sea expedition? Especially all the way to Baijiao Island. A giant puppet? What kind of puppet could cause this much destruction? Could it be a new creation by that old hag Cho from Sunagakure? What good is the Kagaya clan? To be beaten so miserably. The office instantly erupted into chaos, filled with emotions of doubt, shock, fury, and confusion. Silence. The third Mizu cage roared suddenly. A terrifying chakra pressure instantly enveloped the room, bringing all noise to a halt. His face was so dark it looked like water might drip from it, his chest heaving violently, his eyes flashing with the insane murderous intent of someone thoroughly provoked and humiliated. The importance of Baijiao Island was self-evident, it was the economic pillar and naval stronghold of the southern hidden mist. Now that it was destroyed, the economic losses were severe, and their maritime power was crippled. More importantly, the face of hidden mist had been rubbed fiercely into the dirt by Sunagakure, a village he despised and one that Konoha had just crippled. This was an absolute disgrace. 100 times more shameful than being repelled at East Sea Bay. Sunagakure, Raza, Pakara, and that damned iron clump. The third Mizukage's voice sounded like grinding ice shards, filled with bitter malice. How dare they? How dare they do this? He suddenly looked at Genshi. Elder Genshi, what is your assessment? Elder Genshi leaned on his cane, his aged face equally solemn. He said slowly, the message should be accurate. Although the Kagaya clan is arrogant and warlike, they would never falsify a military report of such a devastating defeat. Sunagakure, it seems they have undergone changes we could not have foreseen. That giant puppet is likely the key. No matter what it is. The third Mizukage abruptly waved his hand, cutting off Genshi. He was completely blinded by rage at this point. If we don't avenge this, how can my hidden mist stand in the ninja world? Immediately mobilize the troops. Notify the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I, the Mizukage, will personally lead the army to flatten the hidden sand village. I will use the heads of Raza and Pakara to wash away this shame. He delivered the orders almost as a roar, the killing intent radiating from him making the entire office feel like an ice cave. However, the moment he spoke, the faces of Genshi and the few more rational high-ranking officials instantly changed. Mizukage-sama. Please calm down. Genshi urgently tried to dissuade him. If we rashly send out all our forces now for a distant campaign into the land of wind, setting aside the unknown strength of Sunagakure with that mysterious puppet, what if other great nations, especially Konoha, take advantage of our weakness? That's right, Mizukage-sama. The village itself is unstable. Please reconsider. Chapter 124, Reopening Negotiations. The atmosphere inside the Mizukage's office was the dead silence following a storm, suffocatingly oppressive. The violent killing intent surrounding the third Mizukage had not completely dissipated, like a volcano about to erupt, but deep within his scarlet eyes, there was an undeniable trace of coldness and struggle forcibly poured in by reality. Yuanshi Elder's aged and steady voice echoed in the ears of the third Mizukage and all the high-ranking officials like an alarm bell, repeatedly drowning out the pure rage of vengeance. Lord Mizukage, everyone, Yuanshi Elder's gaze swept over the high-ranking officials whose expressions were grim, finally settling on the third Mizukage. Please calm down and take a careful look at the situation Hidden Mist is currently facing. He extended his withered fingers, counting point by point. Every point was like a cold needle, piercing the already tattered pride of Hidden Mist. First, the sneak attack on Konoha. We attempted it twice. Once, we were repelled by Shisui the body flicker Uchiha Shisui and his unit, and the second time, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were almost completely wiped out by Konoha's Azure Beast Might Do. We returned without success and lost all face. Second, the surprise attack on Sunagakure. We thought we could take advantage of their recent defeat, but what was the result? AO's unit was blocked in the desert by Pakara's scorch release, unable to advance an inch. Furthermore, the main force led by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, newly formed, was ambushed at East Sea Bay by an obscure young puppeteer from Sunagakure, who controlled strange puppets, killing 3 members on the spot, forcing a complete rout. Third, and the latest, most devastating blow. Yuanshi Elder's voice suddenly rose, filled with anguish. Our own major stronghold, the southern key location by Jiao Island, was breached by someone crossing the sea, acting as if they owned the place. The port, the fleet, and the defensive forces were utterly destroyed. The Kagaya clan suffered heavy casualties. And the enemy? Only 2 people. 1 puppet. They even had the leisure to plunder large amounts of supplies before calmly leaving. We couldn't even stop them. Every word was like ripping open a bloody wound, causing the faces of all the high-ranking officials in the office to grow paler and their breathing heavier. Humiliation and anger were present, but even more so, a chilling sense of powerlessness. Sending out our entire force to launch a distant campaign against Sunagakure. Yuanshi Elder looked at the third Mizukage, his tone heavy. Lord Mizukage, tell me, what do we have left to wage war? Our naval strength has just been severely damaged. Our elite forces have suffered continuous losses. The various clans inside the village are complaining bitterly, and morale is unstable. If the main force leaves the village, can you guarantee that Konoha, which is eyeing us covetously, won't seize the opportunity? Can you guarantee that Kumagakure and Uegakure won't kick us while we're down? Will Hidden Mist Village even exist then? The third Mizukage clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, blood oozing between his fingers, yet he felt no pain. Yuanshi Elder's words were like buckets of ice water, extinguishing his frantic flames of vengeance, leaving behind only cold ashes and biting chill. He looked around and saw that even the few radical military high-ranking officials who had previously supported going to war were now avoiding eye contact and lowering their heads. Reality was this cruel. Yes, Hidden Mist was no longer the fearsome bloody mist village capable of attacking everywhere. Continuous failures and internal strife had long since hollowed out its foundation. The tragedy at Baijiao Island this time was merely the removal of the last piece of covering cloth. Continuing to be obstinate would only drag the entire village into an abyss of eternal damnation. A long, suffocating silence enveloped the entire office. Finally, the third Mizukage seemed drained of all strength. Slowly and with extreme difficulty, he unclenched his fists and slumped back into his chair. He closed his eyes, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with endless exhaustion and reluctance. Then, in your opinion, what should we do? Yuanshi Elder secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the most dangerous moment had passed. He pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke the choice that everyone was reluctant to accept but had no option but to face. Reopen negotiations. These few words were light, yet weighed more than 1,000 pounds. However, Yuanshi Elder changed his tone, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The basis of the negotiation must change. We absolutely cannot admit to starting the war, that would put us completely in the wrong and give Sunagakure, and even the entire ninja world, more leverage. This incident can only be defined as an unfortunate local conflict resulting from escalated border friction and misunderstanding. Based on this, he continued, we can consider offering Sunagakure a certain level of compensation to quell the incident and restore peace in the southern seas. But this must absolutely not be reparations, rather, it will be humanitarian aid or resource compensation based on overall strategic considerations. This was typical political rhetoric, preserving the last shred of face while essentially making concessions. Although everyone knew this was just self-deception, in the face of brutal reality, this was the most dignified way out Hidden Mist could secure. The third Mizukage remained silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded extremely slightly, as if the motion had exhausted all his strength. Then, do as you say. He waved his hand, his voice utterly exhausted, immediately contact the negotiating representatives still at sea and grant them new authority, go and talk. With the order given, the high-ranking officials in the office left in silence, their footsteps unusually heavy. A sense of humiliation still lingered, but it was overshadowed by the powerlessness of survival and the dejection of facing reality. Soon, the new instructions were transmitted via encrypted channels to the Hidden Mist negotiating representative, who was still engaged in a tedious tug-of-war with Sunagakure's representative, Beiki, at sea. When the Hidden Mist representative saw the contents of the directive, his expression instantly became incredibly complex, shifting between green and white, finally dissolving into a long, helpless sigh. He composed himself, struggled to maintain a calm exterior, and once again sent a request for a meeting to Beiki's vessel. This time, Hidden Mist's attitude was about to undergo a complete 180-degree turn. A negotiation based on an entirely new foundation was about to begin. And the initiative had already completely fallen into the hands of Sunagakure. Chapter 125, The Hidden Mist Concedes. On the vast ocean, two ships representing the opposing sides maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far, just as they had every day for the past month. However, the atmosphere in the air was distinctly different from the monotonous intense standoff of previous days. On the representative ship of Sunagakure, Beiki looked at the encrypted scroll, freshly delivered by a ninja hawk from the village, which recorded the astonishing battle results from Baijiao Island. Even though he already knew the outcome, his chest still rose and fell slightly as he reviewed it again, and an indescribable sense of excitement and pride welled up within him. He carefully put away the scroll, casting his gaze toward the Hidden Mist ship across the water. His eyes no longer held the anxiety and helplessness from before, replaced instead by a calm composure born from confidence in absolute strength. Sure enough, not long after, the Hidden Mist ship once again raised the signal flag requesting a meeting. This time, Beiki could even detect a subtle hint of panic and submission in the flag bearer's slightly stiff movements. The meeting was held again on the temporary platform between the two ships. The sea breeze was still salty and damp, but the balance of power had completely shifted. The arrogance and sarcasm on the face of the Hidden Mist elder representative had vanished without a trace, replaced by a stiff expression that, despite his best efforts to hide it, still revealed awkwardness and pallor. He even skipped the opening remarks, cleared his throat, and immediately cut to the chase. His voice was no longer that condescending tone from before, but instead carried a hint of urgency. Beiki Jonin, after careful and sincere reconsultation by our village's high command, we believe that the misunderstandings and tensions previously caused by poor communication between our two sides have indeed, negatively affected the relationship between our nations. He struggled with his words, each one seemingly burning his tongue, especially recently, in the eastern coastal area of the Land of Wind, due to some unnecessary friction and escalating misunderstandings, it has indeed, caused certain troubles and losses for your village. Beiki watched him expressionlessly, sneering inwardly. What a misunderstanding, what friction, what troubles. He was trying to gloss over a premeditated invasion and a devastating counterattack pushed onto their homeland with such understatement. The Hidden Mist representative observed Beiki's expression. Seeing no reaction, he grew even more nervous and had to grit his teeth and continue, speeding up his speech slightly, to demonstrate the sincerity of our Hidden Mist village's desire for peace, and to compensate your village for the losses incurred during this unfortunate incident. Our village is willing to provide Sunagakure with a one-time resource compensation to comfort the casualties and rebuild the affected facilities. He deliberately avoided all sensitive vocabulary such as indemnity, war, and apology, attempting to redefine the nature of the conflict using terms like compensation, friction, and incident. Normally, Beiki would have been helpless against the shameless denial of the Hidden Mist, left only with anger. As the user said, whether facing Konoha or other major nations, the Hidden Mist, relying on the natural barrier of the sea and an environment difficult to attack, had always been masters of evasion. Even if others won a battle, it was difficult to truly cross the sea to punish them, and conflicts often ended without resolution. But this time, it was completely different. Beiki felt completely confident. He lightly tapped the table, his voice calm yet carrying undeniable authority. Esteemed elder, I believe you have gotten a few points wrong. First, it was not friction, but your village's premeditated military attack on Sunagakure's eastern coastal defenses. Second, it was not escalating misunderstandings, but your village's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist leading an invasion, which was bravely repelled by Sunagakure. Third, it was not an unfortunate incident, but your village's crucial military base, Baijiao Island, which received a deserved counter-attack due to continuous provocation. Every word was like a slap across the hidden mist representative's face. Especially the last 2 terms, Baijiao Island and counter-attack, which he emphasized heavily. The hidden mist representative's face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. The other side held ironclad evidence and battle results, any denial was powerless in the face of facts. More importantly, the opposing side now possessed the terrifying capability to cross the sea at any moment and strike vital targets. This was the most crucial factor. Sunagakure was no longer the landlocked nation they could manipulate at will, or one they couldn't effectively retaliate against even after a victory. That giant puppet named Gundam had completely changed the rules of the game. Beiki watched his shifting expression, knowing the time was right. He slowly took out the scroll containing the pre-drafted terms and pushed it across. These are the terms based on the facts. Please review them. If there are no questions, you may sign. If there are still misunderstandings. He paused, his tone flat yet containing a massive threat. Our Sunagakure Gundam wouldn't mind sailing out again to clarify them. The hidden mist representative took the scroll with trembling hands. Upon unfolding it, he saw that the terms were far more specific and stringent than those previously proposed by Sunagakure, and the amount and types of resources for compensation, though the text likely still used the word compensation, had increased significantly. Yet, he knew this was the result of the other side being considerate enough to settle the matter quickly and not demand even more excessive terms. He felt as if he could see the cold gaze of the silver-blue giant behind the scroll, along with the helpless and weary instructions from the Mizukage and Elder Genshi. Struggle, humiliation, resentment, all these emotions finally culminated in a powerless sigh. What more could he say? What dared he say? Fine. He squeezed the word out through gritted teeth, as if expending all his strength. The terms, we accept. He picked up the pen, his hand still trembling, and signed his name on the treaty, which was destined to bring great loss and humiliation to the Hidden Mist. He then affixed the exclusive seal of the Hidden Mist negotiating representative. The moment the seal was affixed, a huge weight finally lifted from Beiki's heart. He knew that this long, tumultuous negotiation had finally concluded with Sunagakure's complete victory. The Hidden Mist, the ninja village notorious for its evasiveness and stubbornness, had finally, for the first time, truly and completely conceded in the face of Sunagakure's absolute military power, a power capable of threatening their homeland. They had no choice but to hold their noses and swallow the bitter fruit they themselves had sown. When the news returned to Hidden Sand Village, it would surely spark massive celebrations. This was not just a diplomatic victory, but a strategic one, marking the formal acquisition by Hidden Sand Village of a strategic deterrent force capable of intimidating surrounding major nations. The sea breeze blew. Beiki put away the weighty treaty, gazing at the hidden mist ship across the water, which seemed to have instantly lost all its morale. His eyes were sharp and distant. Peace has always been fought for. And Sunagakure had finally, in its own way, fought for a precious and genuine peace. Chapter 126 Resounding through the ninja world. A peace treaty is like a boulder hurled into a lake, the ripples it sets off run deeper than the war itself. When Sunagakure and the Hidden Mist reached an agreement and the latter paid a colossal indemnity, the news together with a detailed battle report of the Baijiao Island massacre, selectively leaked by Suna and ferreted out by spies, spread to every corner of the ninja world faster than birds on the wing. At first, no one believed it. Leaders of the great hidden villages all but dismissed the tale as absurd rumor. The very same Suna that had just been forced into a humiliating treaty at Kiki Mountain, ceding land and paying reparations to Konoha, had turned around and beaten the Mist. Not only that they had crossed the sea, smashed a vital base on the enemy's home soil, and compelled the notoriously stubborn Mist to cough up compensation? It sounded like pure fantasy. Yet as more details surfaced and were confirmed, disbelief gave way to shock and deep wariness. Every gaze converged on the 2 shinobi who had wrought this miracle. Their names, together with their terrifying fighting styles and battle records, echoed across the world at unprecedented speed. Pakura of the Scorch Release. The name had appeared before, but the battles at East Sea Bay and the raid on Baijiao Island branded the might of her Scorch Release bloodline limit into every listener's mind in horrific, unforgettable fashion. Rumors paint her as a desert beauty, healthy, strong, and alluring, yet beneath that loveliness lurks lethal intent. She need not close in like other ninja, her ninjutsu is a roaming natural disaster. The Scorch Release bloodline is no mere fire. It is extreme heat that vaporizes everything. Anyone touched by her orange-red sphere dies a ghastly death. Every drop of moisture in the body is instantly boiled away, flesh shrivels, skin chars and splits, and the corpse ends up a twisted, desiccated husk. The very thought chills even brave ninja to the bone. Do not let her within 100 meters. Water release is useless, it evaporates in an instant. She's a walking drought, a forbidden zone for all life. Such comments spread in hushed tones. Pakura's name became the perfect fusion of beauty and death, inspiring awe and dread. From that day on, no Mist ninja dared approach Suna's eastern shore under her watch. Seo the magnet release puppeteer. Compared with Pakura, Seo was far less known yet far more mysterious and awe-inspiring. A 13-year-old Jonin already labeled a monster, his combat style overturned every preconception of the puppeteer profession. Intelligence shows he inherited the third Kazekage's famed magnet release, and can wield wind and earth ninjutsu to devastating, compound effect. People exclaimed that Suna's magnet release had found a mighty new heir. What truly horrified analysts, however, was the supersized humanoid mobile weapon puppet he commanded, the outside world still unaware of its name, Gundam. Every report on Baijiao Island repeats the same details, its silver-blue plating, streamlined frame, impossible height, estimated above 15 meters, and performance that shatters all puppet tradition, unmatched defense, ruinous physical power, pinpoint long-range fire, and, crucially, the ability to soar through the sky and mount cross-sea raids at will. This is no mere puppet, it is a mobile steel fortress, a divine war shell forged for battle. Suna's puppet technique has reached this level. What powers that thing? What energy core can keep such a behemoth fighting and flying? Magnet release can levitate something that heavy. Questions and speculation swirl among the great nation's leaders, but no answers emerge. Seo, the freakishly young prodigy, and his mysterious, overpowering giant puppet have upended battlefield norms, redefined warfare, and raised the ceiling of the puppeteer profession to a height that feels almost hopeless. The title Magnet Release Puppeteer spreads, laden with mystery, might, and unknown menace. Pakura the Scorch Release Envoy, Seo the Magnet Release Puppeteer. Their names became Suna's final, resounding chords in the closing movement of the Third Great Ninja War, one scorching, one icy, one uncanny, one majestic, shaking the entire ninja world. They are no longer mere Suna heroes, but top-tier powers the whole world must reassess and treat with extreme caution, forces capable of reshaping the future. Thanks to their brilliance, Sunagakure, after the crushing humiliation at Kiki Mountain, once more stands tall among the great villages, commanding unprecedented respect and wariness. Their names now resound through the ninja world. No one dares belittle this land of wind and sand. A new era belonging to them is slowly beginning. Chapter 127 The Hero Returns. The order sped through encrypted channels to the eastern coastal defense. When Seo and Pakura received the directive personally signed by the 4th Kazekage Raza, commanding their immediate return to the village, both understood that one storm had passed and another, born of glory, was about to break inside their walls. They lingered only long enough to hand over the defense. Then Seo summoned the Gundam. The silver-blue titan rose once more above the shore. Beneath the odd stares of every stationed ninja, Seo piloted it skyward with Pakura aboard, the thrusters in its wings blazed, carving a radiant trail as they streaked toward Sunagakure. Sunagakure itself was already awash in feverish anticipation. The shadow of defeat at Kiki Mountain had yet to lift, but the great victory at East Sea Bay and the daring cross-sea armistice with the hidden mist now blazed through those clouds like a sun, flooding the village with long-lost vigor and hope. Orders from the Kazekage's office were carried out at once. Every main avenue was swept spotless, the roadways lined with Sunagakure banners. Villagers gathered spontaneously, crowding the curbs, faces bright with pride. Children clambered onto father's shoulders, pointing excitedly. Ninjas stood in disciplined ranks farther in, eyes alive with respect and curiosity for the heroes about to return. Beneath the village's huge stone arch, the 4th Kazekage Raza waited with every senior leader, Cho, Ebis, the rest. Raza wore formal Kazekage robes, expression grave, yet in his gaze flickered a hard-to-spot blend of conflict and relief. They're here. They're here, someone shouted first. The crowd surged, every head snapping toward the horizon. A silver speck appeared, swelling fast. With a deep, powerful hum, the silver-blue giant, already famous across the ninja world as soon as new emblem, ripped through the sky and thundered into view. That's the Gundam. Lord Seo's puppet. Heavens, it's even bigger than the stories said. Gasps, cheers, and disbelieving cries rolled forward like surf, wave after wave. The Gundam descended slowly into the open ground beyond the gate. Its sheer mass hushed even the loudest onlookers for a heartbeat. Only the low growl of its engines remained. It settled, metal feet striking earth with a boom that seemed to proclaim, the heroes have truly returned. Seo and Pakura stepped into sight. Seo still wore his pristine Jonin vest, youth showed in his face, but battle had left a composure and edge no one could miss. Beside him, Pakura stood in red battle garb that outlined her lithe frame, aloof and stunning, the very air around her still warm with the afterheat of Scorch release. They exchanged a nod. Seo did not dismiss the Gundam, instead he let the Titan loom behind them like a faithful guardian, the most staggering backdrop the ceremony could ask for. Side by side they walked through the great gate toward the welcoming host. Seo. Pakura. Heroes. Heroes. Long live Suna. Roaring cheers erupted like a tidal wave, loud enough to shake the village sky. Flowers showered down, catching in their hair. Arms waved, eyes brimmed with tears for the home these two had defended, and the dignity they had won back. Calm and steady, Seo and Pakura advanced until they stood before the Kazekage and the elders. Every Suna ninja along the route snapped to rigid attention, saluting with deepest respect. Before Raza they dropped to one knee in unison. 4th Kazekage, Sir Seo/Pakura, reporting as ordered. Raza stepped forward and raised them himself. His gaze lingered on Seo, carrying far too much for words, then resolved into a firm nod. He turned to Pakura with solemn gravity. Facing the throng, Raza lifted his right hand high. The cheers ebbed, every soul sensed the moment had come. Chakra pulsed through Raza's voice, carrying it clear across the square and beyond. People of Sunagakure warriors, today we gather not to dwell on old wounds, but to welcome our champions. Those who washed away our shame and won back our pride. He gestured to Pakara. She Pakara of the Scorch Release. At East Sea Bay she burned an entire enemy force by herself, breaking the hidden mist scheme upon the very shore. At Baijiao Island her scorching art fell like divine punishment, striking terror into every foe and earning Suna undying renown. The crowd erupted again. Raza's voice rose, ringing with absolute authority. Through strength and loyalty she has guarded our dignity and every comrade. Her deeds will be carved into our history, her spirit will inspire every ninja of Suna. He drew a breath and delivered the final verdict, therefore I, 4th Kazekage Raza, by the authority of the shadow bestow upon Jonin Pakara the title Hero of Sunagakure. Suna shall forever glory in your name. Hero of Sunagakure. Lady Pakara. The village exploded. That title stood among the highest honors a single ninja could receive. Standing at the square's center, Pakara heard the thunderous roars, saw the adoring eyes, and even her cool features softened, a glimmer of moisture in her gaze. She inclined her head, accepting the accolade. Raza's eyes shifted to Seo. No further title was given, but in that look of approval and expectation, everything was already said. Seo bowed slightly in answer. The welcome reached its zenith. The hero's return had not only brought victory's joy, it had swept away the gloom of defeat and reforged Sunagakure's very spirit and spine. At that moment, the village's future stood bright, unclouded, and full of promise. Chapter 128 Hidden Mist's Nasty Surprise. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. The atmosphere was more oppressive and frigid than ever. The third Mizukage locked himself in a dim office, while rumors of the crushing defeat on Baijiao Island and the humiliating treaty gnawed at him like vipers. The shame of failure, his hatred for Sunagakure, especially that boy who controlled the giant puppet, and for Pakara, and the seemingly well-meaning yet accusatory stares of the elders such as the village senior counselor, nearly drove him mad. He could not accept that the mist had fallen so low. Could not accept being seen as the mediocre Mizukage who caused it all. He needed a victory, one that would shake the ninja world, shift internal dissent, and even restore his reputation. Since the open battlefield had brought only setbacks, he would use the mist's forte, assassination, conspiracy, no holds barred. Sunagakure. Konoha, the third Mizukage muttered in the shadows, eyes glinting with venomous danger. Sunagakure had just flexed its might and couldn't be touched for now. That left only one target: Konoha. The enemy who had twice humiliated the mist. An extremely vicious, downright insane plan took shape in his mind. He didn't want battlefield victory, he wanted to destroy Konoha's stability from within and make them taste true agony. Come, he rasped in a hoarse roar. A mist enbu wearing an animal mask knelt like a ghost, materializing without a sound. Go Team Plow is to carry out the top secret mission, the third Mizukage said, voice icy and emotionless. Target, Land of Fire. Objective, capture a suitable Konoha ninja, preferably one with ample chakra and fair constitution, and seal the three tails, Isabu, into them. The enbu's body flickered almost imperceptibly. Sealing a tailed beast to create a Jinchuriki was perilous and unstable at the best of times. And from the Mizukage's tone, this wasn't to forge a weapon, but the third Mizukage's mouth curled into a cruel grin. Remember, the seal needn't be complete, the more unstable, the better. Then find a way to send this vessel back to Konoha. You know what surprise an unstable tailed beast unleashed in the heart of the village will bring. Detonate from within. What a malicious scheme. Once the three tails ran wild, the devastation and panic inside Konoha could surpass the losses of a major battle. Suppressing the chill in his heart, the enbu said solemnly, understood. Soon the elite plow squad slipped into the Land of Fire like vipers, patiently hunting. They fixed their target on a Konoha team, Minato Namikaze's students Kakashi Hatake and Rin Nohara. Obito Uchiha was already presumed dead. A carefully planned ambush. Though Kakashi and Rin were strong, they were outmatched by several mist enbu elites. Kakashi took grave wounds protecting Rin. Rin herself was abducted. In a dank mist outpost Rin awoke, imprisoned in a room laced with sealing formulas. Her chakra was completely suppressed. Just then hushed voices drifted through the door. Mist enbu guards. Crazy plan, sealing the three tails into this girl and sending her back to Konoha. SHH. Keep it down. The Mizukage's orders, we just carry them out. An incomplete seal, she won't withstand the beast's power, she'll probably die before even better. If she loses control en route, she can still wipe out border patrols. TCH, what a waste of the little girl. Their words stabbed like frozen knives. Rin realized her fate, she would become a human bomb, return to the village that raised her, to transform among her loved ones into a monster of destruction. Fear and despair flooded her, yet a deeper, steelier resolve quickly replaced them. She would never let herself be the tool that destroyed her home. Suddenly brief clashes rang outside, followed by the familiar chirp of a lightning cutter. It was Kakashi. He had come. Though badly injured, Kakashi stormed the outpost, struck down the guards, and freed her. Rin. Let's move. He pulled her, desperate to escape. Kakashi, wait. She yanked him back, face deathly pale yet blazing with resolve. I heard their plan. They sealed the three tails inside me. The seal's incomplete, I can't control it. They'll send me back to Konoha and unleash it in the village. What? Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, disbelief in his eyes. Instantly he grasped the vileness of the plot. No, absolutely not. Kakashi's voice shook with rage and dread. There's a way. We'll find Minato-sensei, he can break the seal. No time, Kakashi. A bittersweet, hopeless smile touched Rin's lips as tears fell. I can feel it, it's waking. I can't hold it. I can't return to the village. She looked at him, pleading yet unyielding, Kakashi, please, kill me. Before I lose control, before I hurt everyone. Protect the village. It's the only thing I can do. No. Rin. There has to be another way. Kakashi's anguished howl rang out, his white fanged Tonto trembling. To slay a comrade, Obito's dying wish that he protect Rin? A million times worse than death. Kakashi, do it. Rin's voice turned shrill, a tailed beast cloak began wrapping her abdomen, skin cracking, face twisting from agony and the struggle to contain the beast. Hurry. For Konoha. For everyone. Please. My choice. Behind them mist pursuers closed in. Ahead, Rin on the verge of losing control, behind, enemies approaching. Kakashi stood in the cruelest, most despairing choice of his life. Obito's dying plea protect Rin clashed with Rin's desperate plea now. Watching the thick-tailed beast chukar cloak her, feeling the unstable, cataclysmic force about to erupt, Kakashi let out an animal howl of pain. Agony crystallized into cold resolve. He raised the white fang Tonto, lightning released chakra screeching like 1,000 birds. Rin. I'm sorry. Lightning pierced the girl's chest in Kakashi's own heart. With a smile of release, Rin collapsed in his arms. She had foiled the mist's most vicious plot and saved her beloved village with her life. Thus the mist's nasty surprise ended in such a tragic bloodbath, leaving Konoha immense grief and a wound in a boy's heart that would never heal. The debt of blood was engraved upon the hidden mist. Chapter 129, New Year's Eve. The howling sandstorm seemed sensible enough to subside slightly on New Year's Eve, and the hidden sand village was rarely enveloped in an atmosphere of relative tranquility. Warm lights shone through the windows of every household, and the faint scent of food and scattered laughter drifted through the air, attempting to dispel the last vestiges of cold left by the war. Inside Seo's house, the lights were bright but not noisy. The simple dining table held a few dishes that were not extravagant but prepared with enough care. This was the New Year's dinner Shiryu had managed to arrange. The father and son sat facing each other, falling into a momentary silence. The hourglass in the corner flowed silently, marking the complete passing of the old year and the quiet arrival of Konoha year 50. Shiryu picked up the rough earthenware wine cup and took a sip of the slightly spicy, home-brewed light wine, his gaze resting on his son across the table. Seo was wearing casual indoor clothes, his posture was still straight, but most of his youthful naivety had faded from his features, replaced by a composure and reserve forged by weathering trials. Watching him, Shiryu was overwhelmed with emotion and deep sighs. A year, just passed like that, Shiryu's slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. It feels like I lived through a strange and fantastic dream. Seo also picked up his cup, but didn't drink, merely running his fingers lightly along the rim, his eyes distant. Yes, a year, far too many things have happened. Images flashed rapidly through his mind, the humiliation and chaos of the retreat from Kiki Mountain, the first confrontation with hidden mist along the eastern coastline, the fierce duel with the fourth Kazekage in the desert, working tirelessly day and night during the Gundam construction, the tension and determination of the cross-sea expedition, the roaring explosions and towering flames on Baijiao Island, and the overwhelming cheers upon their return. Every instance was a life or death test, and every time felt like dancing on a knife's edge. Shiryu's expression also grew complicated. He sighed, several times I thought we wouldn't make it through. When the news from Kiki Mountain arrived, I almost thought. Then you went to the Eastern Sea defense line, and I heard about you and the Kazekage-sama. Sigh, my heart hasn't rested easy for a single day. He looked up, scrutinizing Seo as if seeing him for the first time, his eyes slightly warm. I truly didn't expect it. I absolutely didn't expect that little guy, who was skinny and small, afraid of being blown over by the wind, and could only hide in the corner of the maintenance squad fiddling with parts, could grow to this extent. His voice was filled with incredible emotion and the deepest pride of a father. That premature child, whom he had to keep by his side and meticulously protect, had now become the pillar supporting the entire village and a powerhouse famous throughout the ninja world. Seo paused slightly upon hearing his father's words, then showed a gentle smile. Those childhood days in the puppet repair class felt incredibly distant now, like a lifetime ago. I didn't expect it either, Seo said softly. Perhaps, it was this world that forced me to move forward. And also the memories and dreams from another world, deeply hidden in his soul. The father and son fell silent again, but the atmosphere was no longer awkward, instead, it was filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe and the warmth of mutual understanding. They had both pulled through and become closer than ever. After a long while, Seo put down his wine cup, his gaze turning serious. He looked at his father, his voice steady yet carrying an undeniable strength. Father, after all that has happened, I increasingly feel that merely having the strength to protect the village might not be enough. Oh. Shiryu looked at him, signaling him to continue. The land of wind is too barren. Seo's gaze seemed to pierce the wall, seeing the endless sandstorm outside. The scarcity of resources is the root of countless conflicts and suffering. People struggle just to survive, and the village is forced to get involved in war after war for resources. Just like what we faced before, where we even had to consider. He didn't utter the words sacrificing Pakura, but Shiryu understood his meaning, and his expression dimmed slightly. Therefore, Seo's voice suddenly grew resolute, and a light of idealism flickered in his eyes. I want to try to change it. Using my knowledge, using magnet release, using puppet technique, using all the power I possess, I will try to change this land. He described his grand vision to his father, searching for water sources, purifying water quality, transforming the sand dunes, establishing an energy system, and even using natural energy to try to affect the local climate. He gradually revealed his dream, which combined his knowledge from 2 lives with his ninjutsu expertise, to the person closest to him. Shiryu listened quietly, his face moving from surprise to contemplation, finally settling on understanding and support. He might not fully grasp the unimaginable technical details his son spoke of, but he could understand the pure heart hidden within the desire to make their homeland better. Changing the land of wind, hey. Shiryu murmured, then nodded heavily, a proud smile appearing on his face. Good. Very good. That is a magnificent dream. Much better than your old man, who only knows how to repair puppets. He picked up the wine pot, refilled Seo's cup and his own, and raised it high. Your dad doesn't have other skills, but I support my son. This path will definitely be difficult, but I believe in you. Come, for your dream, for Sunagakure's future, let's drain this cup. Seo felt a warmth surge through his heart as he looked at the unreserved trust and encouragement in his father's eyes. He raised his wine cup and clinked it firmly against his father's. To the future. The crisp clinking sound echoed in the warm little house, merging with the faint ringing of bells outside that symbolized the passing of the old year and the welcoming of the new. It was as if a starting horn was sounding for the new year, and for a brand new, hopeful dream. New Year's Eve, for them, was not just about reunion, but the beginning of a dream and a legacy. Chapter 130, Echoes of the Ninja World. In the early spring of Konoha year 50, the biting cold had not yet completely receded from the ninja world, but the flames of war that had burned for more than 3 years finally, with great difficulty and sporadically, died out amidst the struggle and balance of various powers. The Third Great Ninja War, this massive catastrophe that swept through the 5 great nations and their affiliated forces, finally drew to a close, leaving behind endless pain for the world, a completely altered geopolitical landscape and names and battles that echoed through the clouds, destined to be recorded in history. Iwagakure Front, the Lament of Konobe and the Legend of the Yellow Flash. On the border between the land of grass and the land of earth, the bridge named Konobe had already turned into broken giant rocks, sinking into the deep valley. Its destruction completely severed the most important logistical supply lifeline of Iwagakure's frontline troops. And the ones who achieved this strategic miracle were Konoha's new generation of elites. Team 7, comprising Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Obito, presumed deceased, and Rin Nohara, sacrificed, with immense sacrifice and unwavering will, finally completed this almost impossible mission. Among them, Uchiha Obito's heroic sacrifice to save his comrades and his gift of an eye to Kakashi, as well as Kakashi's resolute destruction of the bridge, though not widely publicized, quietly circulated among Konoha's high-ranking officials and those in the know, becoming a tragic heroic anthem. But what truly made Iwagakure and even the entire ninja world feel fear and despair was their squad leader, Jonin Minato Namikaze. While his disciples were carrying out their mission, he, alone, like a true golden flash, darted through Iwagakure's battle lines. The Flying Thunder God technique had reached its peak in his hands, moving so fast that it surpassed visual capture and the limits of ninjutsu hand seals. It is rumored that in one skirmish, he instantly killed 50 elite Iwagakure ninja in a flash, with an incomprehensible speed. The title Yellow Flash was no longer just a name, but had transformed into a nightmarish shadow shrouding the hearts of all enemy ninja. His existence completely reversed Konoha's disadvantage on the Iwagakure front, becoming the final straw that broke Iwagakure's back. Faced with severed logistics and the terrifying pressure brought by Minato Namikaze, Noki, the Tsuchikage, had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill and was the first to propose a ceasefire and peace talks with Konoha. Hidden Cloud Front, the changing of the Reikage and the boundaries of reason. Hidden Cloud Village, after experiencing the immense pain of the Third Reikage's heroic sacrifice fighting tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninja to cover their retreat, and a series of setbacks such as the failed surprise attack on Sunagakure and failing to gain an advantage in a confrontation with Minato Namikaze, welcomed a new leader, the Fourth Reikage, I. Unlike his father's hot-headed and impulsive style, the young Fourth Reikage, though equally fiery, displayed rare rationality with the assistance of Killer Bee and his advisors. He was not blinded by hatred, blindly launching retaliatory wars against Iwagakure or Konoha. Instead, he suppressed his grief and focused his main energy on familiarizing himself with internal affairs, stabilizing the village, and healing the wounds of war. The Hidden Cloud Army was arrayed along the border of the Land of Hot Springs, creating a standoff with Konoha, but both sides were exhausted and had lost the will for further large-scale conflict. Ultimately, amidst the standoff and sporadic skirmishes, Hidden Cloud and Konoha also reached a de facto ceasefire, and the tense situation gradually eased. Hidden Sand Front, shame, struggle, and a reversal of glory. Hidden Sand Village's war trajectory was the most volatile. The disastrous defeat at Kiki Mountain Castle was an unhealed scar in Hidden Sand's heart. The loss of its main forces, the signing of a humiliating treaty, and massive indemnities almost pushed Hidden Sand into an abyss, forcing it to withdraw from the main stage of the war in an extremely bleak manner. However, desperation often brings out the greatest potential. Hidden Mist's opportunistic attack became the catalyst for Hidden Sand's desperate counterattack. At East Sea Bay, Pakara's Scorch release incinerated Hidden Mist's land ambitions. On the southern coast, Seo and his giant puppet Gundam even defeated the invading 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in an astonishing manner, and ultimately staged a cross-sea surprise attack, striking directly at the heart of the enemy, forcing Hidden Mist to bow its head and admit defeat. This series of dramatic reversals, while unable to completely erase the shame of Kiki Mountain, undoubtedly salvaged crucial face and dignity for Hidden Sand, and also forced the entire ninja world to reevaluate the strength and resilience of this desert nation. Konoha, besieged on all sides and the foundation of the first ninja village. Throughout the entire Third Great Ninja War, Konoha undoubtedly bore the greatest pressure. With enemies on all four sides east, west, north, and south simultaneously fighting against the four great nations of Uegakure, Kumegakure, Sunagakure, and Hidden Mist, the length of its battle lines and the magnitude of the pressure were unprecedented. However, Konoha, relying on its deep foundations and a continuous stream of outstanding ninja, stubbornly withstood this tide. It resisted and ultimately defeated Uegakure in the west, forced a stalemate with Hidden Cloud in the north, decisively defeated Hidden Sand in the south, and repelled Hidden Mist in the east. The three Sunin, though not reunited, still had lingering prestige. The yellow flash emerged, Shisui the body flicker began to make a name for himself, and there were countless sacrifices of unnamed heroes. Despite paying a heavy price, Konoha ultimately maintained its dignity and status as the ninja world's foremost great nation, its tenacity and strength once again drawing attention. Curtain call. With Uegakure's ceasefire, Hidden Cloud's retraction, Hidden Sand's peace talks, Hidden Mist's capitulation, and Konoha's urgent need for recuperation, the Third Great Ninja War, which had lasted for over 3 years, finally drew to a close amidst the exhaustion of all parties and a new terrifying balance. The smoke of war temporarily dissipated, leaving behind a ravaged land and countless broken families. The arrival of peace did not stem from the elimination of hatred, but from deeper weariness and apprehension. The old order had been broken, and a new pattern was quietly brewing upon the ruins. All ninja villages licked their wounds, accumulated strength, and awaited the next tumultuous change. The echoes of the ninja world, deep and distant, recorded the cruelty of this war and foreshadowed the ongoing turmoil of the future. Chapter 131, A New Era. The spring breeze of Konoha Year 50 finally seemed to disperse the blood and smoke that had enveloped the ninja world for 3 long years. The embers of the Third Great Ninja War gradually cooled, leaving behind not only scarred lands and countless grieving families but also a critical juncture of power transition and old making way for new. An era belonging to the fourth generation leader quietly arrived with the end of the war. Konoha, the succession of the Yellow Flash. Konohagakure, despite being the ultimate victor of this great war, also paid an extremely heavy price. Massive casualties, resource depletion, and the arduous post-war reconstruction and compensation efforts weighed like mountains on the hearts of every high-ranking official. As the Hokage who led the village through this catastrophe during his tenure, Hiruzen Sarutobi, though he maintained Konoha's status as the largest nation thanks to his profound foundation and the valiant efforts of his ninja, still felt immense responsibility and pressure. After much deliberation, the old man known as the Professor of Ninjutsu proactively proposed resigning from the Hokage position at a high-level meeting. The arrival of a new era requires a new leader, possessing new strength and vision to lead Konoha forward. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was steady and magnanimous as he pushed the cage hat, symbolizing the Hokage's status, towards the young man who had shone like the sun during the war. Minato Namikaze, the hero who traversed battlefields with his Flying Thunder God technique, earned the renown of the Yellow Flash, and secured victory in the Konobe Bridge battle, became the undisputed successor. His sunny smile, formidable strength, gentle character, and the illustrious achievements he made during the Great War led people to believe that he could lead Konoha out of the shadow of war and towards new prosperity. In an atmosphere filled with hope and anticipation, Minato Namikaze officially took office, becoming the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Konoha was the first to enter the vibrant fourth-generation leader era. Hidden Mist, transition in the Bloody Mist. Unlike Konoha's hopeful transition, the power transfer in the Hidden Mist village of the Land of Water appeared gloomy and somber. The third Mizokage's decisions during his tenure proved disastrous. 2 failed sneak attacks on Konoha, attempting to take advantage of Sunagakure only to be severely reprimanded, and finally, a cross-sea surprise attack by 2 Sunagakure ninja and 1 puppet that utterly disrupted the important Baijiao Island defense zone, resulting in heavy losses. To make matters worse, the sinister Three Tails plan executed by his Anbu not only completely failed but also cost them the Three Tails Isabu. After Rin Nohara's death, the Three Tails temporarily vanished from the world, truly a case of losing both the wife and the army. A string of failures, humiliating treaties, and rising resentment within the village ultimately crushed the third Mizukage. He passed away in melancholy and internal and external difficulties, or was forced to step down, the outside world does not know. The Hidden Mist village needed a new leader to clean up the mess and stabilize the situation. However, the Hidden Mist, severely damaged and internally depleted, seemed to have lost its former hidden sand, perseverance and vision in the sandstorm. Sunagakure of the Land of Wind experienced the most dramatic ups and downs. From the depths of the devastating defeat at Kiki Mountain to the resilience of the East Sea Bay defense battle, and then to the powerful reversal of forcing a stalemate with Hidden Mist across the sea, the fourth Kazekage Raza led the village through an incredibly difficult path. Although it couldn't become a war winner like Konoha, Sunagakure ultimately preserved the village's foundation, regained its dignity, and even received substantial compensation, thanks to the stunning performances of new generation forces like Pakura and Seo. Raza's rule was consolidated, he didn't need to be replaced and would continue to lead Sunagakure forward through the sandstorms. Sunagakure was also in its fourth generation leader era, an era seeking rebirth and change from the ruins. Uegakure, continuation of the old era. Unlike the other 3 nations, the power in Uegakure of the Land of Earth remained firmly in the hands of the Sandamate Tsuchikage Noki. This short man, possessing astonishing strength and stubborn will, though ultimately defeated in the war against Konoha, still held unparalleled authority within the village due to his deep experience and powerful dust release Kakei Toda. Uegakure became the only ninja village among the 5 great nations still governed by a Sandame, like a brand of an old era, temporarily detached from this wave of power transitions. By this point, the political landscape of the ninja world was clear. Konoha, Hidden Mist, Sunagakure, and Kumagakure, the fourth Raikage had already taken office. The four great nations successively entered the fourth generation leader era led by young or new generation leaders. This was an era where war had temporarily ended, and peace had just arrived. This was an era where old wounds had not healed and reconstruction was urgently needed. Moreover, this was an era of surging undercurrents, where new forces and conspiracies were brewing. Every cage faced different challenges and opportunities. And the fourth Kazekage Raza of Sunagakure, after experiencing great ups and downs, no longer focused solely on immediate recovery but looked towards the magnificent dream of changing the land of wind, a dream depicted by his genius son deep in the desert. A new era had already begun. Chapter 132 A new appointment, a new era. The summer wind of Konoha's 50th year carried heat and sand across Sunagakure. Unlike before, its howl held less of war's grim chill and more of rebuilding's bustle, and a faint, almost imperceptible breath of new life. Inside the Kazekage's office, a pivotal meeting had just adjourned. Fourth Kazekage Raza stood at the window, gazing at the reviving village below, eyes calm and profound. His wife Karura sat quietly to the side, cradling 2-year-old Temari, her 4 skyward braids bobbing as the toddler babbled and tugged at her mother's hem, blissfully unaware of the future her father was shaping. After months of post-war rest and reorganization, Sunagakure, this battle-scarred machine, was finally poised for a critical refit to suit peacetime and to store strength for days ahead. Have the orders all been sent? Raza asked without turning, voice steady. The envoy behind him bowed. Everyone, Kazekage-sama. The heart of the reform lay in the old guard's willing withdrawal and the new generation's formal rise. Elder Cho, puppet grandmaster who had given her life to Sunagakure, weathered several great wars, and at the last moment single-handedly held the village's spine, and her brother, tactician Ebis, formally petitioned and were granted retreat to the rear lines. They would no longer hold direct administrative or military command. This meant Cho stepped down as head of the puppet R&D department and commander of the puppet squad. An era was ending. Sunagakure's age of traditional puppetry and council of elders rule was fading. Taking their places were those tested in blood and fire, whose ability and loyalty had been proven. Pakura, her reputation as the Scorch release user forged in the East Sea Bay, continued to guard the eastern coast as overall commander of that sector, an unshakable bulwark at Sunagakure's eastern gate. Beiki, Raza's long-trusted aide whose competence and devotion the war had verified, formally entered the village's core decision-making circle. But the appointment that drew every eye and best displayed Raza's boldness and faith in the future fell upon Seo. At 14, he was named inaugural head of the newly created Sunagakure R&D department. Reorganized from the old puppet R&D, its brief reached far beyond combat puppets to energy, materials, transport, agricultural reform ideas born of Seo's vision and other cutting-edge fields, charged with steering Sunagakure's future technology and development. The announcement sent shockwaves through the village. A minister at 14, unprecedented. Yet Seo's cage-level strength, his stunning Gundam display, and those wildly imaginative yet utterly practical renovation plans silenced most doubters. All could see that the boy's power and intellect far outstripped his years. With the proclamation, Pakura, Seo, and Beiki, 3 young core powerhouses, formally entered Sunagakure's highest decision-making body alongside Raza, jointly guiding the village toward tomorrow. The transfer of power was smooth, and Sunagakure welcomed a younger, more dynamic leadership core. Across the wider ninja world, as war truly ceased, a new vitality quietly stirred. Years of savage conflict had claimed countless lives and left people thirsting for new life as never before. Peace seemed to unfasten some shackle, and every hidden village, indeed the entire ninja world, was swept by an unprecedented baby boom. New lives arrived, bringing hope and laughter to scarred lands. Among these crying infants, many names would, a dozen years hence, shake the ninja world. In Sunagakure, the Kazekage's household welcomed its first son Kankar after Temari. In Konoha, Tenten, master of ninja tools, was born. In the famed Hyuga clan's branch, the prodigy Hyuga Niji arrived. In Uegakure, third Tsuchikage Nokia's lively granddaughter Kuratsuka drew her first breath. Around the same time came Sai, Rock Lee, and others. These infants, still in swaddling clothes, knew nothing of the tale they would one day write. Yet their very birth began to smooth the scars of the old era, and an age of fresh possibilities, new stories, bonds, and conflicts truly began. The old guard faded, the middle generation took the reins, the new quietly arrived. History's wheel turned once more, in silence. Under 4th Kazekage Raza and the new elite, Sunagakure opened a fresh chapter rife with challenge and opportunity. Chapter 133, Nine Tails Attack, Konoha's Grief. Konoha 51, Early Winter. A chill had quietly descended upon the land of fire, yet Konohagakure was still immersed in the peace of post-war recovery. The new policies and vitality brought by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, after taking office were like warm sunlight, gradually dispelling the gloom left by the long war. People looked forward to a peaceful future, completely unaware that the shadow of disaster was approaching in the cruelest and most unexpected way. That night, the moon and stars were sparse, but a faint, ominous blood color seeped through the sky. Without warning, a terrifying roar, loud enough to tear the soul, suddenly exploded above Konoha village. The sound, filled with endless hatred, tyranny, and the desire for destruction, instantly woke the entire village. The villagers rushed out of their homes in terror, immediately seeing a sight they would never forget, a scene straight out of the apocalypse. An unimaginably huge demonic fox, brandishing 9 massive, mountain-like tails, was rampaging wildly through the village. Its entire body was enveloped in solidified, blood-red chakra, a single swipe of its tail easily leveled several houses. A single claw strike left an unfathomably deep ravine in the earth. The malicious chakra was like a tangible plague, pressing down on everyone's hearts, making them feel heavy and nauseous. The nine-tailed fox. It's the nine-tailed fox. Help. Run. Panic spread instantly like a plague. Screams, cries, and the roar of collapsing buildings intertwined, transforming the quiet night into a bloody hell. Konoha's response was swift. Large numbers of ninja rushed toward the nine-tailed fox, disregarding their lives, attempting to use ninjutsu, exploding tags, and even their own flesh and blood to stop the steps of this world-destroying monster. However, their attacks seemed so pale and weak against the nine-tailed fox's absolute power. Countless ninja were ground into dust by the nine-tailed fox's claws, fangs, and tails, like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sealing Squad. Quickly organize the Sealing Squad. Stop it. Don't let it get near the village center. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had long since retired, but at this moment, he had to don his battle armor once more, leading the Anbu and the Jonin of the major clans in a desperate resistance. The Inoshika CH trio cooperated tacitly, attempting to use the shadow imitation technique and the mind-body switch technique for control, but they were instantly overwhelmed by the nine-tailed fox's ferocious chakra. The Hyga clan's Byakugan could see the chakra points but had no means to attack them. The Aberame clan's insects were vaporized upon approach. The Uchiha clan's great fireball was even unable to break through the tailed beast cloak. Despair, deep despair, enveloped every Konoha ninja. Just at this most critical juncture, a golden flash of light, like a sword of hope, pierced the darkness. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had finally arrived. His Flying Thunder God technique was executed with extreme speed, saving dying comrades time and again in the nick of time, attempting to lure the nine-tailed fox out of the village. People saw hope, they saw their Hokage maneuvering around the nine-tailed fox like a god descended from heaven. However, they did not know that behind this disaster lay a deeper conspiracy and a pair of Sharingan controlling everything. The nine-tailed fox's pupils had clearly transformed into a crimson Tomo shape. Minato quickly discovered the truth, but he faced a series of extremely cruel choices. To protect the village, to protect his newborn son, and to protect everything he cherished, he resolutely made his final decision. No one knew how tragic and heroic the specific details of the battle were. What people ultimately saw was the nine-tailed fox's world-destroying tailed beast ball being successfully diverted, preventing the village's complete destruction. Afterward, the terrifying and chilling nine-tailed chakra rapidly receded like a tide, forcibly sealed away. When dawn finally arrived and the sunlight shone upon Konoha once more, what met the people's eyes was only a chaotic expanse of ruins, the bodies of countless victims, and the painful weeping of the survivors. And a piece of news that everyone found unacceptable and heart-wrenching pierced the heart of every Konoha villager like the coldest ice pick. To seal the nine-tailed fox and protect the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, bravely sacrificed himself. The new Hokage, who was as warm as sunshine, as swift as a flash of light, and who brought unlimited hope to the village, fell suddenly like a shooting star after emitting his brightest radiance. Immense sorrow and endless mourning instantly engulfed Konoha. The news swept across the entire ninja world like a hurricane. The first reaction of every ninja village that heard the news was disbelief. Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, that peerless expert who had earned great fame in the Third Great War, had only recently become Hokage, and was at his peak. He just died? Died during the rampage of his own village's Jinchuriki? Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage's office. Fourth Kazekage Raza abruptly stood up from his seat when he received the secret report, his face filled with extreme shock. After repeatedly confirming the news was accurate, the shock gradually transformed into an extremely complex emotion. Minato Namikaze's death meant Konoha had lost its sharpest spear and its strongest shield, losing a top-tier combatant who was in his prime. Their overall strength was bound to suffer a heavy blow. Almost instinctively, a long-suppressed thought uncontrollably surged up from the depths of Raza's heart. Kiki Mountain Fortress. That tragic defeat. That humiliating surrender treaty they were forced to sign. That massive indemnity that still suffocated Sunagakure. And the countless heroic souls of Sunagakure who died on the battlefield. All this shame and hatred had never truly been forgotten, it had merely been temporarily buried in their hearts. Now, Konoha had suffered such a heavy blow, the fourth Hokage had just died, and internal turmoil was inevitable, severely reducing their strength. And Sunagakure? After several years of recuperation, especially after repelling Hidden Mist at East Sea Bay and even successfully counterattacking across the sea, their morale was high. Pakura, Seo, and other strong individuals of the new generation had already risen, and their combat power was abundant. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Sunagakure. Raza's fingers unconsciously tapped the desktop, his eyes flickering, filled with ambition and calculation. We can invade the Land of Fire in one fell swoop, reclaim everything we lost, and even seize more territory and resources. We will completely wash away the shame of Kiki Mountain. Inside the office, Baki and other high-ranking officials of the main war faction, who had rushed over after receiving the news, showed similar expressions. The clouds of war, it seemed, were quietly gathering once again. Nine-Tails' attack not only brought endless pain to Konoha but also acted like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up massive ripples across the entire ninja world and agitating the already delicate and fragile peace. A new round of storms seemed to be brewing. Chapter 134, The Fierce Debate Between War and Peace. The atmosphere inside the Kazekage's office suddenly shifted from shock to a suppressed, yet excited, restlessness upon learning about Konoha's nine-tailed catastrophe and the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Led by Raza, the main war faction, including several high-ranking officials and radical elders, barely concealed the flames of revenge and expansion burning in their eyes. Soon after, an emergency high-level meeting was convened. The fourth Kazekage Raza sat in the main seat, joined by Cho, Ebizo, who, though retired, was still present, Beiki, Pakura, and Seo, who had recently joined the decision-making layer as the Minister of Research and Development Department. At the start of the meeting, Raza immediately set the tone. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable resolve. Gentlemen, you all know Konoha's situation. The fourth Hokage has fallen, and the nine-tailed rampage caused catastrophic losses within the village. Their fighting strength is at an unprecedented low. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for Sunagakure to avenge its past humiliation, reclaim the lost territories of Kiki Mountain, and even seize greater benefits. My intention is to immediately mobilize our forces, march into the land of rivers, and point our swords toward the land of fire. His words were like a spark thrown onto dry firewood, instantly igniting the emotions of several high-ranking members of the war faction. Kazekage-sama is brilliant. The shame of Kiki Mountain is etched into our bones. Now is the time for revenge. Konoha has bullied us too much. The massive indemnity still suffocates us to this day. This grudge must be settled. Strike while they are weak. If we don't act now, when will we? The atmosphere in the meeting room quickly became heated, and the cries for vengeance grew louder. However, at this very moment, a clear, calm, yet extremely resolute voice rang out decisively, like ice water poured into boiling oil. I object. All eyes instantly focused on the source of the voice Seo. He stood up, his expression calm, but his black eyes gleamed with undeniable determination. Minister Seo, what is the meaning of this? An elder from the war faction frowned and asked, his tone laced with displeasure. Raza also looked sharply at Seo, his gaze deep, carrying scrutiny and a hint of displeasure. Seo met everyone's gaze without fear and spoke in a steady, clear voice, Gentlemen, the satisfaction of revenge is tempting, but please calm down and consider carefully, is war truly the best option right now? Without waiting for a rebuttal, he continued to elaborate on his viewpoint. First, Konoha's foundation remains. Yes, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, and Konoha was indeed severely damaged. But don't forget, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi is still alive, and though the Sunin are famous throughout the ninja world and their whereabouts are uncertain, they might return if the village is in danger. The foundations of great clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga are intact, and the strength of the Anbu and Root remains. Their overall power still far exceeds our estimates. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. If we attack rashly, we may not gain an advantage, and could even fall into another bitter fight, repeating the mistake of Kiki Mountain. Second, the international situation is perilous. We just signed a peace treaty with the Hidden Mist, but their greedy ambitions have never disappeared. If Sunagakure's main forces become deeply entangled in the Land of Fire battlefield, who can guarantee that the Hidden Mist won't break faith again and attack our rear? Iwagakure's Noki is cunning, and Kumigakure's fourth Raikage is hot-blooded. Would they simply stand by and watch us start a war? Once our village shows signs of fatigue, they are highly likely to attack us simultaneously, and Sunagakure will face utter destruction. Third, and most importantly, Seo's voice suddenly rose, carrying a gleam of idealism. What does Sunagakure truly need? Is it short-term territorial expansion, or long-term development and prosperity? Once war begins, all resources, manpower, and materials will once again be diverted toward conflict. The nascent ecological transformation project will inevitably stagnate, or even fail. We will fall back into the death cycle of fight consume become poorer fight again. Is it better to use countless lives and resources to gain a war of uncertain outcome, or use these resources to build a better homeland? Which choice is more beneficial to Sunagakure? The answer is obvious. Seo's words were forceful and logically rigorous, containing both a sober analysis of reality and a grand vision for the future, standing in stark contrast to the war faction's fervent desire for revenge. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Ebizo thoughtfully stroked his beard, while Elder Cho watched Seo with a complex expression, then looked at Raza. Nonsense, a high-ranking official couldn't help but slam his hand on the table and stand up. Development? Without powerful military strength and sufficient territorial resources, how can we talk about development? Konoha's weak period is fleeting. If we don't fight now, should we wait for them to recover and continue to oppress us? Minister Seo, have you perhaps been scared stiff by Konoha? These words were quite rude, bordering on an accusation. Seo's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glared fiercely at the official, and an invisible aura faintly emanated from him, the pressure belonging to a pseudo-cage-level expert causing the official's heart to seize up. Am I afraid? Seo's voice was icy. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have piloted a Gundam alone across the sea to breach the Hidden Mist defenses. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be standing here arguing with you all. It is precisely because I know that war brings only destruction and suffering, and precisely because I see the hope and future in peaceful development, that I resolutely oppose dragging the village into war again. He turned to Raza, his gaze burning. Kazekage-sama. A temporary victory might erase our shame, but only continuous development and prosperity can truly win us dignity. Please invest resources and energy into construction, not destruction. Sunagakure's future should not be built upon another mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Inside the meeting room, the radicals who supported war and Seo, who supported development, formed a sharp opposition. The two sides were diametrically opposed, exchanging fierce words. The concepts of peace and war violently clashed at this moment. Everyone's eyes ultimately turned toward the silent fourth Kazekage Raza. His decision would directly affect Sunagakure's future destiny. Raza's fingers slowly tapped the table. His expression was stern, and his eyes moved between Seo's resolute face and the eager gazes of the war faction, sinking into deep contemplation. This fierce debate concerning Sunagakure's choice of path had temporarily reached a stalemate. Chapter 135, Second Clash, the highly anticipated duel. The argument within the Kazekage's office was like a tightly drawn bowstring, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost drip. Seo's discussion on peaceful development in opposition to immediate war was logically clear and far-sighted. Yet, to the fourth Kazekage Raza, every word felt like a needle stabbing his nerve, which was desperate for vengeance, and seemed like a direct challenge to his authority. Minister Shea. Raza's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable chill. He abruptly stood up, releasing his Kazekage pressure without reservation, causing the air in the office to solidify. Are you saying my decision is wrong? Can Sunagakure's blood feud and humiliation be ignored because of those future plans you value so much? His gaze, like a hawk's, locked onto Seo, churning with offended fury and a hint of irritation, the frustration of having his hidden thoughts exposed, yet refusing to admit it. The stubbornness of this genius, whom he had personally promoted and placed great hope in, made him feel uncontrollably angry. Seo showed no fear. Meeting his gaze, his voice was steady yet exceptionally firm. Kazekage-sama, I am not questioning your authority. I simply believe that dragging the village into another unpredictable and costly war is not the optimal solution right now. We have a better choice, a path that can truly strengthen Sunagakure. A better choice. Raza interrupted sharply, his tone laced with sarcasm. Konoha is internally weak right now, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Once they recover, Sunagakure will never have a chance to rise. Your benevolence and hesitation will ruin the entire village. True strength comes from internal prosperity and stability, not from preying on others' weaknesses. Seo stood his ground, his eyes shining with the light of his ideals. What we need is time, not another desperate gamble. Enough. Raza slammed his palm onto the table, the solid wooden desk cracked into several fissures. He looked at Seo's unyielding eyes, knowing that words could neither force the other to submit nor change his own mind. An urge to use absolute power to end the debate and re-establish his authority seized him. He recalled the unresolved desert duel from 2 years ago. Since our philosophies cannot align, and words are pale and powerless, Raza's voice dropped, carrying a cold resolution, then let us resolve this in the most direct way. In the world of ninja, strength ultimately determines who holds the right to speak. Minister Shea, let me see if the future you insist upon has enough power to support it. He took a step forward, his presence overwhelming. The unfinished contest from 2 years ago ends today. This time, it won't be a small-scale test. Let the entire village see clearly whose path is worthy of leading Sunagakure's future. If you can defeat me, we will follow your proposal, suspend military action and focus entirely on development. If you lose. Raza did not finish his sentence, but the unspoken implication was full of pressure. The loser would forfeit all right to argue. Seo was silent for a moment. He knew this was not a simple spar, but a public verdict concerning the village's destiny. He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Very well. He answered cleanly and decisively. I accept. Outside the village. Let everyone witness it. Raza wanted to make it public, which suited him perfectly. He also wanted everyone to see that Sunagakure's power held another possibility besides destruction. The news spread as if it had wings, instantly igniting the entire hidden sand village. The Kazekage-sama is going to have a public duel with Minister Shea. This news spread faster than any mobilization order. Instantly, the entire village was stirred, the streets emptied as everyone rushed out. Whether ninja or civilian, all dropped their work and surged like a tide toward the village's outer defensive walls and nearby sand dunes. People packed every available foothold, craning their necks in anticipation. The sound of discussion, gasps, and cheers merged into a massive wave of noise, and the air was thick with unprecedented excitement and tension. This was far more than a simple match, it was a public clash of ideals, a pinnacle duel that would determine Sunagakure's next direction, a grand, highly anticipated ceremony. The sun was scorching, and the yellow sand stretched far. Under the focus of countless eyes, the fourth Kazekage Raza was the first to step into the designated, vast sand arena. He was still clad in the white Kazekage robe symbolizing supreme power, his expression stern, his steps steady. An invisible aura surrounded him, fine gold dust automatically surfaced, swirling and dancing like a loyal guard, emitting a terrifying, immense chakra and the absolute majesty of a cage-level powerhouse. He was in the prime of his life, determined to use an overwhelming victory to thoroughly consolidate his authority and dispel all impractical notions. Kazekage-sama. Certain victory. Let that brat know his place. Cheers supporting Raza rose one after another, clearly demonstrating traditional reverence and the worship of powerful military might. Immediately afterward, Seo's figure appeared in the field. He was still dressed in simple, dark clothes, his posture straight. There was no trace of panic on his young face, only a focus as calm as still water. His appearance also triggered a huge, mountain-shaking roar of sound. Seo-sama. Go. Let him see our strength. Young ninja, researchers, and many villagers attracted by the new ideas placed their hopes on this genius minister. The two stood still in the center of the sand arena, facing each other from a distance. Rolling heat waves twisted and rose between them, seemingly foreshadowing the intense conflict about to erupt. Raza's gaze swept over the dense crowd of onlookers. His voice was loud and imbued with chakra, clearly reaching every corner. Sayo. Your ideas are too naive. Today, I will let the entire village see what the power of a cage truly is. Sunagakure's dignity can only be reclaimed through combat. Your fantasies are utterly fragile before absolute strength. He intended to crush Sayo's beliefs right in front of everyone. Sayo took a deep breath, responding with a voice that was equally steady and powerful, reaching everyone's ears. Kazekage-sama, the meaning of power lies in protection and creation, not in endless conquest and destruction. Today, I will prove to you and the entire village that Sunagakure has a broader future. As his voice fell, the entire field went silent, everyone held their breath. The battle was imminent. Terrifying chakra erupted like a storm from both their bodies. Golden gold dust and pitch-black iron sand began surging wildly around them. Powerful magnetic fields collided and compressed, causing the very dust in the air to tremble and hover. A highly anticipated battle that would determine the future began fiercely on this scorching desert. All answers would be revealed in this earth-shaking duel. Chapter 136 4th Kazekage vs. Magnet Release Puppeteer. Outside Sunagakure, the scorching desert had become a vast, natural arena. On high walls and atop distant dunes, countless villagers and ninja held their breath, eyes locked on the two figures facing off at the center. The air seemed stretched taut by an invisible force, thick with suffocating anticipation and tension. 4th Kazekage Raza and the Magnet Release Puppeteer Sayo 2 years later, their second duel. This time, their growth and change exceeded everyone's imagination. 4th Kazekage Raza, peak absolute power. Raza stood with hands behind his back, the white Kazekage robe fluttering in the searing wind. 2 years had left no mark on his prime body, instead, they had refined him deeper, calmer, his presence more majestic. Tempered by war and leadership, his chakra was now denser and vaster, his mastery of magnet release reaching a new height. The golden gold dust around him no longer merely orbited, it flowed like a living fluid, forming impregnable shields or unstoppable spearheads at will, obeying his thoughts. Its volume was staggering, as though every grain of gold in the desert answered his call. Sayo, witness the true power of a cage. Raza's voice was low yet carried unquestionable authority. He didn't rush, merely raised his hand slowly. In an instant, torrents of gold dust surged skyward, not chaotic, but under flawless control, shifting forms, a golden waterfall crashing with titanic force, countless high-speed drills shrieking through the air, a colossal cage closing from every direction. The variety, speed, and raw power displayed the overwhelming might of a cage-tier shinobi. In his hands, the gold dust technique was no longer a mere bloodline limit, it was an art of annihilation, a declaration to the village of his authority and the rightness of his path. Magnet Release Puppeteer Sayo, metamorphosis in a new realm. Facing Raza's suffocating assault, Sayo's expression remained serene. Over 2 years he had walked a path diametrically opposed to Raza's. His growth showed not in mere chakra volume, though he now stood firmly at cage level, but in a deeper, essential transformation. The greatest change stemmed from his ever-running, twice upgraded pocket body cultivation furnace. Over 1,000 days and nights of continuously drawing and converting natural energy had strengthened his physique to an unbelievable degree, meridians as broad as rivers, cell vitality far beyond human norms, recovery, stamina, and affinity for all energies, especially natural energy, reached a superhuman realm. In the past year he had begun faintly sensing the omnipresent yet wild flow of natural energy in the air. Still far from perfect control or entering sage mode, this marked his body's evolution toward the legendary sage body, his potential unfathomable. On the battlefield this manifested in his unique fighting style, puppet technique, super brain technique. Summoning Jutsu Gundam. With Sayo's cold shout, white smoke exploded and a 10-meter-tall, streamlined, silver-blue steel giant Gundam descended. Its icy metal hide reflected a heart-stopping gleam under the blazing sun, its colossal frame exerting incomparable visual pressure. Yet, unlike before, Sayo did not leap onto its shoulder. Dozens of condensed, blue-glowing chakra threads burst from the base of his skull, linking not to his fingers but directly to his natural energy-enhanced nervous system and vast mental power. Super brain technique full sync. In that moment Sayo's brain became Gundam's central processor. Every joint, sensor, and weapon became extensions of his body. No hand seals, no divided attention, his hands were completely free. Commands flashed at the speed of thought and were executed instantly. Gundam's huge ice blue eyes ignited, their sharp light synchronized with Sayo's own gaze. Magnet release, iron sand barrier. Without a single seal, Sayo's mere will caused Gundam's massive arm to slam into the ground. A titanic barrier of black iron sand shot up, blocking Raza's violent gold dust wave. Amid the thunderous impact the barrier stood unmoved. Meanwhile Sayo's real hands had already finished their seals. Wind release, vacuum great ball. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Combined elemental jutsu erupted from his body, striking Raza's flank for distraction and pressure. Man and puppet, perfectly synchronized. Sayo himself became an arcane artillery, hands free to weave any ninjutsu while Gundam served as his shield, spear, and physical destructor. This mode transcended traditional puppetry, elevating his combat power by several tiers. Seeing this new battle form, Raza's eyes flashed with unprecedented gravity. He realized the youth before him was no longer the boy who 2 years ago had relied on tricks and sheer grit to contend with him. Sayo guided Gundam a single step, the steel titan shook the earth, its cold electronic eyes locking onto Raza. Lord Kazekage, this is my answer of the past 2 years. A golden ocean of sand faced the silver-black steel colossus. The majestic aura of a cage clashed with the icy might of a new generation miracle, foretelling an earth-shattering showdown. Chapter 137 Magnet Release Showdown, Gold Dust vs Iron Sand. Outside the hidden sand village, the once flat sea of sand was now unrecognizable. The scorching air twisted and boiled from violent energy collisions, deafening roars and the shriek of tearing metal replaced the desert's mournful wind. This was a cage-level duel far beyond ordinary imagination, a peak clash of magnet release against magnet release, an ultimate contest of power and will. Gold dust surge, absolute might crushes all. Fourth Kazekage Raza hovered mid-air, golden gold dust around him like a seething ocean. His face was cold, every sweep of his hands displayed the vast, precise control of a cage. Magnet release, gold dust realm. With a low shout, countless grains of gold dust condensed into enormous, razor-tipped golden pillars, mythic spears of judgment blotting out the sky as they crashed from every direction toward Sao and his Gundam puppet. Their range swallowed the entire battlefield, escape was impossible. Simultaneously, his other hand clawed the empty air. Magnet release, gold dust tsunami. The desert below churned violently as more gold dust gathered into a titanic, dozens of meters high wave, a golden tsunami charging head-on, crushing everything in its path and sandwiching the enemy between heaven and earth. Facing this world-ending assault, Sao's eyes were sharp as a hawk's. Super brain technique ran at full throttle, his senses synced perfectly with the Gundam. Magnet release, iron sand binding assault. The Gundam's colossal mechanical arm slammed into the ground. The next instant, a titanic, castle wall-thick rampart of black iron sand erupted, its surface bristling with vicious reverse spikes, forcibly catching the descending gold pillars. Boom! 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 The impacts thundered like exploding lightning, the iron wall shook, shards spraying, yet stood unbroken. Meanwhile, Sao's real body flickered through hand signs faster than after images. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle modified. Not defense but offense. Countless scattered iron sand shards and fresh grains summoned from the deep desert whirled into high-speed, jagged fragments. Like living things they arced over the tall barrier and drilled precisely into the onrushing gold wave. Under Sao's exquisite magnetic control, those shards acted as microdrills and disassemblers, crazily eroding, tearing, and disrupting the gold wave's inner structure. The golden tide's advance lurched, its surface collapsing and crumbling away. Sky and ground battle. Raza snorted coldly, his assault shifted. The skyborne gold dust ceased forming pillars, becoming instead golden locusts, shuriken, even shock waves mimicking ninjutsu pouring in tempestuous torrents to bypass or pierce the iron sand defense. Sao commanded the Gundam, its giant dorsal wings snapped open, vector thrusters blazing azure. Hypermaneuver aerial combat mode. The steel colossus displayed agility belying its size, soaring, scheming, dodging the aerial barrage. Its huge arms sometimes clenched, wrapping compressed iron sand like a warhammer to smash gold attacks apart, sometimes the forearm armor slid back to reveal internal Senbon launchers for pinpoint counterfire. Sao himself stood steady on a makeshift shield platform atop the Gundam's shoulder, hands never ceasing their seals. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Earth release, earth flow rampart. These casually flung jutsu weren't primary strikes but interference, shaving stray gold away, blocking odd hits, creating openings for the Gundam. Wind blades sliced the gold's flow, earthen walls caught stray shots, man and machine moved as one. Reshaping the terrain. Their fight had utterly remade the desert's face. Raza's gold dust funerals raked the sand like a titan's plow, carving bottomless furrows and leaving vast stretches of vitrified crystal. Each heavy stomp of Sao's Gundam and every surge of iron sand quaked the earth, opening craters and raising hills. A thick haze of sand mixed with metallic dust cloaked the battlefield, only to be torn skyward by their violent chakra convection, forming eerie sandstorm clouds. Climax, clash of the colossi. After long stalemate, Raza's eyes flashed, he would end it with absolute force. Magnet release, gold dust cube. Seas of gold dust converged, compressing again and again until an immense, perfectly edged, ultra-dense golden cube hung in the sky. Eclipsing the sun, it cast a shadow of death, descending slowly yet with a pressure that threatened to crush everything into the planet's core. Sao felt unprecedented pressure. He inhaled deeply, the chakra threads at the back of his head blazed. Bring it. Magnet release, iron sand ultra aggregation titan fist. The sand beneath the Gundam caved instantly. Endless iron sand roared in from every direction, piling onto the Gundam's gigantic right arm, compressing, densifying, even emitting a grating metallic screech. The arm ballooned several times over, transforming into a jet black, metallic gleaming, hill-sized superfist seemingly able to shatter stars. HAAA. Both Sao and Raza roared together. The golden cube pressed downward. The black titan fist shot skyward. Next instant. Boom. An indescribable detonation erupted. The gold cube and the black fist, two meteors, collided in the rawest, most savage, most stunning manner imaginable. Blinding light swallowed everything, a spherical shockwave far surpassing any before it flung onlookers off their feet. The earth cracked like fragile eggshell, and a crater over 100 meters wide yawned open beneath them. Gold dust and iron sand eroded, ground, and shattered each other under that extreme force, golden shards and black powder raining down in a storm. When the light faded, within the crater the golden cube lay mostly shattered, while the iron titan fist was webbed with cracks. Raza hovered in the air, breathing hard. Sao stood on the Gundam's shoulder, face pale. This head-on contest of absolute strength had ended, in perfect parity. The two locked eyes across the distance, shock at the other's power blazing into fiercer fighting spirit. The magnet release duel had reached white-hot intensity. Chapter 138 Sage Art appears, Battle decided. Deep inside a desert crater, the dust had yet to settle. The fierce duel between 4th Kazekage Raza and magnet release puppeteer Sao had dragged on for ages. The two stood facing each other across the void, their ragged breathing cutting through the brief silence. Raza hovered in midair, the golden gold dust still swirling around him, but on closer inspection the flow was no longer as smooth as at the start. Beads of sweat dotted his temples and his breathing had turned coarse. Unleashing large-scale, high-intensity magnet release in rapid succession, especially that final cube that had drained the sand from a huge area, had devoured enormous amounts of chakra and stamina. Even in his prime, such extravagance left him drained. His eyes were locked on Sao, suspicion rising within. Does this brat possess limitless chakra? Why, after a prolonged fight, does his aura grow sharper instead of weaker? Sao, standing on the battered shoulder of the giant puppet, looked pale from the tremendous mental and chakra expenditure, yet his gaze grew brighter and his breathing steady, as though an invisible spring inside him were endlessly replenishing his losses. It was the terrifying regenerative advantage granted by the pocket body cultivation furnace, constantly converting natural energy to nourish his body. I can't drag this out any longer. Alarm bells rang in Raza's mind. A prolonged fight favored his opponent. He had to resort to greater force and finish this quickly. He slammed his palms together, ready to pay any price to muster a stronger finisher. Sao had likewise resolved himself. He knew that mere stalemate would never sway the Kazekage. Only by displaying absolute power and utterly shattering the man's conviction could he avert the war he believed would bring disaster. He needed an undisputed victory. The instant this thought of deciding the fight arose, an unprecedented, audacious, almost insane idea flashed through Sao's mind like lightning. Natural energy. He had worn the body cultivation furnace year-round and could faintly sense the omnipresent yet wild natural energy in the air. He had never attempted cultivating sage mode because of the risks, but right now he was thinking not of absorbing it himself, he was thinking of grafting. What if, through the ultra-brain link between me and Gundam, I channel natural energy into the giant natural energy puppet core inside Gundam, let the core stabilize and convert it, and finally, let the puppet execute a sage art ninjutsu fused with natural energy. The very idea made his heart race. Gundam was a puppet, without a meridian system its tolerance far exceeded that of a human body. And that core built around a fragment of the god tree was already the perfect vessel for converting natural energy. Acting at once, Sao snapped his eyes shut and sank all his consciousness into the link with Gundam. Pushing the super brain technique to its limit, his mental power surged like invisible tentacles through chakra threads, pouring madly into the huge core glowing soft green inside Gundam's chest. Resonate. Guide. Fuse. Sao shouted wildly in his mind. He abandoned fine control over his own chakra and instead poured his vast shadow-level chakra into the core without reserve, like a river bursting a dam, using it as primer and catalyst to fully awaken the core's deepest potential, frantically drawing, capturing, and harmonizing the berserk natural energy in the surrounding space. At this moment Sao himself became a giant energy switching station and stabilizer, using his own cultivation as the base and the core as the furnace to force through an unprecedented energy experiment. Bzzzzzt. Gundam's colossal frame shook violently, the silver-blue armor plates groaning under the strain. The natural energy puppet core in its chest erupted with a brilliance never seen before, green light so intense it bled through the seams of the armor, dyeing the entire battlefield in an eerie hue. What's he doing? Startled by the sudden change, Raza momentarily halted, his hand seals, a strong sense of unease rising within. In the next instant, the anomaly exploded. Countless profound, complex patterns of dark blue light began surfacing across the cold metallic armor. These glyphs were not carved, they were spontaneously sketched by a highly condensed, tamed mixture of natural energy and chakra. Spreading rapidly, they soon coated Gundam's entire body like a sacred, mighty cloak of energy. An indescribable, heaven and earth-like pressure suddenly burst from Gundam, the very air seemed to thicken and grow heavy, space distorting slightly. Sao's eyes snapped open, similar glowing patterns flashed across his irises and vanished. Feeling the unprecedented, seemingly omnipotent power fed back through Gundam, a flash of understanding surged through him. Success. This isn't a human sage mode, this is a puppet's sage art. This form shall be named Gundam Unicorn mode. Without hesitation he raised the giant arm now laced with natural energy patterns, aiming at the endless sea of sand below and at Raza hovering in the air. This time he would wield not mere magnet release chakra but sage art magnet release fused with natural energy. Sage art magnet release, pulse of the earth. Bzzzt. An invisible yet boundless magnetic wave spread outward from Gundam's palm, rippling across the battlefield and deep into the desert beyond. Under this sage art magnet release mingled with natural energy, Raza was horrified to find his control over gold dust slipping away at lightning speed. His own magnetism felt like a child's toy, while the force opposing him seemed the divine right of a true sovereign of the earth. He frantically cycled chakra trying to reclaim the sand, but the once obedient grains now sank into an invisible quagmire, sluggish and heavy, even rejecting his authority, leaning instead toward the deeper, more primal call of the earth's own magnetism. No. Impossible. Raza cried out, disbelief and stark fear flitting across his face for the first time. His gold dust technique, his proud bloodline limit, had failed. In the instant his composure cracked, Sao Gundam's rune-covered hand clenched in midair. Sage art magnet release, absolute dominion. Rumble rumble rumble. The ground itself seemed to awaken. Countless grains of pitch-black iron sand, even metallic ores buried far deeper, burst forth like pilgrims. Indifferent to their origin, they gathered under the sage art's absolute rule into a black torrent vast enough to swallow everything. The flood effortlessly scattered Raza's uncontrolled, dispersing gold dust, coiling like a black dragon to ensnare, seal, and imprison the stunned Kazekage midair in the blink of an eye. The powerful magnetic field not only bound his body but also severed his link to the gold dust outside. Raza struggled with all his might but could not move, even circulating chakra became difficult. He stared blankly at the steel titan wrapped in sage patterns like a deity of magnetism descended then at the black-haired youth atop its shoulder. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and absurdity welled up within him. He fourth Kazekage Raza had actually been utterly defeated in his own domain in such a fashion. The battle was decided. Chapter 139, gently declining the Kazekage position. The earth-shattering duel in the desert had concluded, but the terrifying battle scars capable of altering the terrain, along with the final image of the steel giant its body wrapped in mysterious glowing patterns and exuding an aura of divine majesty were deeply imprinted in the hearts of every hidden sand village villager and ninja who witnessed the fight. A deathly silence persisted for a long time, eventually replaced by gasps and uproar like a mountain collapse in a tsunami. Sao, 1. Minister Shea defeated the fourth Kazekage. In such an unbelievable and unprecedented manner. Immense shock washed over everyone's understanding. They had personally witnessed the birth of a legend of 15-year-old boy who, relying on his air-defying puppet technique and a near-miraculous mastery over magnet release, had directly defeated the fourth Kazekage, a cage-level powerhouse in his prime. In the deep pit, the dark iron sand torrent that had imprisoned Raza slowly dissipated. Raza stumbled back onto the ground, his face pale, not so much from severe injury but from spiritual shock and disbelief. He watched Sao lightly leap down from the shoulder of the Gundam, whose unsettling natural energy patterns were gradually fading. Raza's eyes were filled with extreme complexity, shock, frustration, confusion which finally turned into a long, infinitely weary sigh. He had lost, completely and utterly, crushed in the field where he held the most pride. The title of the Hidden Sand Village's strongest combatant had, at this moment, undeniably changed hands. Sao walked up to Raza and bowed slightly. Kazekage-sama, thank you for the match. His tone was calm, lacking the arrogance of a victor, possessing only his usual composure. Raza looked at the young man before him, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. What bravery could a defeated general speak of? Moreover, the level of power the opponent displayed was completely beyond his comprehension. Soon, the high-ranking officials quickly recovered from their shock and escorted the two back to the Kazekage's building. An emergency meeting concerning the village's future highest authority was convened amidst an extremely delicate and stunning atmosphere. The atmosphere in the conference room was so heavy it could almost drip water. Everyone's gaze was focused on Sao, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of unconcealed fanaticism. Determining influence through military strength is an unspoken rule of the ninja world. Since Sao had defeated the Kazekage, he naturally possessed the ultimate decision-making power over the village's future. The most senior elder was the first to stand up. His voice trembling with excitement, he looked at Sao. Sao, the result of this battle is clear. You have proven with absolute strength that your power far exceeds our imagination. The fourth generation leader has also acknowledged your victory. According to the rules, and for the future of Sunagakure, we unanimously believe that you should succeed as the fifth generation Kazekage and lead Sunagakure toward new glory. Seconded. We ask Lord Sao to succeed as Kazekage. Sunagakure needs a powerhouse like you to lead. There was virtually no dissent. All high-ranking officials, including Raza, whose face was still pale, tacitly approved the proposal. Strength above all else, this was the fundamental logic of Sunagakure and the entire ninja world. However, facing the supreme power that was within easy reach, Sao slowly shook his head. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over every official present, his voice clear and firm, thank you for your kindness and trust. However, I must refuse the position of fifth generation Kazekage. What? As soon as he spoke, the entire room was astonished. No one could understand why someone would refuse to become the cage of a village. That was the ultimate goal countless ninja dreamed of. Why? Raza couldn't help but ask, his brow furrowed. Sao explained calmly, his reasons sound and sincere. Firstly, I am too young. At only 15, I may possess strength, but governing a village cannot be done by military power alone. It requires experience, knowledge, and a deep understanding of human affairs and international dynamics, qualities I cannot acquire overnight. Rashly taking that position would not be for the village's benefit. He paused, then continued, a light of idealism flickering in his eyes. Secondly, my ambition does not lie in ruling. Defeating the Kazekage was not to seize power, but to prove another possibility, to prove that Sunagakure's path is not solely one of war. My dream is to use the knowledge I have learned and the power I possess to fundamentally change the face of the land of wind, to make oases bloom in the desert, and to turn barrenness into prosperity. The Kazekage position involves complex administrative duties that would severely restrict my energy, preventing me from focusing on this great endeavor. Thirdly, Sao looked at Raza, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Although the fourth Kazekage suffered a loss in this battle, his years of governing experience, contributions to the village, and external prestige remain. For him to continue leading Sunagakure will better maintain the village's stability and policy continuity. His words were clear and logical, every point reasonable. This was not a hypocritical refusal, but a deeply considered choice. Power, to him, was merely a tool to achieve his goals, not the goal itself. Silence fell upon the conference room again. The officials exchanged glances. They had never encountered such a situation, nor had they ever heard anyone view the Kazekage position in this manner. After a long pause, Raza slowly raised his head. The feeling of frustration in his eyes was gradually replaced by a complex emotion. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, so, Your philosophy, peace and development prioritized over wars of revenge. Do you still adhere to it? Yes, I adhere to it, Seo replied without hesitation. We have a better way to become strong, rather than gambling our future on a highly risky war. Starting a war with Konoha will only result in mutual destruction, benefiting the watchful Hidden Mist and Uegakure. This time, no one immediately voiced a rebuttal. Seo had earned the right to articulate his philosophy through his absolute strength. His victory itself proved the immense potential contained within the path he championed. The source of power for that Sage Mode-enhanced Gundam seemed directly related to the development model he advocated. Raza closed his eyes, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, he let out a long breath, as if shedding a heavy burden, or perhaps having made a difficult decision. I understand. Raza's voice regained its usual composure, but carried a different nuance. Perhaps, you are right. Blindly clinging to past hatred might indeed cause Sunagakure to miss its true future. He looked at the officials. I have decided to adopt Minister Shei's suggestion. All military action plans against Konoha will be postponed. The village's future focus will shift toward internal development, improving livelihoods, and supporting the various projects of the Sunagakure Research and Development Department. The transition of supreme power was completed in an unexpected manner. Although Seo did not take the Kazekage position, his invincible strength and visionary philosophy had effectively made him the spiritual leader and guide for the Hidden Sand Village. His development philosophy was finally accepted by Raza and the entire High Command. After experiencing an internal clash of power and philosophy, the Hidden Sand Village finally turned completely toward a new path focused on endogenous development. Seo, freed from the constraints of administrative trivialities, was able to fully dedicate himself to his grand dream of changing the nation. Chapter 140, The Ecological Puppet Debuts. In the summer of Konoha year 53, the Land of Wind experienced unprecedented heat. The scorching sun was like a furnace, mercilessly baking the boundless sea of sand. The air warped in the heat haze, and every breath carried the sensation of scorching sand. In this harsh natural environment, survival itself was an eternal battle. However, along the eastern coastline of the Hidden Sand Village, within a designated experimental area, the atmosphere was completely different from the deadly heat. A restless energy, full of hope and vitality, was brewing. Seo, now 17 years old, had a more upright posture, having shed the last traces of youthful immaturity. His face was handsome, and his dark eyes held a composure and wisdom far beyond his age. He stood on a massive seaside reef, the sea breeze ruffling his slightly messy black hair, his gaze fixed intently on the peculiar creation before him. It was not built for battle. It had no sharp blades, no cold launching ports, and no streamlined assault armor. Instead, it featured several massive filtering units resembling the chambers of some marine organism, countless pipes wrapped in complex sealing technique formulas winding and connecting them. Embedded in the center was a huge natural energy puppet core emitting a soft yet powerful green light. This core was made from what was almost the largest god tree fragment Seo possessed. The entire puppet was colossal, half submerged quietly in the shallow sea, its exterior covered in a special corrosion-resistant alloy that shimmered with a practical metallic luster under the sun. This was the epic-making work that Seo, leading the Sunagakure Joint Development Department, had finally completed after 3 full years and countless efforts and resources, the ecological puppet, seawater purifier. Director, all units have passed the final inspection. The sealing technique formulas are operating normally, and the energy pathways are stable. A researcher ran over to report excitedly, his voice trembling slightly from nervousness and anticipation. Seo took a deep breath and nodded. His gaze swept over his side, where Elder Cho, accompanied by Ebizo, had also personally come to the site, her aged eyes filled with inexpressible anticipation and emotion. Many members of the development department, Earth Release Ninja drawn in to assist, and even some curious garrison ninja were watching from afar, holding their breath. Over these 3 years, Seo had dedicated most of his energy to this massive project. How to use natural energy for efficient propulsion, how to use sealing technique formulas to precisely control water molecule separation, how to resist corrosion, how to deal with different sea conditions, countless difficult problems were overcome one by one. After numerous failures and adjustments, they had finally reached this stage today. Begin. Seo's voice was calm, yet carried immense weight. He formed a special hand sign, resonating with the massive natural energy core. Buzz. A low rumble sounded from inside the seawater purifier, and the green light of the core suddenly brightened. Vast natural energy was converted into precise power, driving the complex internal system to begin operation. The huge intake pipes started frantically drawing in seawater, like a giant whale feeding. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the purifier's outlet. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time seemed exceptionally long, with only the sound of the waves intermingling with the low operating hum of the purifier. Some people's palms began to sweat as tension spread. Suddenly, a clear, transparent liquid burst forth from an outlet pipe on one side, tracing a crystalline arc in the sunlight before falling into the prepared reservoir. It's fresh water. It's fresh water. An elderly researcher rushed to the edge of the reservoir, frantically scooping up a handful of water to taste it. He immediately burst into tears. It's sweet. It's fresh water. We succeeded. Director. We succeeded. Almost simultaneously, from the outlet on the other side, white, granular coarse salt poured out like a waterfall, quickly piling up. Cheers instantly erupted. Elder Chiyo's hands trembled with excitement, and Ebizo constantly stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. Everyone involved in the project cheered and embraced wildly, 3 years of hard work had paid off handsomely in this moment. Seo looked at the gushing fresh water and the towering salt pile, finally displaying a relieved and brilliant smile. The dream had become reality. But this was only the first step. In the following days, Seo led the team stationed at East Sea Bay, continuously conducting experiments, collecting data, improving the purifier's performance for different situations, and solving various problems encountered during practical operation. Every piece of data, from the cubic meters of fresh water produced daily to the purity of the coarse salt, and the energy consumption and maintenance cycles, was thoroughly recorded and analyzed. After several months of repeated adjustments and improvements, the ecological puppet, seawater purifier was finally declared officially complete and ready for practical use. When the news reached the village, the entire village rejoiced. This meant that the water scarcity problem that had plagued the land of wind for thousands of years finally saw a glimmer of hope for resolution. Seo did not rest and immediately began the next step. He personally led a team of ninja skilled in earth release to select a small patch of barren sandy land near East Sea Bay. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Several earth release ninja jointly performed the technique, changing the underground soil structure to better retain moisture. Earth release, earth movement core. Other ninja leveled the land and carved out neat furrows. Subsequently, Seo controlled the stably operating seawater purifier, channeling the continuously produced fresh water through temporarily laid pipes into this newly developed experimental field. The clear fresh water cheerfully flowed into the cracked sandy land, making a sizzling sound and being greedily absorbed. The originally lifeless sand and soil, nourished by the fresh water, seemed to be injected with life, and their color deepened slightly. Seo squatted down, grabbed a handful of moist soil, and felt the long-absent coolness and humidity, his eyes full of light. The next step is to find and cultivate salt-tolerant crops suitable for growing in this improved sandy soil, he told his assistant. As long as we have a stable water source, this endless desert will, one day, gradually turn into an oasis. The setting sun's afterglow spilled over the sea, over the ecological puppet that continuously produced fresh water and salt, and over the newly irrigated experimental field that nurtured infinite hope. The history of the hidden sand village, and even the entire land of wind, quietly shifted toward a new, vibrant direction at this moment. The debut of the ecological puppet marked the solid and great first step in Seo's dream of changing the land of wind. Chapter 141, Strength Beyond Cage Level. It was a summer night in Konoha year 53. The moonlight poured like mercury onto the boundless sea of sand, dyeing the endless dunes a cold, silvery white. The hidden sand village was long asleep, with only the sound of the wind still tirelessly whining. The lights in the office of the Sunagakure Joint Development Department head had long been extinguished. Seo was not lingering over paperwork, his figure stood silently in the depths of an absolutely secluded desert area outside the village. At 17, his posture was straight as a pine, having long shed all youthful naivety. His sharply defined features appeared calm and profound under the moonlight. 3 years had deposited upon him not just status and prestige, but also an inner, almost complete metamorphosis. The core of this transformation stemmed from the pocket body cultivation furnace he wore close to his body, which had undergone 2 iterative upgrades. For over 1,000 days and nights, it had never stopped operating, constantly absorbing the thin yet ubiquitous natural energy from the air, converting it into the purest and gentlest source of life, continuously nourishing every cell in his body. This continuous, high-efficiency nourishment had astonishing effects. It completely compensated for the last flaws caused by his insufficient foundation due to premature birth, and further stimulated his life potential to a height unimaginable to ordinary people. His meridians were wide and resilient like rushing underground rivers. The amount of chakra he could contain and circulate had long broken through the constraints of ordinary cage level, entering a more vast domain super cage level. This was a qualitative change triggered by a quantitative one. The sheer magnitude and recovery speed of his chakra reached an unbelievable state. Seo was absolutely confident that, in his current state, if he faced the 4th Kazekage Raza from their duel in the desert 2 years ago, he could achieve an absolute and undeniable crushing victory, even without relying on any puppets. That would not be a victory of technique, but a massive gap in pure energy level. Of course, he knew that Raza would certainly not have stood still over the past 3 years. The 4th Kazekage, currently at the peak of his prime, must have also refined and sharpened his magnet release mastery and chakra control. But that would be a confrontation on a different level. Because he had devoted the vast majority of his energy over the past 3 years to the research and development of the ecological puppet seawater purifier and the grand plan for the reform of the land of wind, there had indeed been no revolutionary innovations in combat puppets. The Gundam was mainly optimized and maintained based on the original design. However, this did not mean his personal combat strength had stagnated. On the contrary, when he temporarily withdrew from the busy political affairs and research to quietly contemplate himself, he realized that his greatest growth did not come from external objects, but from a deeper excavation of his own bloodline limit and the essence of life. His magnet release bloodline limit had already stepped onto a new level. Seo slowly raised his right hand, palm down, pointing towards the desert below. But he neither summoned iron sand nor used any visible metal. He was sensing the boundless, invisible, and intangible power deep within the earth beneath his feet, geomagnetic field lines. Under the 3 years of uninterrupted natural energy nourishment from the pocket body cultivation furnace, his physique had become infinitely close to the sage body, and his perception of natural energy became extremely sharp. That formerly abstract concept became clearly discernible in his senses. Countless invisible magnetic field lines, containing the great power of the earth, crisscrossed and extended like the planet's veins, forming a stable and vast energy field network. Ordinary ninja, or even cage-level experts, could not detect its existence, let alone utilize it. The essence of Seo's magnet release is the manipulation of magnetic force. In the past, he needed to rely on iron, sand or metal on puppets as a medium to perform it. But now, with his deepening understanding of the essence of magnetism and the leap in his own life level, he had touched a higher realm. His mind stirred slightly, his concentration heightened, and he began to attempt an extremely subtle resonance and interaction with the massive geomagnetic network beneath his feet. Initially, the surroundings were silent, with only the sound of the wind and sand. But gradually, a strange phenomenon occurred. Centered on his feet, a small patch of sand began to slightly lift against gravity, gently trembling and spinning as if weightless. He was not using chakra to lift the grains, rather, by finely tuning the frequency of his magnet release chakra, he subtly warped the localized geomagnetic field, gradually neutralizing the gravitational influence on those sand particles. Seo held his breath, immersing his entire focus in this wonderful sensation and manipulation. He adjusted meticulously, searching for the most precise resonance point. The next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Seo's body slowly and steadily lifted off the ground, without the aid of any external objects, without using any visible ninjutsu, and without even performing hand seals. Yes, he was floating in mid-air. His feet were about a foot off the ground, floating quietly and illogically in the cold desert air. There was no chakra glow around him, nor any rushing airflow, everything seemed so natural yet incredible, as if he belonged in the sky. This was not an earth release technique that reduced weight, like the lightened boulder technique, nor did it rely on propulsion like jets. This was purely relying on the ultimate control over the essence of magnetism, utilizing the Earth's own magnetic field to counteract and harness the planet's gravity. Although he could currently only float a short distance above the ground, and the suspension range was limited to his own body, requiring intense concentration to maintain this delicate balance, this was undoubtedly a breakthrough of monumental significance. It meant his understanding and application of magnet release had entered a completely new realm, one that surpassed even previous magnet release users, touching the edge of the rules. Seo slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his suspended feet and the sand grains below that floated slightly around him like a stellar ring. A sharp, knowing light flashed in his dark pupils. Power had never been far away. In a more fundamental form, it had quietly taken root and sprouted during the 3 years he dedicated to changing his homeland, finally blossoming into a flower that surpassed the mundane. The chakra reserves of a super cage level, the extraordinary perception and physique infinitely close to the sage body, and the deep mastery over the essence of magnetism, all merged together, constructing the unfathomable foundation of Seo's current strength. Cage level strength? That was already a measure of the past. Now, he stood firmly upon a brand new starting point, gazing towards the wider, distant realm named Super Cage. And this desert that raised him, which was once his cage, was gradually transforming in his hands into an eternal stage for the display of his power. Chapter 142 East Sea Bay's First Oasis. The summer of Konoha's 54th year. While most of the ninja world was still basking in post-war peace and recovery, a silent yet magnificent miracle was unfolding along the coast of the Land of Wind's East Sea Bay. Gone were the scorching, lifeless dunes of past summers. Before everyone's eyes now lay a heart-stealing expanse of vibrant green. Once barren sand had been carved into neat squares by orderly ridges and irrigation canals, where salt-tolerant crops grew thick and lush. Golden wheat rippled in the summer breeze with a gentle rustle, tuberous plants spread broad, glossy leaves, even a few experimental melons already bore pale green fruit along their vines. Several colossal echo puppet seawater purifiers stood half submerged in the sapphire sea like loyal steel titans, their low hum the most moving symphony in this land. Day and night they sucked in seawater, and through complex natural energy conversion and sealing formulas produced an endless flow of clear fresh water that traveled through laid pipelines to irrigate this long thirsty soil. This was the fruit of Sunagakure's top-secret project, the first man-made oasis in East Sea Bay. Today the oasis welcomed its most important visitors. Fourth Kazekage Raza, accompanied by his beloved Karura, Temari and Kankuro had stayed in the village, stood atop a high dune with Elder Cho, Ebizo, Joninbeki, and the Eastern Defense Commander already stationed here, Pakura, gazing down at the unbelievable sight. Though reports had prepared them, seeing the stubborn green life that had sprouted in this boundless sand still struck eyes and hearts harder than any words could describe. This truly, Beki opened his mouth, only to find every word too pale. Years managing village affairs had taught him how hunger and scarcity hung over Sunagakure like a naked blade. Even the cool beauty Pakura was stunned. She had watched this place rise from nothing to rice-scented fields, those giant purifier puppets gave her more peace and power than any ninjutsu. Elders Cho and Ebizo could hardly contain themselves. Chiyo's hands trembled. In my lifetime, to see crops like this grow in Wind Country's desert. That child Seo has wrought a miracle greater than any forbidden jutsu. Ebizo nodded vigorously, eyes moist, repeating, great, truly great. Fourth Kazekage Raza stood in silence, face usually cold now twitching slightly. His deep eyes swept across the rolling wheat, over the laboring echo puppets, and finally rested on the young man striding up the field path. Seo wore simple work clothes, trouser hems flecked with mud, his complexion sun-touched and healthy, eyes bright and sharp, no longer the frail child who once needed a father's protection. He stopped before Raza and bowed with respect but no humility, Lord Fourth Kazekage, Elders, Lady Pakura, Joninbeki. His voice was steady and strong. As you can see, Phase 1 of the East Sea Bay reformation is basically complete. Roughly 500 mu of land have been opened, all irrigated by the seawater purifiers. This season's crops are thriving. After the first harvest is inspected and cleared, we can begin partial restocking of the village granaries. He added, meanwhile, the purifiers produce large quantities of coarse salt daily, its quality far exceeding desert mineral salt. Besides meeting village consumption, it can be stockpiled or traded as an important commodity. The report was concise, yet every word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Restock the village granaries, 4 words that meant everything to a Sunagakure long forced to import food at high prices. Raza studied Sao for a long time, seeing confidence in his eyes, the unshakable will to change the country, and the strategic value great enough to overturn the balance of the ninja world. At last Raza spoke, voice low and solemn, announcing several monumental decisions. First, Pakara. Sir. Pakara stepped forward at once. Upgrade the Eastern Defense Zone to top secret status. Double no, triple the garrison. Establish an absolute security perimeter. Without authorization, no outsider including unapproved fellow countrymen may approach within 50 ri of the oasis or coastal purifiers. Eliminate threats by any means necessary. His tone brooked no argument, this oasis and its technology would be Sunagakure's lifeline and must not be lost. Understood. Pakara nodded sharply, a fierce glint in her eyes. Second, Raza continued, sweeping his gaze over them, once back in the village, secretly enact pro-natalist policies, especially for ninja households, extra grain rations, child-rearing subsidies. We must recover and surpass our pre-war population. With stable grain, people became capital and power rather than burden. Third, his eyes settled on Sao, expression complex. Minister Sao and all members of the Sunagakure Joint Development Department have rendered service unmatched in our history. Because this concerns national fate and must stay absolutely secret, no public commendation can be given, understand. He paused, voice softening. But in supplies, funds, and personnel authority, the village will grant you top-level, unrestricted support. Anything you need will be prioritized, you have earned it. An honor that could not be made public, exchanged for unconditional trust and backing. Sao understood its weight and bowed slightly. For Sunagakure's future, it is our duty. The setting sun cast golden light over the boundless oasis and over these people who would decide Sunagakure's fate. East Sea Bay's first oasis nurtured not only grain but also the hope and ambition of a great nation rising anew. A new era was quietly taking root in this once barren land. Chapter 143, Fertile Fields and Salt. The autumn wind of Konoha year 54 blew across East Sea Bay, bringing not the dryness and dead silence of the past, but the fragrance of ripening grain and the clamor of harvest. This once barren land of the hidden sand village had been completely transformed. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Sao and the Sunagakure United Research and Development Department he led, the initial successful model of the experimental fields was quickly replicated and expanded. More ecological puppet, seawater purifiers were built and put into operation along the coastline. Like tireless behemoths, they roared day and night, greedily swallowing seawater and continuously spitting out the sweet spring of life and snow-white wealth. A network of pipes, like extended blood vessels, transported the precious fresh water to the newly cultivated fields. Sao no longer handled every matter personally, instead focusing his main energy on macroscopic planning, technical optimization, and solving critical problems. He led the elites of the Research and Development Department, constantly improving the efficiency of the purifiers, developing high-yield, salt-alkali-tolerant crop seeds better suited for sandy soil, and designing more efficient irrigation systems. The entire Research and Development Department functioned like a precise and highly efficient machine, driven by Sao, its core engine, pouring creative output into Sunagakure's future. Golden wheat waves rolled under the sun, root crops grew robustly, and even some fruits and vegetables were successfully test-planted. Trucks loaded with newly harvested grain continuously drove along strictly confidential routes toward the granaries of the hidden sand village. What did this mean? It meant that the food panic that had plagued the hidden sand village for countless generations had finally become history. The dining tables no longer held only hard-to-swallow dry rations and expensive imported grains. The diversity and adequate supply of food fundamentally improved the villagers' quality of life and physical fitness. A sense of solid security quietly permeated the air above the village. On the other hand, another product generated by the seawater purifier, high-quality coarse salt, brought about more direct economic benefits. Fourth, Kazekage Raza entrusted this work to his most trusted subordinate, the shrewd and capable Beiki. Beiki displayed a talent beyond the battlefield. He quickly assembled a capable business team and established strictly confidential transportation channels. These snow-white salt grains, sourced from the sea and purified using natural energy, possessed extremely high purity and a taste far superior to inland mineral salt and rock salt. Upon launch, they immediately caused a sensation in the black market and even in official trade conducted through secret channels with certain smaller nations. Beiki cleverly controlled the output and price, marketing it as a rare luxury item from distant seas, garnering astonishing profits. Large amounts of funds, scarce metals, precious medicinal materials, and even technical documents urgently needed by Sunagakure began flowing back to the hidden sand village through various channels. The days of financial strain seemed to be gone forever. This massive salt profit provided ample lifeblood for Sunagakure's further development. Pakara, the East Sea Bay Defense Area Commander-in-Chief, bore an even heavier burden on her shoulders. She not only had to command the growing defense forces, strictly guarding the area to ensure the absolute safety of this land of hope, like a watchful desert scorpion ready to use scorch release to destroy any enemy daring to pry, she also personally participated in the pioneering effort. She mobilized her Earth Release ninja troops, deploying them in shifts to massively transform the land, level sand dunes, and dig irrigation ditches. The figure of the scorch release user appeared not only on the patrol lines but also often at the bustling reclamation sites. Her formidable strength and chilling presence were themselves the best supervision for work efficiency and quality. Field after new field was opened up, connected to the irrigation network, and sown with seeds of hope. Food, funds, and security, these three elements formed a powerful positive cycle. The Hidden Sand Village, a ninja village that once struggled to survive in the wind and sand, barely scraping by on wars and missions, was undergoing earth-shattering changes at a breathtaking pace. Villagers found that food rations had become plentiful, even showing a surplus. The village's infrastructure began to be renovated, hospitals received more medicine and equipment, and even the training equipment at the Ninja Academy was brand new. A long-lost vitality, named Hope, filled every corner of the village. Although the East Sea Bay project remained top secret, and ordinary villagers did not know the details of the oasis and the salt profits, they genuinely felt the improvement in their standard of living. They attributed this to the leadership of 4th Kazekage Raza and the strength of the village, leading to unprecedented cohesion. However, the higher UPS knew exactly where the source of all this lay. Although Seo's name was not publicly proclaimed, in the hearts of those in the know, his weight already surpassed that of an ordinary hero. A brand new era had truly dawned upon Sunagakure. It was no longer built upon wind, sand, and bitter endurance, but rooted in green seedlings and snow-white salt crystals. The complete resolution of the food problem did not just mean full stomachs, it meant that Sunagakure had finally broken free from the greatest shackles that had bound it for centuries, gaining the confidence and capital to move toward a more profound future. The path ahead suddenly seemed wide open. Chapter 144 The Birth of the Engineering Puppet Series. The stable operation of the East Sea Bay Oasis and the thunderous launch of the Southwest Peninsula development acted like two shots of adrenaline, fully awakening the long-dormant potential of Hidden Sand Village. Yet as the cultivated area grew exponentially, a harsh reality presented itself. Traditional manpower and animal power could no longer meet such large-scale, high-efficiency production demands. All eyes turned once more to the Hidden Sand Joint R&D Department and to the minister who kept performing miracles, Seo. After successfully mass-producing enough ecological puppet seawater purifiers and ensuring their stable operation, Seo did not stop. His sights were already set on far broader horizons. How to apply ninjutsu and puppet technique more deeply to production and construction, comprehensively boosting efficiency, became the R&D department's new core mission. Under Seo's personal leadership, the department's elite immersed themselves in another intense R&D push. Building on the mature natural energy core system, precision sealing technique controls, and high-strength alloy forging of the ecological puppet, a series of giants purpose-built for production gradually took shape in the workshops, moving from blueprints to reality. The first to debut was the giant plow line of large-scale tilling puppets. These units were stocky and heavy, with wide crawler tracks that let them glide over loose sand or newly opened fields without sinking. Their core wasn't a weapon but a colossal composite plowhead that gleamed coldly, plus rear-mounted auto-seeding and soil-covering modules. Powered by the purifier's stable energy, each one outmuscled dozens of oxen, tilling and sowing day and night at speeds 100 times faster than manual labor. When several giant plows worked in sync across vast fields, the spectacle was breathtaking. Earth rolled away behind them like waves, pregnant with life. Next came the pack beast line of heavy transport puppets. Southwest Peninsula's sea salt and grain had to reach the village, while supplies needed to move to the development front. Traditional camel caravans were slow, low capacity, and vulnerable. The pack beasts solved this at a stroke: huge cargo holds, immense payloads, hybrid magnetic levitation plus crawler chassis that handled desert terrain at respectable speed. They traveled in convoys along secret fixed routes, a moving Great Wall forming Hidden Sand's new logistical lifeline. Finally, to meet port and infrastructure needs on the Southwest Peninsula, the Rikishi construction puppet line was born. These are true steel titans, nearly the size of combat Gundam puppets but even sturdier and more terrifyingly strong. Their arms can swap in massive cranes, pile drivers, or excavator buckets, easily shifting multi-ton boulders, driving solid foundations, or cutting broad canals. After Earth release Ninja finish macro land shaping, the Rikishi take over for precise, efficient fine work ports, warehouses, and roads rise almost before your eyes. The arrival of this engineering puppet series utterly transformed Hidden Sand's production model. Farming efficiency soared, vast fields were fully used, goods flowed faster, cheaper, and with less loss, infrastructure shot ahead, and the Southwest Peninsula trading hub took shape overnight. Hidden Sand Village thus entered a brand new era: mechanized, large-scale production. Ninja manpower was freed to patrol, guard, give technical guidance, and tackle more complex missions. Seo stood on the R&D lookout deck, gazing down at another Rikishi being assembled in the workshops, eyes full of satisfaction. These cold steel creations might lack the dazzling might of combat puppets, yet with every furrow, every haul, every pile driven they were reshaping the land of wind and laying the foundations for Hidden Sand's prosperity. The union of knowledge, ninjutsu, and puppet technique aims not at destruction but at creation. This engineering puppet series is that ideal made manifest. They are Hidden Sand's true strategic weapons, the keys to future peace and prosperity. Chapter 145 The Great Southwest Peninsula Development. The success of the East Sea Bay Oasis was like hurling a boulder into the long stagnant lake of the Hidden Sand Village. The ripples it sent up were not merely hope, but a surging tide of expansion. When the first season's grain was safely stored and the first huge salt profits were converted into real benefits for the village, an unprecedented confidence and ambition began to sprout among the village's top brass. The limited East Sea Bay coastline could no longer satisfy this booming demand. Every eye naturally turned to the southwest corner of the Land of Winds map, the peninsula that juts into the sea like a giant foot. It possessed a far longer coastline than East Sea Bay, more potential natural harbors, and coastal sands that were broader and flatter. After a thoroughly vetted high-level meeting, a strategy even more ambitious than the East Sea Development Plan was formally adopted, the Great Southwest Peninsula Development Project. This time it was no cautious experiment, but a full-scale, head-on advance. SAO's Hidden Sand Joint R&D department once again became the core engine. Drawing on East Sea Bay experience, a new generation of ecological puppet seawater purifiers was designed larger, more efficient, more storm-resistant, and for the first time fitted with basic autonomous defense runes to repel sea beasts or small sabotage teams. Hundreds of Earth Release Ninja were mobilized en masse. After selecting elite guides and security details from Pakara's Eastern Defense Troops, they formed several engineering corps and marched on the southwest peninsula. Their task was no longer to open a few hundred acres of test fields, but to use ninjutsu to remodel the terrain itself on a grand scale. Earth Release, Myriad-mile Earth Flow Wall. To divide zones and lay out field ridges and roads. Earth Release, Earth Shaking Core. To level land on a massive scale, fill gullies, and create vast plains suited to mechanized farming. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh. To alter soil structure in depth and lock in precious moisture. A magnificent engineering spectacle unfolded on the southwest peninsula. The ninja moved like forces of nature, reshaping the earth day and night. The once barren coastline became neat and flat at a speed visible to the naked eye, awaiting the touch of fresh water. Meanwhile, Baki's commercial teams moved in ahead of schedule. They surveyed the shoreline, chose sites for natural deep water ports, and secretly planned port installations, warehouse districts, and hidden inland transport routes. Their goal was no longer limited to the black market. They began to blueprint large-scale, legitimate trade with overseas nations. The Southwest Peninsula would become the land of wind's maritime gateway to the world. Countless pipes were laid, and still more purifiers were installed. When the first clear fresh water rushed into the newly opened 10,000-acre fields, every participant felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Seeds were sown this time the second generation, high-yield, salt-alkali-tolerant crops optimized by SAO's team. Greenery spread across the peninsula at a staggering pace, dwarfing East Sea Bay. Looking out, one could barely see the end. This would truly become the great granary supporting the entire future of the land of wind. And the sea salt produced was no longer merely a commodity for cash. With his keen eye, Baki began treating it as a strategic resource. He traded salt not only for money, but, more importantly, for rare metals, high-grade medicinal herbs, even non-shinobi technological knowledge from other countries. Salt became Hidden Sand's powerful lever for prying international resources loose. As development deepened, a comprehensive hub integrating production, processing, storage, and transport took initial shape at an excellent harbor on the peninsula. Still kept secret, its huge scale and complete facilities far outstripped the East Sea Bay test site. In the future it would serve as the sluice gate through which the land of wind's wealth would pour. Hidden Sand Village's development thus shifted into top gear. The Great Southwest Peninsula development meant far more than East Sea Bay ever had. It signified not merely exponential growth in food output and skyrocketing revenues. More importantly, it marked Hidden Sand's transition from trial and error exploration to the mature stage of mass replication and rollout. It showcased that under 4th Kazekage Raza's leadership backed by SAO's technical support, Hidden Sand now possessed the power and resolve to remake nature on a vast scale and carve out new living space for the nation. For the first time, the land of wind, a country blanketed by yellow sand, truly turned its long coastline from a geographical barrier into a developmental advantage. The food problem was solved once and for all, the treasury swelled, and the nation's destiny was forcibly rerouted. An era driven by the Southwest Peninsula's great granary and trade hub propelling the entire nation toward prosperity had already begun. Hidden Sand Village, in a manner utterly unforeseen by the ninja world, was quietly amassing the formidable power to reshape the continent. Chapter 146, The Transformation of Hidden Sand Village. The wind of Konoha 55, blowing over the Hidden Sand Village, seemed to carry an aura completely different from before. The wind still carried sand, but it no longer brought only the sigh of dryness and barrenness. Instead, it subtly mixed in the fragrance of wheat from afar, the saltiness of the sea breeze, and a vibrant energy called hope. The stable output from the East Sea Bay oasis and the smooth progression of large-scale development in the Southwest Peninsula were like two powerful warm currents, injecting life into the once withered heart of Sunagakure, making it radiate unprecedented vitality. This transformation was not earth-shattering, but like a trickling stream, it permeated every corner of the village, profoundly changing the lives of every villager. The most intuitive feeling came from the village's ninja population. In the past, Sunagakure ninja often executed missions for the most basic survival needs. Their compensation was meager, and equipment and supplies were often stretched thin. But now, the situation had changed drastically. With the full rollout of the Southwest Peninsula Development Plan, a large number of new types of missions emerged, escorting agricultural experts, guarding transport convoys, assisting Earth Release Ninja with large-scale terrain modification, patrolling newly cultivated vast farmlands, and protecting the arrays of purifiers along the coastline. Although these missions still required hard work and risk, their nature had shifted from pure external combat to internal construction and protection. Mission compensation also increased significantly due to the abundant finances, and payments were timely, never delayed. In the ninja tool shops, high-grade exploding tags, fine shuriken, and quality chakra armor, previously ignored, began to sell. Ninja finally had the means to update their equipment, which not only increased mission success rates but also directly enhanced their survival capabilities. In hospitals, medicinal materials for treatment and recovery were no longer scarce, and injured ninja could receive faster and better medical attention. A tangible feeling of being valued spread among the ninja population, and morale soared to unprecedented heights. The increase in mission volume and the change in their nature also affected the village's economic cycle. The rise in ninja income allowed them to have more disposable money to spend, boosting business in the village's markets, taverns, weapon shops, and even some entertainment venues. The oppressive and dull atmosphere previously caused by poverty in the village was gradually replaced by a busy vitality full of hope. Among all these changes, the most far-reaching was the investment in and reform of education. One day, an order signed by 4th Kazekage Raza and unanimously approved by the High Command was officially issued. Effective immediately, the Sunagakure Ninja Academy would implement completely free education. All age-appropriate children, regardless of whether they came from ninja clans or civilian families, would not need to pay any fees for enrollment, and the village would uniformly provide basic learning tools and training equipment. As soon as this order was released, the entire village was shaken. For many impoverished civilian families, this was undoubtedly tremendous news. It meant their children had the opportunity to change their fate and the possibility of becoming respected ninja. On the day the news spread, countless civilian parents rushed with their children to the Ninja Academy registration office, their faces brimming with unprecedented excitement and gratitude. The scale of the school subsequently expanded rapidly. New school buildings were planned and constructed, and more chunin and special jonin were selected and hired as teachers. Advanced courses and practical training sessions that could not be held previously due to funding issues were also put on the agenda. Seo even specially transferred several assistants proficient in basic theory from the Research and Development Department to regularly offer simple introductory puppetry study and chakra nature recognition courses at the school, aiming to discover and cultivate talented children earlier. He knew that the future of the village ultimately depended on the strength of this new generation. Walking on the streets of Hidden Sand Village, changes were visible everywhere. The children's faces were less sallow from hunger and more rosy and vibrant, and their laughter was louder when they chased and played. Ninja hurried along, but they no longer moved with the numbness of those forced by survival. Instead, they carried a clear sense of purpose and drive. Selling cries rose and fell in the market, and the variety of goods had clearly become much richer. Even the massive rock ceiling that always enveloped the village no longer felt so oppressive, shimmering with a hopeful luster in the sunlight. Hidden Sand Village was undergoing a silent yet profound transformation. It was no longer a marginal ninja village struggling in the sandstorm, barely surviving through bloodshed and sacrifice. Food self-sufficiency, growing financial abundance, and a clear plan for the future imbued it with newfound confidence and composure. The source of all this pointed to the technological miracle that changed the fate of the Land of Wind. Although the vast majority of ordinary villagers did not know the specific details of the East Sea Bay and the Southwest Peninsula, they genuinely felt the tangible improvement in their lives. A strong sense of belonging and pride toward the village was quietly forming. Hidden Sand Village was taking firm steps, bidding farewell to the gloom of the past, and moving toward a new era of hope created by its own hands. The widespread implementation of free education was like injecting the most enduring fuel into the engine of this new era. Chapter 147 Raza's Sigh. The setting sun bathed Sunagakure in a warm golden glow. After a day of endless paperwork, the 4th Kazekage Raza didn't head straight home. Instead, he carried his 3-year-old son Gara and slowly climbed to the observation deck atop the Kazekage Tower. Gara was quiet, his short red hair lying soft against his head, wide jade eyes curiously taking everything in. Sensing his father's unusual mood, he didn't cry or fuss, simply nestled obediently in the broad embrace. Raza stood against the railing, evening breeze stirring his white Kazekage robes. His deep gaze swept across the village he'd poured heart and soul into, a place that had witnessed struggle and change. The sight before him bore no resemblance to the Sunagakure of memory, one that scraped by amid sandstorms, the air always tinged with desperation and tension. The distant market still bustled, its clamor now brimming with vitality instead of the weary fight for survival. Villagers in the streets looked less gaunt and worried, more at ease. He even spotted several Ninja Academy kids just dismissed, laughing as they chased one another in crisp new training uniforms provided free of charge. Farther off, at the village edge, new dwellings rose amid well-ordered scaffolding. From the hospital direction came the sound of expansion work, latest medical equipment being installed, paid for with sea salt profits. The air no longer carried only the dry scent of sand, one could faintly smell fresh grain cooking in the communal kitchens. All these changes pointed clearly to one source: the young man busy on the southwest peninsula, Seo. Raza's heart swirled with 100 feelings, a sigh of amazement escaping him. He remembered Sunagakure's despair after its crushing defeat at Kiki Mountain, an empty treasury, meager ninja pay, unpaid pensions, the village suffocating under reparations and failure. As Kazekage he'd racked his brains daily, even personally scoured the desert for gold, yet it was a drop in the bucket. He'd believed only war, only plunder, could keep Sunagakure alive. For that reason he'd once crossed blades with the boy who offered a different path out in the desert. That defeat still stung, not merely the gap in power but the clash of ideals. Seo's power, aimed at creation rather than destruction, had shaken Raza's convictions to the core. Now, facts proved Seo had been right. Grain no longer had to be begged for, there was even surplus. The treasury was no longer empty, it could fund free schooling, better healthcare, improved ninja pay. The village no longer languished, it pulsed with hope and growth. All achieved not through force but through wisdom, technology, and sweat wrested from the very land. A complex emotion welled within Raza, pride, relief, and an indescribable sense of release and shame. He had clung to old thinking, nearly leading the village into another disaster. In the end, youth's courage and vision had dragged Sunagakure back onto the right path. He looked down at the quiet Gara. His youngest had been born in the village's darkest hour. But now, seeing the village reborn, for the first time Raza felt a pure, Fatherly hope for Gaara. Gaara, he murmured, as if to himself yet also to his son, do you see? This is our village. Once scarred, it's growing stronger than we ever imagined. Future Sunagakure may no longer need a Jinchuriki as its ultimate weapon. It will need wisdom, creation people like the one who changed all this, those who can blaze new trails. He held Gaara tighter, gaze fixed ahead, growing resolute. As Kazekage, perhaps he was no longer the village's mightiest, yet he remained its leader. His duty had shifted from mere survival to safeguarding this hard-won rebirth and paving the road for the next generation. The afterglow stretched their silhouettes long. Raza stood at the juncture of two eras behind him, the past of poverty and struggle, before him a future spreading out in hope. And Gaara, cradled in his arms, seemed to understand. In those jade eyes reflected his father's firm profile and the thriving village painted red by the sunset. Chapter 148 The Rise of a New Town. The southwest peninsula of the Land of Wind had once been a barren blot on the map, where only howling sandstorms and tenacious thorns marked the passage of time. Yet, with the roar of ecological puppets echoing along the coast, with thousands of hectares of fertile land turning green, and with harbor cranes working day and night, a quiet but profound migration and social transformation naturally unfolded across this land reborn. The first pioneers Earth-release ninja, puppet engineers, agronomists, builders, and the ninja who guarded them set up a temporary camp that became the seed of the new town. Before long they discovered life here was far more luxurious than in resource-strapped Sunagakure. Fresh water was almost limitless, fruit and vegetables were no longer luxuries, and you could even enjoy fresh seafood caught nearby. Word sprouted wings and flew back to Sunagakure headquarters, and to every marginal settlement struggling in the sea of sand. The pull was irresistible. First came convenience. Living beside the oasis and the farming industrial hub meant first access to the freshest food, stable water from the purifiers, a makeshift school for pioneers' children, and a clinic stocked with basic medicines when illness struck. Second came opportunity. The vast development plan created colossal demand for labor, farmers for the fields, technicians to maintain the puppets, sailors and stevedores for the port, warehouse clerks, carpenters to build houses, merchants for the flourishing market. Here, a pair of willing hands could earn good pay, far better than scratching out survival in the old homeland. And so people voted with their feet. Some civilian families from Sunagakure proper answered the call, relocating in an orderly fashion to newly planned residential quarters on the peninsula. Far more arrived from tiny oases across the Land of Wind, having heard of the miracle on the southwest coast. They crossed the desert with families in tow, seeking this fabled land of hope, bringing diverse crafts and more mouths to feed. Almost overnight, a town sprouted around the core granary and bustling port. The buildings were no longer the oppressive stone caves and adobe huts of Sunagakure, built to fend off sandstorms, but brighter, more open designs. Many walls were whitewashed with crushed seashells that glimmered in the sun. Streets were laid out in straight lines, still gritty yet clean, bordered by drought-resistant desert plants. A lively bazaar arose, selling abundant produce, sea salt, seafood, sundries brought by itinerant merchants, and crafts from artisan stalls. The air was thick with the aroma of baked flatbread, briny fish, and assorted spices. Voices rose and fell, full of everyday life. Schools, clinics, taverns, inns, even a small smith ninja office for simple tool repairs and civilian sealing technique services were established. Though dwarfed by Sunagakure proper, they were complete and pulsed with vigor. The town had no formal name, people simply called it Peninsula New Town or Granary Town. It boasted no long history, no rigid hierarchy, everything rested on utility, shared labor, and a common yearning for a better life. Its residents were a mixed lot: Sunagakure ninja relatives, local farmers, migrant craftsmen, wandering merchants, yet all shared one identity, pioneers of this new land. Population growth fed back into the farming industrial center. More labor let cultivation and production expand, while the new consumer market spurred further commerce, starting a virtuous cycle. Sunagakure's high command followed the town's rise through regular reports, their feelings a blend of pride and complexity. They realized this was more than a town, it was proof that a new development model worked. The Land of Wind's people and economy were shifting from scattered, fragile oases to larger, more resilient hub towns. The new town on the southwest peninsula shone like a pearl born from the dunes. It symbolized not only material abundance but also a fresh way of life and community taking root in the Land of Wind. Sunagakure, once a lone fortress in the sand, now had its first vibrant, future-facing satellite, its influence spreading with every beat of the town's heart. Chapter 149 The Final Days of Monk Bunpiku. Late autumn of Konoha year 55, a bleak wind whipped up sand, adding an extra chill to Sunagakure. A brief message from the hidden sand was secretly delivered to Seo, who was busy with southwest peninsula affairs. The note was short and heavy, the old monk Bunpiku had little time left. Seo dropped everything at once and, alone, raced to the lonely temple that had hidden Sunagakure, the place he had visited often as a boy. As he pushed open the familiar creaking wooden door, the faint scent of incense and aged wood still lingered, but now it was laced with the stronger smell of life decaying, something even herbs could not mask. Monk Bunpiku lay quietly on the austere Zen cot, gaunt and breathing faintly, as if a gust of wind could scatter him. Yet when he saw Seo enter, his sunken eyes suddenly shone with a gentle warmth, like a dying candle's final flicker. "You've come. Seo." The old man's voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible, yet it carried relief. Seo hurried to the cot, knelt on one knee, and grasped the monk's withered, icy hand. Feeling that frail life slipping away, he didn't hesitate. He drew a small, intricate device from his robe, the R&D department's latest life support instrument. It could not reverse death, but it could extend life for months. Master Bunpyaku, don't speak. With this, I can help. Seo's voice carried urgency. Yet Bunpyaku shook his head slightly, mustered his strength, and gently pushed Seo's hand away. His gaze was clear and resolute, fearless of death, filled only with an all-seeing acceptance. No need, child. He said slowly, each word seemingly exhausting him. Blossoming and withering, life and death, are all laws of nature. This old monk has lived long enough, seen much, and waited long. This body's time has come. He paused, regarding Seo with fondness, as if looking upon his proudest disciple, to see you grow to this day, to see the changes you've brought to this land. This old monk is comforted. Seo's hand froze mid-air. Looking into the old man's lucid eyes, he understood the monk's resolve, a wisdom and magnanimity that transcended life and death. Any artificial extension would be a desecration, a burden. Seo slowly withdrew the device, heart full of respect and sorrow. This old monk has no regrets in this life, Bunpyaku continued, his breath ever fainter, save one last matter. I cannot set aside. His gaze seemed to pierce the walls toward the companion bound by layer upon layer of seals. Shikaku. Bunpyaku's voice carried a plea, though a tailed beast, fierce and untamed, after so many years together, it is not entirely without feeling. When I am gone, the seal will break, then it will surely run rampant, bringing carnage. That is not what I wish. He gripped Seo's hand with all his remaining strength, eyes shining with the last of their light. Seo. This old monk begs you, help me, after I die, before the seal fully collapses, release it, send it into the depths of the desert, give it true freedom, rather than fall into the next cage. The request struck like thunder. Letting a tailed beast go free was a risk no village could ever condone. But Seo, gazing into Bunpyaku's final hopeful eyes, remembered his childhood, how this one monk and one beast had first taught him sealing techniques and ancient secrets. To him, Shikaku was not merely a disaster incarnate but also a gruff, genuine teacher. He remained silent for a long time. At last, he nodded firmly. I promise you, Master, Seo said in a low, solemn voice. I will send it away, deep into the desert where no one will disturb it. On Bunpyaku's face appeared an incomparably serene, utterly liberated smile, his life's greatest wish fulfilled at last. Good, so, excellent. His voice faded to silence, his hand slipped from Seo's and fell limp. Those wise, tranquil eyes slowly closed, his breath ceased entirely. Thus passed a great monk. He had spent his life with a tailed beast, confined within a small patch of earth, yet his heart held boundless compassion. He faced death calmly and secured the best possible future for his only companion. The temple sank into deathly stillness. Seo quietly straightened Bunpyaku's robes and bowed deeply. Right then. Will you A roar bursting with boundless fury, resentment, and a trace of sorrow erupted from the sealed space beneath the temple. Mighty tailed beast chakra surged like a bursting dam, wildly assailing the failing seal. Seo's eyes sharpened, he hesitated no more. Hands flashing through seals, chakra threads burst from the back of his head, instantly linking to several barrier nodes laid throughout the temple beforehand. Sealing technique, 4-symbol space-time passage. A huge vortex distorting space opened at the temple's center. Seo could feel Shikaku's massive, violent chakra breaking the last fetters. He did not try to fight or reseal it, instead, he guided that imminent cataclysmic force and forcibly funneled it into the space-time passage. Shikaku. Go. Seo shouted, to the far end of the desert, never return. The other end of the passage lay in the heart of the endless sands, a desolate, uninhabited true wasteland. Rumble. With an ear-splitting roar and the tearing of space, Shikaku's colossal sand-formed body, wrapped in endless resentment and its newly won freedom, smashed through the remnants of the seal and plunged headlong into the passage. The portal snapped shut. The temple shook for a moment, then slowly calmed. Only Bunpyaku's serene body and Seo standing there with a complex expression remained. He had honored his teacher's wish, yet had also released a force terrifying enough to destroy a village. Whether fortune or disaster awaited, none could say. But for now, what filled his heart was grief for a wise man's passing, and the heavy contemplation of life and freedom. Wind swept through the empty temple, wailing as if to see someone off. Chapter 150, Convincing the higher UPS, Releasing the Tailed Beast. Inside the Kazekage's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt ready to drip. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, sat at the head of the table, face calm, fingertips unconsciously drumming the desk with a dull, rhythmic thud that struck every heart present. Elder Cho and Ebiz flanked him, Chiyo's eyes half closed as if asleep, yet the tight set of her lips betrayed her unease. Ebiz's hands tucked inside his sleeves, gaze sharp as he swept it across every high-ranking official in the room. Advisor elders, captains of every corps, heads of the great clans, nearly the entire core decision-making body of Sunagakure was present. Their collective focus rested on the young man standing in the center of the office. Seo, barely 18, was already head of Sunagakure's Research and Development Department, the undisputed apex of the village's combat power and the architect of the East Sea Bay Oasis miracle. At this moment he was calmly stating a proposal that most listeners deemed sheer madness. Master Bunpyaku's final wish is exactly this. He spent his life with Shikaku, enduring loneliness and misunderstanding while safeguarding the village's balance. Now, with his lifespan nearing its end, he refuses any means of prolonging it. He wishes only to pass away peacefully and to return Shikaku to the desert, granting the beast its freedom. Seo's voice was clear and steady, without the slightest ripple, as if he were describing the most ordinary matter. The instant the words left his mouth, the conference room exploded. Preposterous. A senior advisor slammed the table and shot to his feet. The one-tailed Shikaku is the village's ultimate weapon, a strategic deterrent. How can we release it on one man's whim? Jonin Seo, do you have any idea what losing a tailed beast means for Suna? It means we forfeit a crucial trump card, another clan representative interjected, voice grave. Especially while the other great nations still field Jinchuriki. This would amount to severing our own arm. We honor Master Bunpiku's merits, but the village's interests come first. We can search for a new Jinchuriki vessel and extend the weapon's power, rather than return it to nature and invite uncontrollable risk. Objections rose and fell, forming an almost one-sided uproar. The notion of tailed beasts as strategic weapons was too deeply rooted, fear and dependence intertwined, making release an option they could not accept. Raza's drumming fingers stopped. He lifted his gaze toward Seo, eyes profound. Seo, I understand your respect for Master Bunpiku. But as everyone says, Shikaku's power is vital to the village. After release, how do we restrain it? If someone else seizes it, what then? You must give reasons enough to convince everyone, not merely sentiment. Pressure descended like a tangible weight. Elder Chiyo's eyes opened a slit, glancing at Seo with a flicker of barely perceptible worry. Facing the barrage of questions, Seo's expression never changed. He drew a slow breath and spoke clearly, Kazekage-sama, honored elders, I advance this motion not from sentiment, but precisely out of consideration for the village's present and future interests. His gaze swept the room. First, the idea of a weapon is long obsolete. The Battle of Kiki Mountain and every previous great war prove that pinning hopes on an uncontrollable tailed beast rampage costs us dearly, often injuring ourselves before we injure the enemy. Suna needs controllable, sustainable strength, not a bomb that may detonate at any moment. Second, searching for a new Jinchuriki? Easier said than done. A compatible vessel is 1 in 10,000, the sealing technique is costly and extremely dangerous. Forcibly creating a Jinchuriki would likely only spawn the next tragedy and the next instability. We now have better options. He raised his voice slightly. Third, and most crucial, Sunagakure is no longer the feeble village that had to rely on an ultimate weapon to survive. He lifted a hand and pointed outside the window. Though nothing could be seen, everyone knew what he meant, the oasis of East Sea Bay, the fertile fields of the southwest peninsula, the ceaseless flow of salt profits, the brand new puppets for industry system, these are Suna's true foundation and source of strength today. Power we created with our own hands, wholly ours, completely controllable. Our national strength is rising steadily, food self-sufficiency, improved finances, better pay for ninja, a growing new generation. Why cling to the obsolete, risky weapon mentality? Fourth, Seo's gaze turned razor sharp. Concerning risk and control, after Shikaku's release, I myself will conclude a covenant with the beast. 3 clauses. 1. Protect the Land of Wind's territory and never attack villages on its own. 2. No large-scale sandstorms without summons. 3. Should foreign enemies invade or the village face existential war, it must answer the call and fight. He paused, voice ringing with confidence, and I have absolute certainty it will keep the pact not through seals, but through power and mutual benefit. Shikaku longs for freedom, yet what we can offer is a stable, familiar living environment and an existence it cannot ignore, one fully capable of persuading it. The office fell instantly silent. Seo's arguments were crystal clear and forceful, especially that final phrase, an existence capable of persuading it, reminding everyone of the recent duel watched by thousands, the steel titan gleaming with sage patterns, Raza's gold sand helpless before that absolute might. Seo's own strength was the greatest guarantee. Ebis spoke slowly, breaking the hush. Jonin Seo, you mean to transform an uncontrollable weapon into a more or less constrained guardian beast, replacing seals with covenants, coercion with mutual benefit? Precisely, Elder Ebis. Seo inclined his head. Shikaku returns to the desert, freedom for it, for the Land of Wind, a mighty, natural guardian of the realm, for the village, removal of a heavy burden and risk, yet with potent aid against foreign foes when needed. 1 move, 3 gains. Raza sank into contemplation. He had to admit Seo's words were powerfully tempting. As Kazekage, no one knew better how heavily the tailed beast had once strained the village's finances, nor how transformative the East Sea Bay project had been. Perhaps Suna had truly reached the point where it could cast off its dependence on tailed beast weapons. Elder Cho finally spoke, voice hoarse but weighty. I say Jonin Seo's proposal deserves consideration. Bunpiku served the village all his life. If we coldly reject his final wish, we chill the hearts of every future contributor. Besides, the benefits Seo lists align with the village's long-term growth. The times have indeed changed. With the 2 most senior elders successively voicing support, especially Cho, the tide of fierce opposition subsided. Everyone turned to Raza, awaiting his final verdict. Raza's gaze swept across the assembly, finally settling on Seo's resolute, confident face. He remained silent for nearly a minute. The office was so quiet a needle drop would have echoed. At last he rose slowly and spoke, word by word, very well. Seo, I will trust you this once and trust that Sunagakure's present strength can weather such a change. Your request is granted. You are fully authorized to conclude the covenant with the one-tailed Shikaku, and thereafter, release it to the sands. The decision was struck, the gavel fallen. Seo bowed deeply. I will not betray the Kazekage's trust, nor the village's. He turned and walked out of the Kazekage's office, sunlight spilling over him, every step steady and resolute. He knew this was only the first step, the true test. The negotiation with Shikaku still lay ahead. Yet he feared nothing. For Master Bunpiku's final wish, and for Suna's journey toward a future free of tailed beast weapons, he would see it through. Chapter 151 3 Clauses with Shikaku. Endless sea of sand, scorching sun overhead. Seo stood alone atop the burning dune, his black cloak snapping in the hot wind. Before him lay the vast depression marked as forbidden ground, the entrance to the ceiling shrine. Master Bunpiku's faint life force flickered beneath it like a candle in the wind. He drew a deep breath, formed rapid hand seals, and sent a steady voice underground, "Shikaku, show yourself. I've come as promised." After a brief silence the earth quivered. The sand underfoot bubbled like boiling water, and a colossal, savage, ancient chakra erupted from the seal like a geyser. Roar! With an ear-splitting roar, a towering plume of dust and sandstorm shot skyward. Yellow grains converged, instantly shaping a mountain-sized titan. Deep purple seal tattoos laced its ochre frame, a thick tail slapped the ground, raising waves of sand. Two bell-sized, dark yellow eyes gleamed with cunning, brutality, and the wild joy of fleeting freedom, locking onto the ant-like Seo below. "Stinking brat! You're the one who says you'll set this lord free." Shikaku's voice boomed like thunder, half mocking, half overbearing. "Where's that old monk Bunpiku? Make him release the seal at once. This lord has had enough of this cursed cage." Seo tilted his head back at the monstrous-tailed beast, his face calm, as though facing merely a bad-tempered neighbor. "Master Bunpiku's days are numbered, this is his final wish. Setting you free, yes, but not without conditions." "Conditions?" Shikaku barked a laugh that set the sandstorm howling. "Ha ha ha. Why should this lord agree? Once the old monk dies the seal will weaken anyway, this lord can break out, just needs a little longer. A puny runt like you dares bargain with this lord? Magnet release whelp, don't think a few tricks make you cocky." It remembered this human cub who, as a child, had fearlessly chatted with it and later acquired the troublesome magnet release. Yet a tailed beast's pride would never bow to a human. Seo ignored the taunt and slowly raised his right hand. "Because of this. BZZ. No seals, no warning." An invisible force field exploded outward with Seo at its center. The entire sea of sand convulsed, not the boiling caused by Shikaku but as if flattened by a titan's palm. Countless metallic motes within the grains were ripped free, gathering behind Seo into a vast, black cloud of iron sand that blotted out the sun. What made Shikaku's pupils shrink was that the sand it controlled suddenly felt sluggish, as though strongly jammed and suppressed magnet release inherently countered its sand. "Think I'm still the kid who could only listen to your stories, Shikaku?" Seo's voice remained level, yet beneath that calm lay absolute confidence and power enough to shake mountains. "Master Bunpiku, in his compassion, wishes to return your freedom. I respect his will, yet I must answer to the land of wind that raised me. Releasing an unrestrained you would be tantamount to inviting a natural disaster." He paused. "I'm not pleading, I'm stating the rules of coexistence. Accept, and you gain limited freedom as guardian of the land of wind, not its prisoner. Refuse." The iron sand cloud behind him roared like thunder, menacing. "Then I'll simply uphold our predecessor's tradition and find you a new home. Trust me, it won't be more comfortable." Shikaku's huge eyes narrowed, violent chakra surging, betraying its inner struggle. It sensed from Seo a pressure surpassing any Kazekage it had known, not merely the counter of magnet release but a faint life-level threat, the pseudo-sage body nurtured long by the natural energy body tempering furnace. It realized this human truly possessed power to endanger it. A head-on fight might wound them both, but freedom would be forever lost. Silence spread across the desert, only the wind whistling. At length Shikaku grunted, its tail slamming the sand in reluctant surrender. "Humph. Cunning humans. Spit out your damn conditions." Knowing it had yielded, Seo dispersed the iron sand cloud and declared, 3 clauses. First, guard the borders of the land of wind. You return to the desert, your range limited to within the country. Do not attack villages or harm citizens, yet if enemies invade from the desert, you must repel or alert them. Second, no large-scale sandstorms without summons. You may shift dunes or frolic on a small scale, but never raise ruinous sandstorms that destroy trade routes, oases, or the climate. This is non-negotiable. Third, answer the call in war. If Sunagakure faces annihilation or the land of wind suffers massive invasion, you must respond to my summon and fight, no excuses. With each clause Shikaku's face darkened, though it offered no immediate retort. In return, Seo continued more gently, Sunagakure will recognize you as the land of wind's guardian beast, not a weapon. Keep the agreement and we'll see you as no threat, nor disturb your life. This vast desert will be your true home, not a prison. Should outsiders target you, hint, the Akatsuki organization, the village will stand behind you." Shikaku's huge eyes rolled, weighing freedom, limited freedom plus a terrifying guardian and potential trouble, acceptable, perhaps? Better than the dark seal. Humph. Sweet words. Guardian beast. Still just a watchdog, it muttered, tone softening. Fine, this lord agrees. Enough chatter. Just those 3, right? Hurry and get that old monk to release me. Words alone are worthless. Seo's hands flashed through seals again, intricate, archaic, blending sealing essence learned from Bunpiku and Shikaku with his own grasp of energy pathways. By this contract, break it, and the backlash will curse you to the scorn of the sand sea. A complex array of chakra laced with faint natural energy blazed between them. The 3 clauses became clear runes within the array, then split one half branding Seo's forehead, the other Shikaku's before fading away. The pact was sealed. Feeling the binding force and Seo's unfathomable strength, Shikaku's last sliver of scheming died. It snorted in final acceptance. Seo lowered his hands and nodded. Then remember your promise, Shikaku. I go now to see Master Bunpiko one last time. After that, you will be free. Without another glance at the titanic beast, he turned and walked step by step into the dim shrine entrance. Shikaku watched Seo vanish, then surveyed the boundless dunes. Complex emotions flickered in its huge eyes before a low growl rumbled, its colossal body slowly sank into the sand, awaiting the moment of true freedom. The desert lapsed back into silence, as though nothing had happened yet. A vital covenant for the land of wind's future had been quietly forged beneath the blazing sun and endless sand. Chapter 152, Shikaku returns to the sand. Seo stood up, took one last deep look at the deceased elder who had imparted countless invaluable lessons and served as both a teacher and a friend, and resolutely turned to walk out of the temple. Outside the temple, led by 4th Kazekage Raza, almost all high-ranking village officials, including Cho and Ebizo, were present. More Enbu and Puppet Squad members were spread out, standing ready for battle. A tense atmosphere permeated the cold night sky, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. The death of a Jinchuriki, the loss of control of a tailed beast, or even its capture by an enemy, every possibility was enough to worsen the already difficult predicament of the hidden sand village. Seo, you should be clear about the risks involved. Raza's voice sounded particularly cold and harsh in the night wind. If Shikaku loses control, the village will be the first to suffer. Its power. Kazekage-sama, Seo interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over every solemn-faced high official present. I am not requesting permission, I am informing you of a decision. This is Bunpiko-sensei's final wish, and it is the promise between Shikaku and me. He took a step forward, the night wind stirring the black hair on his forehead. His dark pupils shimmered with undeniable resolve under the starlit sky. I understand your concerns. But I guarantee, by my honor, my strength, and the oath I make here, that I will handle all consequences. Shikaku will not become a disaster for Sunagakure. If there truly is an accident. He paused, his voice utterly decisive, I will personally be responsible for suppressing it. His words contained immense confidence, a confidence stemming from his current unmatched prestige and strength within the village, the huge contributions of the Research and Development Department, the oasis at East Sea Bay, the merit of defeating Hidden Mist, and even the shocking display of fighting the Kazekage to a standstill recently, without even using his Sage Mode trump card. Raza gazed at him, seemingly seeing the young man who had fiercely battled him in the desert and declared he would change the land of wind. Now, Seo's figure was taller, and his conviction was even firmer. After a long silence, Raza's taut jawline relaxed slightly, finally softening into an almost inaudible sigh. Cho and Ebizo exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Go do it. Raza finally said in a deep voice, waving his hand to signal the surrounding ninja to step back slightly. Everyone, initiate level 1 combat alert, but no unauthorized actions without my command. Seo bowed slightly, expressing gratitude and respect. Immediately, he walked back into the temple. He formed a complex hand seal, carefully beginning to undo the ancient seal that had been passed down for decades. Eerie light flickered as the runes faded and dissipated from Bunpiko's abdomen like living things. Bunpiko the monk's breathing stopped completely at this moment, but his face was peaceful, as if asleep, even bearing a faint smile of relief. The next moment, a massive, violent, hatred-filled surge of chakra erupted. Roar! A colossal, tanuki-shaped monster made of sand shot into the sky, instantly shattering the temple's dome, sending bricks, stones, and wooden beams scattering. Shikaku's massive body appeared under the moonlight. It roared towards the heavens, the sound waves rolling, filled with the ecstasy and release of finally gaining freedom after long imprisonment. I'm out. This lord is finally out. Ha ha ha. Shikaku waved its short forelimbs. The chakra storm whipped up sand and dust across the sky, and the terrifying aura caused the Sunagakure ninja watching from afar to turn pale, instinctively gripping their weapons tightly. Raza's gold dust was already suspended around him, and Chiyo's fingers were hooked onto her chakra threads. However, after a burst of maniacal laughter, Shikaku's massive eyes suddenly locked onto the small but familiar figure below. Seo was standing quietly beside Bunpiko's peaceful remains, looking up to meet its gaze. Hey! Seo, you brat! Shikaku's voice boomed like thunder. Seeing as you and that old monk were somewhat pleasing to the eye, this lord is in a good mood today, so I won't flatten your village. Until next time, ha ha ha. It made a move to manipulate the quicksand, intending to leave this place that had trapped it for decades. Shikaku. Seo's voice was soft, yet it clearly penetrated the storm and reached Shikaku's ears. Do you still remember our promise? Shikaku froze, lowering its massive head and staring at him suspiciously. Promise? What promise? Freedom is freedom. This lord can do whatever I want now. Protect the land of wind, do not raise unnecessary sandstorms, and answer the call during wartime. Seo repeated, word for word. This is what you promised Bunpiko-sensei, and what you promised me. That was just to put the old monk at ease. Shikaku cackled slyly, its voice grating. Now that he's dead, are you planning to use that metal lump to order this lord around too? Seo didn't answer, merely looking at it quietly. His gaze was calm yet profound, devoid of fear or threat, but carrying a seriousness that made Shikaku feel an inexplicable pressure. Shikaku stared back at him for a moment, then suddenly flicked its tail in annoyance, kicking up sand and dust everywhere. Humph. Annoying. This lord knows. You bothersome brat, just as hateful as that old monk. It didn't explicitly admit anything, but it also didn't immediately leave. Its massive body began to slowly sink, merging into the desert below, like a drop of water returning to the ocean. The terrifying and violent chakra aura didn't disappear, but gradually became peaceful, slowly resonating and integrating with the entire boundless sea of sand. This sand, this will be this lord's bed. Its voice gradually deepened, finally disappearing into the whining sound of the wind. Don't bother me while I sleep. Finally, the desert returned to superficial calmness. Only the shattered temple and the dust that had not yet fully settled in the air testified to everything that had just occurred. Seo stood rooted to the spot, gazing for a long time at the patch of sand where Shikaku had vanished, then looked back at Bunpiku, who seemed to be asleep inside the temple. The night wind blew past, bringing the whispers of distant dunes. He knew that the compassionate monk had finally found eternal peace, and the capricious yet not entirely faithless tailed beast had returned to its original home. The desert witnessed the farewell and carried the weight of a new promise. Chapter 153, Shikaku's Turmoil, Breaking the Contract? Several months after Shikaku returned to the sand, the land of wind appeared calm and peaceful. The oasis in East Sea Bay was steadily expanding, crisscrossed by irrigation ditches and covered in rolling rice waves. The development plan for the southwest peninsula was already on the agenda, and Hidden Sand Village was filled with a busy yet hopeful atmosphere. The crude salt trade brought in substantial profits, greatly alleviating the village's financial situation. Ninja treatment improved, and even the faces of ordinary villagers showed more smiles. However, Seo never truly relaxed his vigilance. He knew well that the agreement with the tailed beast was far from being a permanent solution. Shikaku's wildness and resentment, accumulated over countless years, could never be completely smoothed over by a mere contract. It was like a dormant volcano, beneath a calm surface, surging magma lay hidden. On this day, Seo was in the research and development department testing the desert adaptability of a new agricultural puppet, when a strange, dim yellow hue on the distant horizon caught his attention. It was not the usual sight of a sunset, the dim yellow spread out from the depths of the desert, carrying an ominous sense of turmoil. The sand particles in the wind also grew restless, striking the puppet's shell with a more frequent crackling sound than usual. Seo frowned slightly, stopped his work, leaped onto a high spot, and gazed into the distance. He saw rolling yellow sand in the distant sky, like boiling thick soup, moving slowly but surely toward the southeast. It was not a naturally formed sandstorm, it contained a massive and familiar chakra, violent, manic, and filled with the desire for destruction. It was Shikaku. Although it hadn't fully appeared, it was clearly deep underground or at the center of the sandstorm, wantonly unleashing its power and stirring up the entire desert. Damn it! Seo's gaze sharpened. That direction, though desolate, contained an important trade route branch line, and further away, there were scattered oases and exploration camps. Contract Clause 1, guard the territory of the Land of Wind, and do not actively invade villages or towns. Contract Clause 2, do not raise large-scale sandstorms without being summoned. Shikaku's current behavior was testing the dangerous limits, perhaps even openly tearing up the agreement. Almost simultaneously, a figure rushed over using the body flicker technique. It was a ninja from the outpost responsible for border surveillance, his face filled with anxiety. Lord Seo. This is bad. A super large-scale sandstorm suddenly formed deep in the desert and is moving southeast, and its speed is increasing. The energy reaction is extremely abnormal, it's like that being's power. Seo's expression was calm, but he understood inwardly. Shikaku's wildness had indeed erupted. Perhaps it wasn't deliberately trying to attack a specific target, it might just be stretching after waking from a long sleep, or a release of power after being suppressed for too long. But for humans, its unconscious stretch was a natural disaster capable of destroying everything. I understand. Seo's voice was so calm that it even slightly settled the anxious outpost ninja. Notify all outposts, caravans, and camps along the route to go on highest alert and immediately take shelter in the nearest rock formation or refuge. Without my command, no ninja is allowed to approach the center of the sandstorm. Yes. The outpost ninja took the order and immediately departed using the body flicker technique. Seo stood where he was, closed his eyes, and focused his spiritual power, attempting to contact Shikaku through the contract. The contract runes glowed faintly in his perception, and he transmitted intentions of deterrence and warning. Shikaku. Stop. Have you forgotten our agreement? The feedback he received was a burst of chaotic and manic emotional fluctuations, mixed with reckless thoughts. Agreement? Humph. How annoying. What's wrong with this lord stretching his muscles after waking up? This entire desert belongs to this lord. I'll play however I want. Mere human, don't try to dictate terms. If you have the guts, come stop me. Ha ha ha. Shikaku's voice was full of provocation and mischief. It seemed eager to see what this human, who had established the contract, intended to do to it. The arrogance and mischievousness of the tailed beast were fully exposed at this moment. Seo opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Sure enough, simple contractual restraint was far from enough for an entity like this. It needed to be reminded, needed to be persuaded, and needed to understand the cost of breaking the contract. Mirage. Seo shouted softly. The manned puppet Mirage, which had been on standby, instantly unsealed from the scroll and hovered beside him. Seo leaped onto it, and the core's natural energy puppet core emitted a soft yet powerful light. Target, the center of the sandstorm. Full speed ahead. Powerful airflow jetted from Mirage's tail, transforming it into a streak of light that sped toward the sky-obscuring sandstorm. The closer he got, the more terrifying the might of nature felt. Gale winds howled, visibility was almost zero, and huge grains of sand struck Mirage's protective barrier like bullets, creating continuous explosions. Massive chakra, like a physical tsunami, washed over everything, attempting to tear apart and drown the intruder. Seo stood on the Mirage platform, his figure steady as a rock. He piloted Mirage like a small boat in a raging sea, yet determinedly broke through the sand waves, moving against the current, directly into the core of the storm. He could sense that Shikaku's massive consciousness was deep within the eye of the storm, observing his actions with a playful, watching a show attitude. It seems a verbal warning alone isn't enough, Seo muttered to himself, his hands beginning to form seals. Powerful chakra mixed with natural energy surged through his body, amplifying and spreading outward through Mirage. Magnet release, iron sand boundary method. Vwoom. Centered on Mirage, countless particles of pitch-black iron sand materialized out of thin air. They were unaffected by the violent wind and sand, and instead, they moved against Shikaku's chakra flow, forcibly constructing a massive, continuously expanding black barrier. Wherever the barrier passed, the violent sand particles seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, becoming sluggish, and the chaotic energy flow was forcibly organized and calmed. This was not an attack, but a declaration and suppression of greater force. I can enter your domain, and here, I can establish my order. Deep within the storm's core, Shikaku's playful mood clearly stalled, replaced by a trace of surprise and offended rage. Magnet release brat. How dare you? Shikaku. Seo's voice, amplified by chakra, pierced through the roar of the wind and sand, clearly entering Shikaku's consciousness. I warn you one last time. Stop your turmoil immediately. Otherwise, I will consider you to have unilaterally broken the contract. You will bear the consequences. The desert tyrant and the human guardian stood opposed once more in this turbulent landscape. The facade of peace was broken, a contest intended for persuasion and taming had become inevitable. Chapter 154 Sage Art Gundam, Subduing the Tailed Beast. Face the consequences? Ha ha ha. Arrogant brat. This lord wants to see exactly what consequences you can dish out. Shikaku was enraged by Seo's uncompromising ultimatum. For 1,000 years it had roamed the world, when had it ever suffered such a threat? Even the six-path sage had only spoken kindly before sealing it away. Violent chakra erupted like a tsunami from the heart of the storm. The sandstorm that iron sand boundary had barely calmed now surged back with 100-fold fury. Countless grains condensed into a sky-blotting giant palm that smashed toward the tiny Mirage in the air with world-crushing force. This blow, delivered in fury, could flatten a small fortress in an instant. Facing the apocalyptic strike, Seo's eyes were sharp as blades, yet fearless. Words had reached their limit, only power would make this unruly-tailed beast sit and listen to reason. Regular mode really is too strained, Seo murmured, his hands flashing through seals utterly different from any ninjutsu before, an art he had created by merging his understanding of natural energy with puppet core traits, exclusive to Gundam Mirage. Natural energy puppet core, maximum output. Resonance initiate. Sage Art Super Brain Sync. Sage Mode, activate. Bzzz. An indescribably vast energy surged from the natural energy puppet core in Mirage's chest, not mere chakra, but something older, primal, mightier. Refined by the God Tree fragment core, the wild natural energy became docile yet no less boundless. Brilliant green veins instantly crawled over Mirage's silver-white titanic frame like living vines, sketching arcane, mighty patterns. Natural energy was madly siphoned into every inch of the puppet, fusing with its chakra metal and Seo's magnet release chakra. Mirage's once decorative optic lenses flared, blazing sapphire with divine, inhuman majesty. At this moment Mirage was no longer a mere puppet, it seemed alive, an incarnation of natural energy, a divine weapon descended upon the desert Sage Art Gundam. Magnet release Sage Art Absolute Defense Barrier. Seo's voice, amplified by Sage Arts, echoed ethereally across heaven and earth. Sage Art Gundam's giant metal arms flung wide, space twisted. Countless black iron sand grains infused with natural energy formed a titanic barrier shimmering with green sage glyphs, living, breathing energy circulating across its surface. Boom. Shikaku's city-destroying sand palm slammed onto the thin-looking black-green shield. A heaven-shaking detonation erupted, shockwaves obliterated every dune for dozens of li, yet the barrier didn't even quiver, no ripples, no cracks. The sage-empowered iron sand's strength, density, and counter to pure sand reached an unprecedented apex. The barrier stood unmoved, not a ripple, barely a shimmer. The sage-infused iron sand's strength, density, and perfect counter to Shikaku's sand had reached an all-time peak. What? Shikaku's huge pupil shrank, disbelieving its full power strike had been stopped. From that barrier it sensed a completely different, heart-throbbing energy. Only this much, Shikaku. Seo's voice carried a hint of disappointment. If breaking your word is all you've got, you leave me underwhelmed. Damn brat, don't get cocky. Shikaku roared, rearing up from the sea of sand and opening its maw. This lord will blast you and that scrap heap to dust-tailed beast ball. Destructive yin-yang chakra spun at a 2:8 ratio, compressing into a jet-black orb laced with crackling red-black lightning, space itself warped under that ultimate power. It was a tailed beast's ultimate weapon, one shot capable of reshaping the land and obliterating mountains. Yet Seo moved faster. Sage Art Magnet Release Superconducting Accelerator Rail. Gundam's shoulder armor opened, revealing intricate electromagnetic rails. Green sage glyphs lit along the track, humming at a high pitch. Sage Art Iron Sand Annihilation Bullet. Endless iron sand condensed between Gundam's palms, highly compressed and infused with sage chakra, forming a head-sized yet monstrously heavy black-violet projectile wrapped in devastating green lightning. Whoosh! Before the tailed beast ball could be fired, the rail blazed. The annihilation bullet accelerated to an absurd velocity, slicing the sky as a black-green flash, striking first straight into Shikaku's gaping, still forming mouth. Strike the vital point, interrupt the cast. Boom! A violent blast erupted inside Shikaku's maw. Not as showy as a direct-tailed beast ball, but an internal detonation's damage and interrupt were lethal. Gra! Shikaku shrieked in pain and rage, its massive body toppling backward. The disrupted tailed beast ball dissipated, stray energy shredding its cheeks and maw, recoverable, but the pain and humiliation were real. Not done yet. Sayo pressed the advantage, piloting Sage Art Gundam in pursuit. Sage Art Magnet Release Gravity Field Bind. Invisible gravity crashed down with Gundam at its center. Shikaku, struggling to rise, felt myriad mountains pressing upon it, every movement became sluggish, exhausting. Sage Art Magnet released Chidori Iron Sand Spears. Gundam swings unfurled, countless black iron spears laced with high-frequency lightning and natural energy blossomed like a peacock's plume, then rained in a devastating storm upon the gravity-bound Shikaku. Thud 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 thud. The spears pierced Shikaku's sandy body, nailing it to the desert. Natural energy disrupted its chakra reassembly, preventing easy escape. Roar! Curse you, curse you! Shikaku thrashed like a colossus caught in a spider's web. The more it struggled, the more wounds bloomed with natural energy, while the gravity field held it fast. Sage Art Gundam descended slowly, its sapphire eyes gazing coldly at the pin Titanic head. Sayo's calm, irresistible voice resounded, "Now can we reopen the agreement, Shikaku? Or do you need deeper persuasion?" Gundam raised an arm, the forearm reconfigured, condensing highly compressed sage chakra and magnetic force into a muzzle radiating a dread surpassing that of a tailed beast ball. Shikaku stared at the cannon, felt the suppressive forces and the natural energy wreaking havoc within, and for the first time its blazing rage gave way to cold fear and powerlessness. This human, this puppet, is a monster. In 1,000 years, apart from the Six-Path Sage, it had never encountered such utter, overwhelming counterforce. Its struggle ceased, in its huge eyes, submission finally flickered. The earth-shaking desert duel ended with Sage Art Gundam's absolute victory for now. Chapter 155 Physical Persuasion and Prophecy. The desert sank into deathly silence. Only the winds wail across the dunes and Shikaku's ragged gasps, its gargantuan body nailed to the ground by Sage Art Iron Sand Spears, broke the stillness. Every struggle sent a backlash of natural energy through the spears, deepening its agony and helplessness. The Sage Art Gundam mirage loomed before the tailed beast's colossal head. The green sage patterns fading to silver blue, its crushing presence and cold stare remained as tangible as ever. Inside its chest the natural energy puppet core hummed steadily, an absolute declaration of power. Sayo's voice issued from the Gundam, calm yet more daunting than any roar, "Calm down now, Shikaku." The raccoon's huge ochre eyes rolled, fixed on the steel giant, rage, humiliation, and a flicker of dread within. 2 scorching streams of sand burst from its nostrils as it growled, "Damn it, cursed brat, what was that power?" It couldn't fathom how a human, inside a hunk of metal, could wield force so close to and even suppressing its own origin, natural energy dominating tailed beast chakra. A new possibility born when knowledge meets strength. Also the safeguard for our bargain. Without explaining the principles, Sayo leaned the Gundam forward until the sapphire optic nearly touched Shikaku's eye. "Answer me, do you admit you broke our agreement?" Shikaku's gaze flickered, defiance on its tongue, but the pain and the threat of renewed sage force choked the words back. It snorted, muttering, "Humph. Just stretch in the old joints, who knew you humans were so fragile?" Stretching. Sayo's tone chilled. "Your stretch could obliterate trade routes, bury oases, leave countless refugees or corpses in the sand. That's your promised guardianship? Your idea of freedom? Freedom built on others' ruin is no better than your seal, worse, even." Shikaku had no retort, it could only twist its head away from those icy optics. "I gave you freedom believing you'd guard this land, not become its next calamity. Bilateral oaths aren't child's play. Today I pin you here, next time I can make the price far steeper. Perhaps permanent confinement suits a promise breaker better than limited freedom." At permanent confinement the raccoon's bulk shuddered. Having tasted freedom however limited it would never return to lightless seals. "TCH, enough." "Got it." Defeated, Shikaku growled, "From now on, this lord will watch it, happy? Pull those blasted nails out." Sayo didn't release the jutsu yet. He knew threats alone weren't enough, the beast must grasp that keeping the pact was about its own survival, not merely avoiding punishment. "Shikaku, you think I went to all this trouble just to keep you off a few oases and caravan roads?" His voice dropped, grave. Shikaku rolled an eye, puzzled. "I'm telling you because you and every other tailed beast are likely facing a true crisis, one that will sweep the entire ninja world. A conspiracy aimed at every last one of you." The raccoon's pupil shrank. "Conspiracy? Against us? Who dares? An organization calling itself Akatsuki." Sayo spoke, mixing past life fragments with what Shikaku could grasp. "They hide in shadow, power unfathomable. Their endgame, capture every tailed beast including you." "Capture us? With what?" Shikaku sneered, pride balking. "To revive the 10 tails." Sayo uttered the ancient taboo. 10 tails. Shikaku's roar rocketed, terror stark. "Impossible. The sage split we were." Nothing's impossible. Seo cut in. Akatsuki's leader wields the legendary Rin-Egan. They're secretly harvesting our chakra. Once they succeed, every tailed beast's mind will be erased, remerged into that destroyer of worlds. Your precious freedom, your very self, will be raw energy for another's ambition. The news crashed like thunder. All mischief and fury drained from the raccoon, its eyes bulged, disbelief and dread naked within. As a fragment of the 10 tails, it knew full well what reunification meant: utter annihilation. How could you know? Its voice quavered. That's unnecessary. Just know the future I speak of is highly probable. Abide by our pact, remain in the land of wind, Sunagakure will be your shield while I foil Akatsuki. We are not master and slave but allies under a common threat. Guard the land of wind, Sunagakure offers you shelter against the coming storm. That is the true weight of our contract. Do you still see those rules as mere chains? Seo fell silent, watching. Shikako lapsed into long stillness, eyes storming as it wrestled within. Seo's words and the terrifying prophecy had shattered its last arrogance. Freedom is precious, but existence itself matters more. At last the raccoon exhaled a long, gritty breath, voice low, this lord, understands. It lifted its head, the anger was gone, replaced by weighty resolve and a first, grudging respect. The pact, stands this lord will watch these sands, but brat, it narrowed on Seo, when your Akatsuki shows, you'd better have a real plan. Naturally. Seo affirmed. Then agreement is sealed. The Gundam raised a hand, the sage iron sand spears pinning Shikako dissolved into motes and vanished. The gravity field lifted. Shikako grunted, rising from the pit, sand streamed, mending its wounds. It gave Seo and the Gundam one last long look, no roar, no taunt, then sank slowly into the dunes and disappeared. This time its aura felt calm, restrained a beast that had sheathed its claws and begun pondering territory and future. Inside the cockpit Seo exhaled, watching the desert regain its hush. Physical persuasion plus a prophetic warning had finally made the unruly-tailed beast grasp the stakes. The coming crisis still loomed, yet beneath Wind Country's sands now stood an ally beginning to understand guardianship, rather than a merely shackled menace. Chapter 156, Shikaku's Recognition and Settlement. Shikaku sank into the sea of sand, not fleeing far away. Its colossal body hid beneath the scorching grains, leaving only a thread of awareness to spread like a lurking undercurrent, silently watching everything at the desert's edge. It needed time to digest the humiliation and shock of that crushing defeat, and more time to ponder Seo's startling prophecy about Akatsuki and the 10 tails. Several days slipped by unnoticed. It saw the trade route wrecked by the sandstorm it had accidentally stirred up being cleared and repaired at astonishing speed by the infrastructure puppets and ninja dispatched from Sunagakure. Huge transport puppets rumbled past, carrying supplies into the distance. It sensed the area called East Sea Bay Oasis far away, its vibrant life force blazing like a torch in the night. Water was plentiful, crops thrived, humans and livestock lived in peace utterly different from the barren land of wind it knew. Sustaining it all were those oddly shaped puppets brimming with chakra and the natural energy it now understood, the ecological puppet. It could even faintly hear voices on the wind from Sunagakure's direction. No longer the past gloom of scarce supplies, but many noisy yet vital sounds: work chants, children's laughter, market bustle. A scent of hope it had never felt in this country was spreading. All of it was inseparable from the human brat named Seo. His power, his creations, his ideals were changing this land in truth. For the first time, Shikaku's crude and simple mind sank into complex reflection. Power, it had witnessed it. That steel giant blending natural energy overturned every notion it held of human ninja, a force truly capable of threatening or even destroying it. Seo had proven in the most direct way he could uphold their pact. Prophecy it dared not disbelieve. The horror of the 10 tails was a nightmare carved into every tailed beast's origin. If Seo spoke true, then so-called freedom was a joke before the Akatsuki organization. It needed sanctuary, allies. And the changes unfolding before it showed a new possibility. This human seemed different from any it had met. He didn't simply crave its power, nor seek only to seal it. He appeared to be forging a new order, one where humans, tailed beasts, and this desert could coexist. Seo did not press or reappear, he simply let everything keep running, letting the facts present themselves before Shikaku's eyes. Several more days passed. At a dusk that painted the desert ruby, Seo came alone again to the depths of the sands. He summoned no mirage, merely walked the dunes like any man. He stopped and spoke calmly to the empty sands. Have you thought it through, Shikaku? Will you honor our pact and face the future together, or choose to leave and confront those unknown hunters alone? The sea of sand was silent, only the wind answered. After a long while, the sand before Seo rose soundlessly. Shikaku's enormous head slowly emerged, calmer than ever. Its dark yellow eyes regarded Seo, no longer fierce, mocking, or humiliated, but holding a rare gravity and caution. Brat Seo. Shikaku's voice was low and hoarse, no longer hostile. That tale of yours, about Akatsuki and the 10 tails, is it true? I have no reason to lie. Seo met its gaze. Believe or not, the choice is yours. But we both know the price of betting wrong. Shikaku fell silent, its huge eyes shifting as it weighed the matter one last time. Humph. It let out a complicated grunt, accepting the claim. This lord admits, you've some skill. That iron lump, and your words. It paused, its tone turning formal, bearing a solemnity even it didn't notice. The pact, this lord recognizes it. From this day, this desert is under my protection. While I'm here, no one will harm the land of wind, not even a hair. This wasn't submission, it was recognition born of respected strength and shared interest, a tailed beast's awkward yet earnest promise. A faint smile crossed Seo's face. Very well. Then welcome as the land of wind's guardian beast, Shikaku. Cut the formalities. Shikaku shifted uncomfortably. And I'm relocating. Staying near that dreary old shrine is bad luck. Its massive head turned toward the East Sea Bay oasis, then to the broader southwest desert. I'll move beneath the largest stretch of sand sea in the southwest. Quiet there, the sand's hot or comfortable. It sounded as though declaring new territory yet also informing Seo, don't bother me without cause. And remember your promise. If those sneaking rats really come, Sunagakure and I will be your first line of defense, Seo vowed solemnly. Humph. See that you don't forget. Shikaku gave him one last look, then slowly sank back into the sand. I'm off. This time its presence withdrew deep into the desert, heading for the vast southwest sand sea. Its movement no longer stirred tempests or commotion, it became steady, restrained, truly merging with the land, part of it. Seo clearly sensed that colossal, ancient chakra source settle somewhere in the southwest, as though entering hibernation. Its bond with the desert grew tighter and harmonious, no longer opposition and ruin, but symbiosis, like heart to body. An intangible, firm covenant, with the desert as medium, now firmly linked Sunagakure, Seo, and Shikaku together. Shikaku had finally accepted its new identity and role, finding at the land of wind's southwestern frontier a home it approved of. Standing on the dune, Seo gazed at the setting sun sinking southwest, a profound calm in his heart. He had resolved a huge latent internal threat, gained a mighty, true guardian, and ahead of the storm that might come secured a crucial ally. With Shikaku's recognition and settlement, the land of wind's foundation grew yet firmer. Chapter 157 Perfect Form Gundam. The desert-shaking clash with Shikaku had ended in Seo's overwhelming victory, yet the battle was far from easy. In Sage mode, the Gundam displayed crushing power, but the energy drain, the strain on the puppet frame, and the razor-sharp focus demanded of Seo all peaked at levels never seen before. After the fight, inside Sunagakure R&D's vast subterranean hangar, the Gundam stood motionless on the central maintenance rack. Its once proud silver armor was now laced with fine scratches and scorch marks, medals earned from weathering Shikaku's raging sand and impacts, and proof of its defensive weak spots under extreme conditions. Faint metallic fatigue creaks, audible only to Seo, came from the joints. The overload of Sage energy had stressed the internal circuits and demanded a full overhaul. Seo traced a deep claw gouge on the plating, eyes sharp as a hawk's. Still not enough, he murmured. Against massed fire from something the size of Shikaku, local defenses can still be breached. Burst output is fine, but stability and heat dissipation in a drawn-out fight are liabilities. Worst of all, the mental load of super brain sync. He had spent more than half his concentration on fine control of Sage chakra and deep resonance with the puppet core. Crushing one-tailed beast was possible, against several equal foes or stranger tactics that burden would become a fatal opening. Fighting Shikaku had been more than a show of force, it was an invaluable extreme condition data harvest. The beast's wild attack patterns, colossal chakra shocks, and the annihilating surge of its tailed beast ball all had been recorded in minute detail by the sensors covering Mirage and by the natural energy puppet core. Is the data analysis done? Seo asked, turning to an R&D assistant. Yes, Lord Seo. A researcher thrust forward a thick scroll, excited. Everything's loaded into the superbrain and pre-parsed peak shock, pressure maps, attribute counters, structural weak points, all crystal clear. The data is priceless. Good. Seo took the scroll, a sweep of mental power let the torrent of numbers form a blueprint in his mind. Then let's begin. Final perfection plan for Gundam initiated. With this hard-won combat data, a full-scale upgrade of the super-scale humanoid combat puppet was launched inside Sunagakure's premier R&D hub. I-Armor and Structural Revolution. Using Shikaku's sandstorm pressure maps, the R&D team forged new laminated chakra metal composite armor for critical zones and added honeycomb shock buffers inside. The surface was edged with a denser, more efficient Sage Rune's energy network, raising physical defense and vastly improving dispersion and resistance to mixed attribute shocks, tailed beast balls included. Joints were redesigned with thicker, precision universal bearings embedded with self-lubricating and damping arrays, erasing metallic creaks and boosting fluidity and load capacity by 30%. 2. Power and transmission reoptimization. The natural energy puppet core remained the heart. Drawing on overload data from Sage mode, Seo personally used God tree fragment properties to raise the core's conversion efficiency and stability ceiling. Multi-stage buffer circuits like reservoirs taming flood peaks prevented backflow after explosive output. Transmission lines were replaced with ceramic composites laced with trace chakra metal, tolerating high heat and flux while shedding heat fast. Inside the huge dorsal wings, auxiliary thrusters and vector vanes were added, giving near-perfect aerial and desert mobility. 3. Primordial magnetic sky furnace and hover system final tune. Melding magnet release insights learned and refined from the 4th Kazekage Raza with his own battlefield experience of wrenching desert magnetic fields, Seo completed final calibration of the abdominal primordial magnetic sky furnace. It now delivers strong levitation and can instantly form an adjustable pulsed primordial magnetic shield around the puppet, deflecting physical strikes, disrupting energy beams, and even slightly warping spatial perception useful against genjutsu. The hover system has moved beyond mere magnetic repulsion to feeble gravitational control, keeping the Gundam highly mobile and stable even outside the desert. 4. Weapons integration and Sage Art adaptation. The shoulder-mounted Sage Art, Senbon barrage gained storage cells for multi-salvo saturation. The right arm superconducting rail was lengthened and tuned for stronger solid or energy rounds. The left arm now integrates a fang shield of highly compressed Sage iron sand, deployable on demand for defense or ramming. Most crucially, Seo wrote new Sage art adaptation arrays for every weapon. Any ninjutsu or projectile fired through Gundam automatically draws power from the natural energy core, gaining scalable Sage reinforcement, increasing might, speed, and penetration to an entirely new tier. V Super Brain Sync System Ultimate Form Consciousness Extension. The pivotal step, Seo bound his vast mental force directly to the puppet super brain, turning control into an extension of self. He crafted a compact headset resonating with the Gundam core. Once worn, micromanagement demands vanish, sensor data flows straight into his mind, and combat intent becomes motion almost without lag. Gundam became a true extension of his body, a titanic, fully armed Sage incarnation. Mental load plummeted while man-machine unity reached an uncanny realm. Months later, the new superscale humanoid combat puppet stood in the desert proving ground. It still bore the Freedom Gundam silhouette, but the lines were sharper, pale green Sage energy halos pulsing along the seams. The dorsal wings spread wider, radiating a pressure that made the heart tremble. Seo stood beneath it and donned the headset. A single thought. BZZT. The Gundam's ocular sensors blazed blue. The colossal frame showed no clumsiness, only the lithe, lethal grace of an awakened behemoth. It rose smoothly, precisely, sand grains swirling around it like tamed pets. From this day, Seo's voice rang through external speakers, confident and regal, "Your name, Freedom Gundam, shall be in perfect form." Perfect form Gundam had arrived. No longer a test weapon, it was the ultimate fruit of live combat, the pinnacle of Sunagakure's craft, Seo's personal strategic asset capable of guarding the nation. Its very existence is the strongest deterrent to any who covet the land of wind. Chapter 158, OACs spread across the Northwest District. The power of the complete Gundam, the Freedom Gundam, was awe-inspiring, but Seo knew that powerful military strength was the foundation of defense, not the ultimate goal of development. The true rise of the land of wind lay in fundamentally changing its barren appearance. After completing the final debugging of the Gundam, his focus returned to that grander and more fundamental great undertaking: ecological transformation. The Northwest District, this vast sea of sand that had become increasingly stable after Shikaku settled there, became the next core target of the Hidden Sand Village's ecological transformation plan. Compared to the East Sea Bay, this area had a lower latitude and more abundant sunlight, offering potentially superior climate conditions. Once successfully transformed, the output of grain and cash crops would far exceed that of the East Sea Bay. The huge blueprint unfolded in the Sunagakure Research and Development Department. Seo stood before the projection, giving instructions to the team composed of puppet engineers, earth release and water release ninja, and agricultural experts. The plan is divided into 3 steps. The first step, establishing a large-scale ecological puppet phalanx along the coastline. Hundreds of improved seawater purifier, modified puppets were deployed along the coast. They were larger and more efficient than the initial models, and their cores also utilized miniaturized natural energy conversion technology, resulting in lower energy consumption and longer continuous operation time. They stood like an iron forest on the coast, roaring non-stop day and night, extracting seawater and separating it into fresh water and coarse salt. The coarse salt was loaded directly onto trucks via newly built conveyor belt puppets and transported to the warehouse, while the gushing clear spring water flowed through temporarily laid giant pipes into a newly excavated reservoir lake, whose inner walls had been hardened using earth release. The second step, stabilizing the sand for afforestation, and earth release shaping. Thousands of infrastructure puppets headed to the front lines. They possessed huge plows and drills, digging deep trenches in the sand, which were filled with organic fertilizer processed by puppets from Hidden Sand Village's domestic waste and crop stalks. Then, a squad of ninjas skilled in earth release jointly performed a jutsu to turn up the deep clay layer, mixing it with the sand and fertilizer and hardening it into solid ridges and roads. Large-scale seeding puppets followed closely behind. They could not only precisely sow pioneer crop seeds that were salt alkali tolerant and wind sand resistant, but also release weak yang release chakra, mimicking the principles of medical ninjutsu, to stimulate rapid seed germination. Simultaneously, drought-resistant saplings cultivated in the East Sea Bay nursery were transported in large quantities and planted jointly by puppets and ninja, forming initial protective forests, like a green Great Wall, beginning to firmly lock down the shifting dunes. The third step, water diversion and irrigation, allowing the ecosystem to form naturally. The main channel drawn from the coastal reservoir lake penetrated the hinterland of the southwest peninsula like a vein, branching into countless sub-channels and capillary pipes. These were precisely controlled by irrigation puppets, delivering the precious fresh water to every newly cultivated field. Water release ninja maintained the flow at critical channel nodes and regularly summoned light rain to nourish this nascent land. This was a grand war between man and nature, where the investments were no longer kunao and shuriken, but puppets, ninjutsu, and wisdom. Seo frequently appeared at the construction site. Sometimes he stood on the shoulder of the Freedom Gundam, overseeing the whole situation, using its powerful sensing system to monitor changes in soil moisture and salinity, and adjusting plans promptly. Sometimes he went deep into the front line to personally debug the occasionally malfunctioning ecological puppets, and sometimes he discussed crop rotation plans best suited for the new soil with agricultural experts. Time flowed by amid the roaring of puppets and the brilliance of ninjutsu. Several months later, a miracle unfolded once again upon the land of wind. The Northwest District, once covered in endless yellow sand, had completely changed its appearance. Next to the deep blue seawater purification phalanx was a huge, shimmering reservoir lake. Along the lake shore, green ridges crisscrossed as far as the eye could see. Tender green seedlings broke through the soil, resiliently unfolding their leaves in the still somewhat biting wind and forming patches of vibrant green carpet. The newly planted protective forest belts were already providing shade, effectively reducing the wind force and locking in moisture. The air no longer carried only the scent of dry dust, it began to mix with the fragrance of earth and the freshness of plants. Birds began to inhabit the area, insects chirped in the fields, and life flourished vigorously. Pakara, who was responsible for the defense and some coordination work in the area, stood on a high ground, gazing at the rapidly emerging oasis before her. Even in the sharp eyes of the scorch release user, a look of shock and relief involuntarily appeared. She had witnessed the entire process of this land's transformation from deathly silence to rebirth. This power of creation was far more moving than destruction. The caravan managed by Baki brought more supplies and people. Newly established towns were taking shape, forming new prosperous settlements around the oasis and the industrial and agricultural centers. Merchants from various countries stared dumbfounded at this miracle in the desert. Grain and coarse salt produced by Sunagakure began to flood the market on an unprecedented scale, exchanging for massive wealth and various materials urgently needed by Sunagakure. Fourth Kazekage Raza stood by the window of the Kazekage's office, gazing toward the northwest. Though he couldn't see it, he could sense the changes in the chakra environment of that land. The latest report in his hand showed that the Northwest Region Phase 1 transformation project was a complete success. The newly added oasis area was equivalent to a little less than half of the land of rivers, and the estimated grain output would meet the hidden sand village's own needs with a large surplus. He remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a slow breath, the corner of his mouth curving into an uncontrollable smile. Gold mining could alleviate temporary difficulties, but creating an oasis was the true foundation for the eternal prosperity of a nation. He was once again grateful that he had chosen to support Sao instead of sticking to his own opinions. The desert remained vast, but green life had already spread like wildfire. From the East Sea Bay to the Southwest Peninsula, and then to the Northwest District, the green miracle continued to extend and connect across the great land of the Land of Wind. Hidden Sand Village, once plagued by wind and sand and lacking resources, was advancing towards prosperity and strength with unprecedented speed and momentum. Oases spreading across the Northwest District. This was not just a change in terrain, but a turning point in the destiny of a nation. Chapter 159 Sunagakure refreshed, A Sea of Green. While the Northwest District turned green at breakneck speed, Sunagakure itself, the steadfast fortress that had stood against wind and sand for decades, underwent a metamorphosis. Sao's vision had never been confined to distant borders. He knew that improving the very home you live in is the surest way to unite hearts and lift happiness. A project codenamed New Suna quietly began, again pairing tireless ecological puppets with the deft hands of shinobi. The first change was the village perimeter. Colossal windproof sand anchoring puppets rooted themselves on dunes at key wind funnels. Drilling stakes bored deep underground, while layered nets of flexible, special alloy mesh unfolded above, cutting wind speed and trapping shifting sand. Beneath the nets, drought-hardy sea buckthorn and saxaul saplings were planted in bulk, tended by slow-release water drip puppets, gradually weaving a living green wall. Inside the gates, the biggest surprise was water. A clear artificial canal circles the main districts, fed by purified groundwater and via subterranean pipes, some transported from East Sea Bay. Both banks are lined with dressed stone and planted with weeping willows and drought-tolerant shrubs. Formerly barren corners have become small retention ponds rimmed by pavilions, even tiny water wheels creaking musically, new favorite retreats for villagers. Along the streets, curbstones once buried by sand re-emerged. Every so often an earth-release hardened tree pit holds transplants from oasis nurseries, poplars, jujubes already acclimated, spreading branches and shade. Low, drought-proof flowers and turf now ring key plazas and buildings like emerald gems against the drab yellow canvas. No place changed more than the central plaza before the Kazekage offices. Paved with flat flagstones, it boasts an elegant fountain, maintained by water release ninja, circled by trimmed lawns and flower beds. At dusk it fills with villagers chatting and children playing, laughter replacing the old howl of sandstorms. Even rooftops and balconies joined in. A lightweight roof garden mat, a thin pad blending seed and water-retaining fibers, needs only light watering to grow an insulating green carpet, making homes cooler and warmer by turns. The air no longer carries the perpetual grit of dust, instead there is moist coolness, the scent of grass and faint floral perfume. The wind still blows, but it brings the fresh breath of plants, not stinging sand. Smiles bloom on villagers' faces. Children in clean clothes chase each other beneath green canopies without fear of grit in their eyes. Elders play zionki beneath willow shade beside the canal, savoring coolness and calm. Even returning shinobi, weary from missions, feel their tension melt at the sight of the greenery. The healthier environment shows tangible benefits, respiratory disease has plummeted, and everyone's spirits are noticeably higher. Fourth Kazekage Raza stands at his office window, watching children romp and villagers relax below, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Once he thought sheer might and ample money were all a cage should chase. Yet gazing at this village speckled with green, vibrant with life, he grasps another, deeper strength, the power to let those who live here feel happy, secure, and full of hope. All of it began with that young man. He glances toward the Research and Development Department, where Sao is probably bent over yet another miracle in the making. Sunagakure has finally peeled off its labels of bleak and barren, revealing a hard-won, green, and thriving new face. It still bears the Land of Wind's tenacity, but now also a vigorous vitality and livable warmth. This desert jewel, Reborn, proclaims to the entire ninja world its rise and transformation. Chapter 160, Baby Boom and Talent Cultivation. The oasis brought food, commerce brought wealth, and peace brought hope. When the hidden sand village completely escaped the struggle for survival, and when the villagers no longer worried about tomorrow's rations or the ravaging sandstorms, a natural and vigorous force began to breed and surge within the village, a firm belief in the future, and a deep desire for reproduction and new life. Policy encouragement was like timely rain. After consulting with the higher UPS, the 4th Kazakage Raza promulgated a series of remarkable decrees. Families with newborns would receive extra food subsidies and child care allowances until the child turned 6. Ninja families having a second child or more, one parent could choose to extend maternity or parental leave, during which mission quotas would be reduced but basic benefits would remain unchanged. Children of outstanding contributors, such as those involved in oasis construction or excelling in major missions, would enjoy certain priority in school enrollment and resource allocation. Generous welfare benefits eliminated worries, and a stable and prosperous life provided an ideal environment for raising children. Almost without realizing it, the hidden sand village welcomed an unprecedented baby boom. Hospital maternity ward beds became scarce, and the loud cries of babies became the most beautiful music there. On the streets, parents pushing strollers were everywhere, their faces beaming with relaxed and happy smiles as they exchanged parenting tips. In the marketplace, businesses selling baby products, toys, and children's clothing were especially booming. In the village at night, where previously there might have only been the sound of the wind and the footsteps of patrolling ninja, now the silence was often broken by a baby's night crying or the gentle soothing sounds of young parents. This noisiness, however, was filled with the atmosphere of everyday life, making everyone feel safe and secure. The changes at the Ninja Academy were the most obvious. The classrooms, which were originally somewhat spacious, began to feel the pressure after a year. The number of school-age children nearly doubled, and the campus was filled with the noise of children running and playing. The vibrant youthful energy almost overflowed. Facing this sweet burden, the Sunagakure higher UPS were delighted but also felt a huge sense of responsibility and opportunity. More children meant more future potential, and how to cultivate them would determine the strength of the hidden sand village over the next decade. A systematic and forward-looking talent cultivation plan was rapidly implemented, based on Seo's suggestions and Beiki's specific execution. Comprehensive reform of the Ninja Academy. The academic system was appropriately extended, placing greater emphasis on the simultaneous development of basic cultural courses, physical fitness, and chakra sensing. The Chakra Control Assistance Puppet designed by Seo was introduced, which helps children conduct early training more safely and intuitively. The curriculum became more diversified. In addition to traditional taijutsu, ninja tools, and basic ninjutsu, new subjects were added, such as simple introductory puppetry, herb identification, and basic sealing technique knowledge, aiming to discover children's interests and talents earlier. Elite mentorship system and interest groups. Students who performed exceptionally well or showed special talent in certain areas had the opportunity to receive guidance from special jonin or even elite jonin. Although Seo was busy, he would regularly visit the school to give public lectures, showcasing the wonders of puppet technique and magnet release, inspiring the children's interest in scientific ninjutsu. Various interest groups, such as the Puppet Creation Workshop, the Ninja Tool Improvement Society, and the Medical Enlightenment class, sprang up like mushrooms, guided by experienced chunin or special jonin in relevant fields. Massive resource allocation. The school received unprecedented financial and resource support. The training ground was expanded and modernized, and the library added a large number of books and scrolls on ninjutsu theory, history, geography, and even cultural introductions of other great nations, some obtained through commerce. Training ninja tools, medicinal materials, and basic materials were supplied in abundance. Seo stood by the newly expanded Ninja Academy training ground, watching the vibrant children diligently practicing chakra extraction in the sunlight, or clumsily manipulating the simplest scouting puppet, the little spider. His eyes were filled with anticipation. These children no longer needed to struggle for survival in resource scarcity and the shadow of war, like their parents' generation. They had a better starting point, broader horizons, and a safer environment to grow up in. Among them, surely more excellent ninja would emerge, not just fighters, but also researchers, creators, and builders. It really is, much livelier now, Beiki said, having approached him unnoticed. Looking at the bustling campus, a rare hint of warmth appeared on his stern face. Think about our time, there were so few people in one class. Indeed, Seo smiled and nodded. This is what the village should look like. They are the true future of Sunagakure. The crying of babies, the clamor of children, the vitality of the school, interwoven with the lush greenery of the village, created a symphony full of hope. The hidden sand village, with unprecedented vitality, was nurturing its next generation. The depth of the talent pipeline was increasing at a visible speed, and a virtuous cycle had formed. Stability and prosperity attract population growth, sufficient resources ensure investment in education, excellent education cultivates more talent, and talent, in turn, drives the village to become more prosperous and powerful. The future has never looked so promising. Chapter 161, The Conception of Primal Magnetic Release. The hidden sand village entered an unprecedented era of prosperity and tranquility. The oasis expanded, the population flourished, and talents emerged in droves. Strong military power and a thriving economy formed two solid wings supporting its rise. However, Seo, standing at the forefront of this era, did not bask in the current achievements. His gaze was already fixed on a more distant future and the deeper layers of his own strength. Although the power of the complete Freedom Gundam was close to cage-level peak, and could even briefly suppress a tailed beast with the aid of sage art, Seo knew that this relied heavily on external factors, that steel giant which incorporated Sunagakure's highest technology. His personal strength, magnet release, wind and earth dual release, puppet technique, medical ninjutsu, and sealing technique had all reached a state of mastery. Furthermore, his body, nourished long-term by the natural energy body tempering furnace, was nearing the sage body, possessing vast and boundless chakra reserves. Yet, he seemed to have hit an invisible bottleneck. The strength of magnet release lay in controlling iron sand and gold dust, offering integrated offense and defense over a wide area, but it still struggled against certain extremely bizarre or purely energy-based ninjutsu. Although the sage art mode was powerful, it required reliance on the Gundam's core or intense, focused meditation, making it impossible to seamlessly integrate into his every technique. He needed a more fundamental, self-derived power sublimation, one that could thoroughly surpass the bloodline limit and touch the true essence of ninjutsu. Late at night, in Seo's exclusive laboratory on the top floor of the Research and Development Department. The large workbench was covered with densely packed scrolls and data blueprints, while a complex energy structure diagram simulated by chakra floated on one side. Seo stood among them, his eyes focused, his fingertips unconsciously tracing invisible trajectories in the air. Before him, 3 different elemental chakras were being manipulated with extreme finesse, suspended like obedient strands of light. The pale green chakra representing wind, sharp, fluid, and imbued with the will to cut and penetrate. The brownish yellow chakra representing earth, heavy, steady, containing the power of support and shaping. And a warm, vital milky white chakra representing yang. This stemmed from his exquisite medical ninjutsu cultivation and profound understanding of life energy. Magnet release is the product of fusing the nature transformations of wind and earth chakra, it is a bloodline limit. So, what if the nature of yang could also be integrated into it? Wind grants it movement and sharpness, earth grants it form and foundation, then yang. Seo murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and desire. Yang release governs life, granting form, vitality and spiritual energy. Could it grant magnetism? Spirit or will? A concept, bold to the point of arrogance, gradually formed in his mind. AUThe primal magnetic release. This would not be simple magnetic manipulation, but a brand new, higher level power generated by the perfect fusion of the 3, with the life force of yang as the core, earth as the power carrier and foundational form, and wind as the drive and wing of change. Perhaps it would no longer be limited to controlling existing magnetic substances, like iron sand and gold dust, but could directly interfere with the more fundamental magnetic force itself, or even, imbue magnetism with a certain degree of activity or will. Seo was stunned by his own idea. If successful, what would this mean? It meant he might be able to generate magnetic poles from thin air, manipulating the ubiquitous magnetic field lines of heaven and earth to form an absolute domain integrating offense and defense. It meant the iron sand and gold dust he controlled might no longer be unconscious dead matter, but could change shape, attack and defend autonomously according to his will, even possessing a degree of repair and regeneration capability, the vitality characteristic of yang release. It meant his magnet release would no longer rely on the environment, displaying its ultimate power anywhere, and possibly even developing bizarre abilities that affect the mind and seal the soul, as yang release involves spiritual energy. This would be a power transcending all known magnet release techniques. A mighty force that truly touches the level of creation and rules. However, the difficulty was also unimaginable. The fusion for a bloodline limit is already extremely difficult, and AUThe is a legendary realm, with only a handful throughout the history of the ninja world. Every nature transformation needs to reach the utmost understanding and control, moreover, perfectly balancing and fusing 3 different natures carries enormous risk. A slight error, and the chakra backlash would be fatal. Seo took a deep breath, his eyes growing even more resolute. He possessed advantages others could not match, the powerful control brought by the immense spiritual power of 2 lifetimes, a body extremely sensitive and receptive to energy, nourished by the natural energy body tempering furnace, and a deep understanding of force, field, and energy as a mechanical engineer. He stretched out his hand, cautiously attempting to slowly move that wisp of milky white yang release chakra closer to the stable, fused wind and earth chakra, magnet release. Hiss. Upon contact, the 3 energies immediately produced a violent repulsive reaction, exploding like a drop of water in hot oil, nearly spiraling out of control. Seo immediately dispersed the chakra, his brow furrowed. No, the ratio, the sequence, and the medium or opportunity for fusion are all wrong. Crude fusion will only lead to failure. He knew this was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required massive calculations, countless trials and errors, and a deeper comprehension of all 3 nature transformations. He walked to the workbench, spread out a new scroll, and picked up a specialized pen, his gaze as sharp as a knife. First, I need to establish a mathematical model to calculate the energy resonance points of the 3 chakras at different ratios. Second, I need to design a safe fusion environment. Perhaps I can utilize the stabilizing characteristics of the natural energy core. Third, the method of incorporating yang release. Is it a catalyst, or the core? This requires extensive experimentation. The laboratory lights remained on until dawn. Seo was completely immersed in the conception and exploration of this new power system. A rugged, untrodden path leading to a higher peak slowly unfolded before him. The seed of primal magnetic release had been sown. All that remained was diligent watering, awaiting the day it would break through the soil and shock the world. Chapter 162 The low-orbit platform's wild ambition. The concept of primal magnetic release ignited a star in his mind, illuminating the path ahead yet also revealing a vaster, boundless unknown. Immersed in the perilous calculations and experiments of fusing three chakra natures, Seo knew every tiny advance carried the risk of countless failures. Yet amid this microscopic obsession, a grander, almost insane strategic vision took root, destined and resonated with the very primal magnetic release he pursued. The seed of the idea lay in fragments of his past life, memories of air supremacy, orbital strikes, global deterrence. In this life it was catalyzed by reflection after battling Shikaku and by deep anxiety over future foes Akatsuki, and worse. The Freedom Gundam is formidable, but still trapped within the atmosphere, its range and deterrence limited by chakra endurance and terrain. Tailed beasts can raise the world, yet their power is hard to control precisely and vulnerable to specific counters. Should an enemy gather them to resurrect the 10 tails, the threat would be global and apocalyptic. Sunagakure and the entire ninja world needs an absolute strategic deterrent beyond current ninjutsu understanding, a force suspended in the heavens, gazing down on all life, able to intervene anywhere on the globe with lightning speed yet remain invulnerable itself. His gaze drifted instinctively toward the star-filled night sky. A low-orbit platform. A colossal, integrated war puppet platform powered by natural energy, and if he succeeded, primal magnetic release, permanently suspended beyond the atmosphere in low orbit. Once the thought sprouted, it spread like wildfire. Seo cleared a new section of his workbench, unrolled huge drafting paper, and began sketching the titan of his imagination. Power core, son of natural energy. The core must be a superscale natural energy puppet core, possibly an array of multiple cores forged from god tree fragments, forming an eternal reactor that sips the inexhaustible natural energy of space, solar radiation, cosmic rays. This frees the platform from reliance on surface chakra resupply. 2. Propulsion and suspension, wings of primal magnetic release. A perfect match for his research. Primal magnetic release can interfere directly with planetary magnetic and gravitational fields. The platform could anchor itself in the magnetosphere for precise orbit control and attitude adjustment. Powerful magnetic fields could deflect physical attacks, meteorites, certain ninjutsu, or even generate a gravitational shield or spatial distortion for absolute defense. 3. Structure and armament, apex of puppet technique. The platform itself would be an unprecedented composite puppet ring, spindle, or polyhedron built from cutting-edge chakra alloys and natural energy conductive materials, modularly assembled in an orbital factory. Its arsenal would be multi-layered. Heaven's Punishment Energy Projector focuses natural energy into a devastating beam for pinpoint global strikes near impossible to intercept from orbit and traveling at extreme speed. Meteor Physical Drop Pods deploy giant reinforced ninja tools, autonomous combat puppet legions, or high-yield explosives for saturation bombardment or troop insertion. Full realm perception and COMM relay, using its altitude, powerful sensory barriers and telescopes could monitor the entire surface and service Sunagakure's global communications hub. Defense systems, beyond magnetic shields, large-scale interceptor puppet swarms and energy deflection barriers. For strategic significance, absolute deterrence and protection. Once operational, the platform would grant Sunagakure orbital insertion strike capability. Any major threat to the land of wind could invite precise, undefendable strikes from beyond the atmosphere. It would be the sword of Damocles hanging over the ninja world, forcing every power to weigh the consequences before unleashing ruinous war. It would also be the ultimate refuge and umbrella, preserving the seeds of civilization should an irresistible global catastrophe strike. Obsessively, Seo drafted schematics and calculated parameters, though most steps remained sheer fantasy given current technology, energy, materials, propulsion, construction, every link an insurmountable wall. Yet his eyes burned with unprecedented fire. This was the ultimate creation worthy of his 2 lifetimes of knowledge and present power. This was the true answer to protecting everything he held dear. It would be the culmination of his dreams, a miracle merging mechanical engineering, energetics, ninjutsu, senjutsu, and cosmology. He knew the path was longer and harder than mastering primal magnetic release, perhaps consuming decades or a lifetime, its technical hurdles as countless as the stars, many demanding fundamental theoretical breakthroughs. But with direction, distance holds no fear. He named the venture Skydome Project. Thus the low-orbit integrated war platform and ultimate weapon generations beyond the ninja world quietly germinated in a youth's lab. It carries the fiercest longing for peace, yet harbors the terrifying force to upend the global order. Seo looked again at the night sky where, it seemed, a star waited for him alone to ignite. Chapter 163 The Path to 6 Paths Tier. The ambition of the Skydome Project shines as distant as the stars themselves. Seo knows that to perform a miracle bordering on creation, his own strength must first break past mortal limits and reach a level grand enough to match that blueprint. His goal is fixed squarely on the realm once occupied by the legendary 6-path sage. Even if he can't fully attain it, he must at least brush its edge and set foot on the road of a pseudo 6-paths being. No precedent exists for this path, ninja history records nothing of the sort. Seo can only rely on his utterly unique conditions to pioneer a never-before-seen integration. His confidence stems from the many power systems he has already gathered, enough to leave anyone speechless. Foundation, building the sage body. The pocket-sized natural energy body tempering furnace he has worn and upgraded for years is no longer a mere tool for repairing his foundation. It has become an unending energy source, continuously bathing every one of his cells in gentle yet vast natural energy. His physique has long surpassed that of an ordinary cage, his vitality is an endless sea, his chakra boundless, his recovery astonishing. More importantly, his perception of an affinity for natural energy has reached a staggering level. Without deep meditation he can still faintly sense the flow and rhythm of natural energy around him. This body, though not fated like the reincarnations of Indra or Ashura, has been forged through science and ninjutsu into a vessel infinitely close to a sage body, the base of power. Ascension, the covenant of perfect sage mode. With the ultimate affinity granted by his pseudo-sage body, Sao began merging sage mode into himself rather than relying on the mirage-modified core. He sits deep in deserts, at oasis hearts, even high above the clouds, extending his consciousness to communicate and harmonize with the world's natural energy on a deeper level. The process is anything but smooth. Natural energy is far wilder and more inert than chakra. A single misstep means backlash, with the constant risk of exploding. Yet, with the immense mental strength of a man reborn twice and control refined to the extreme, Sao again and again balances the three-way ratio on the razor's edge. Gradually he enters sage mode faster and lasts longer, wielding natural energy with ever greater finesse. No obvious sage markings need appear on his face, sage chakra circulates inwardly, and with a mere thought it quietly layers onto any jutsu he casts, qualitatively boosting power, effect, and duration. Sage mode shifts from an active state to a near-passive constant, the transformation of energy. Core, awakening primal magnetic release. This is the most critical and most arduous step toward six paths. Fusing wind, earth, and yang natures is harder than imagined. Countless lab failures and small energy explosions are routine. Without the powerful recovery of his sage body he would have been gravely wounded many times. He refuses to give up. He pours vast computational power into the task, drawing on past life physics knowledge to deconstruct and recombine the concepts of magnetism, gravity, and life energy, trying endless ratios, sequences, and mental guiding methods. One late night, when he injected a sliver of highly concentrated magnet release chakra nucleus with yang chakra that carried a strong creation and protection will, vibrating at a specific frequency, a miracle occurred. The three did not repel, instead they resonated and fused into an extremely minute new energy dark gold, with star-like motes flowing inside. Tiny though it was, it radiated an authority and weight surpassing any chakra he had ever known. It no longer merely manipulated magnetic force, Sao could feel that, within a certain range, it could weakly command and even define force itself. He names it, Primal Magnetic Release Chakra. Creating the first strand marks his official entry into the realm of Kekii Toda. Mastery and combat use are still distant, but the door has been pushed open, the beginning of rules. Integration, the Trinity Path. Sao's way is now clear. Use the sage body as the base, providing near-limitless energy in a vessel that can bear everything. Use perfect sage mode as the bridge, communicating with nature so energy qualitatively changes and wields creation like might. Use primal magnetic release as the core, commanding a more fundamental rule of force and touching the principles underlying all phenomena. The three are not isolated, they reinforce one another in constant interweaving. The sage body better withstands the consumption and backlash of primal magnetic release, sage mode amplifies its power and range, comprehending primal magnetic release in turn deepens understanding of energy's essence, advancing both the sage body and sage mode. He can sense his strength undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. The nature of his chakra is leaping toward a higher energy form, and his spiritual will is beginning to resonate faintly with natural energy and with deeper layers of the world. He knows he treads a unique path straight to the ninja world's pinnacle. The six paths level of creating all things and dividing yin and yang may still lie far ahead, yet what he approaches is undeniably a tier beyond ordinary cage, beyond bloodline limits, beyond normal sage mode, a brand new stratum. Six paths tier. The road is long and treacherous, but his steps are firm. Every increment of progress brings him one step closer to protecting all he wishes to protect, and one step closer to turning the blueprint of the Sky Dome project into reality. Beneath the desert night sky Sao stands, aura fully restrained, yet seemingly merged with the starlit heavens and the boundless sea of sand. In his eyes are reflected the stars and the flame of forging the future. Chapter 164, Overlooking the Oasis, Mind Set on the Future. Dawn's first light, golden sunbeams like a gentle brush slowly painted the Kazekage rock of Sunagakure. The statue of the fourth Kazekage Raza stared majestically ahead, and on the unfinished cliff reserved for the future, a lone figure stood bathed in the glow of daybreak. It was Sao. He had refused the Freedom Gundam or any flying puppet, relying instead on his ever finer control of magnet release and the raw strength of his sage body to climb barehanded to this precipice. He wanted to look down on the land he had poured his heart into in the most primitive yet intimate way possible. From here the view opened wide, the grand panorama of Sunagakure and its surrounds unfurling before him. First came the vibrant village at his feet. No longer the grey, sand-choked fortress of memory. Today the village was ringed by layer upon layer of green. Windbreak forests stood like loyal guards, locking the sand outside. Within, artificial channels sparkled, reflecting blue skies and willow fronds. Streets were clean, shaded by trees, a fountain in the central plaza cast tiny rainbows in the sun. Rooftop gardens formed a soft verdant carpet, echoing children racing across the training ground. Cook smoke curled upward, mingling breakfast aromas with the scent of plants, carried to his nose by a light breeze, an air of peace, plenty, and life, utterly unlike the dust-laden tension of the past. His gaze swept beyond the village toward the horizon. To the East Sea Bay oasis had grown wider, checkerboard fields flashed with dew in the rising sun. To the southwest, a sight still more stunning. Once barren peninsulas now lay under sweeping green, new towns and villages strung like pearls, road nets clear, transport puppet caravans threading like tiny blood vessels. Farther off the great sand sea remained, yet it seemed tamed. He knew Shikaku slept beneath it, silently keeping its pact. All this change was bound to him. From the sickly premature child fiddling with parts in the puppet repair class corner to the man now standing atop this cliff, surveying a miracle he had helped create, only he knew the hardship in between. No pride swelled within him, only a weighty sense of duty and quiet fulfillment. He thought of his father Shiryu, of Elder Chiyo's favor, of monk Bunpiko's teachings, even of Shikaku's grudging acknowledgement. Countless people's support and sacrifice, the whole village's united effort, had forged today's prosperity. His fingers absently brushed the rock face, feeling its rough solidity. Power, the power he sought was to protect everything before his eyes. The design of primal magnetic release, the ambition of the Sky Dome project, the arduous road toward pseudo-six paths level, all these superhuman pursuits found their final meaning in the living land beneath him and the people living in peace upon it. He watched the ninja academy where the new generation trained, their shouts full of vigor, no longer struggling to draw forth a wisp of chakra as he once had. He saw faint steam above the research and development department, where puppets that would change the nation were forged day and night. He saw patrol teams on the border, silhouettes straight and sharp in dawn light, guarding this hard-won prosperity. The future. Seo's gaze deepened, fixed on the far horizon. He knew peace was not eternal. Shadows of the Akatsuki organization, unknown foes, the ninja world's age-old strife, all might one day shatter this calm. Yet he no longer felt only anxiety. Having gained power and witnessed what creation could achieve, his heart was firmer than ever. Whatever storms might come, he would protect this place. With his knowledge, his puppets, his magnet release, every force he was exploring, he would guard the place he had been reborn into, the people he held dear, the green-born of sweat and wisdom. A breeze brushed the black hair across his forehead, carrying distant floral scents and nearby hearth smoke. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, taking that hope-laden air into his lungs and into his heart. When he opened them again, only rock-steady resolve and gentle protectiveness remained. He turned for a last look at Sunagakure waking in dawn light, green and alive, then flickered and vanished into the wind, leaving the Kazekage rock as silently as he had come. Atop the peak only morning light remained, and a heavy promise toward the future. Chapter 165, A Threat in the Shadows and the Preparations. The sense of accomplishment and mission he felt while overlooking the village from atop Kazekage rock didn't last long. When Seo returned to the quiet chamber on the top floor of the R&D department, the silence allowed the fragments of the future buried deep in his memory to surge like an undercurrent, bringing a sharp chill of warning. Akatsuki Organization. Uchiha Obito. Fourth Shinobi World War. These words told like funeral bells from a distant future, vague yet heavy with dread. The scattered clips and commentary from his previous life were now retrieved, pieced together, and analyzed over and over by his supercharged brain. A mysterious group of S-rank defectors aiming to capture every tailed beast. A masked Uchiha who manipulates space and orchestrated the Nine Tails attack. A war vast enough to drag the entire ninja world and even the dead back from the Pure Land into its maelstrom. None of this was fantasy. Shikaku's reaction to the Ten Tails confirmed the first. News of Konoha's Nine Tails incident, stranger than any natural disaster, had already spread, and great wars erupt every dozen odd years. The next would simply be crueler, stranger. Seo's fingers drummed the desk, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The prosperity before him was a crystal garden under the sun, beautiful, fragile. Forces hidden in the shadows would never let the land of wind rise unchallenged. The village's wealth, its technology, even Shikaku the free-tailed beast were coveted prizes. I will not stake the village's future on an enemy's mercy or sluggishness. Seo muttered, voice steely. What followed the brief taste of crisis wasn't fear, but fiercer resolve. Everything he'd built, he'd allow no one to shatter it. Not Akatsuki, not anyone. A man of action, he began to lay his countermeasures at once. The Radiant Sky Dome project remained a distant dream. Right now, Sunagakure needed tangible might to meet any sudden storm. I built and infiltrate an intelligence network. He secretly summoned the elite of Baki's Anbu and intelligence division. Without mentioning prophecy, he cited the bizarre nature of Konoha's Nine Tails incident and issued top priority orders: expand the network, watch for the name Akatsuki and ninja in black cloaks with red cloud patterns, attempt infiltration of the lands of rain and grass, and tighten domestic screening to prevent enemy moles. 2. Develop the Guardian line of puppets. Using some downscaled tech from the Freedom Gundam, Seo launched Project Guardian, large, self-governing defense puppet arrays. Less agile than the Gundam but far cheaper, they focus on area defense, anti-air interception, and stopping giant summons or unknown colossi. Automated emplacements will ring the village, East Sea Bay Oasis, and the new towns of the Southwest Peninsula in layered tiers. 3. Stockpile energy and materiel. He submitted a detailed report to 4th Kazekage Raza, urging the use of current surpluses to amass strategic reserves: high-capacity chakra batteries, exploding tags, medical supplies, long storage food, rare metals, etc. Most vital, mass deployment of charging arrays that convert natural energy, ensuring energy for protracted war or barrier maintenance. 4. Sharpen the village's top fighters. His own training turned harsher. Progress on primal magnetic release was slow, yet every micro-breakthrough multiplied his strength. He deepened synergy with Freedom Gundam, devising combo tactics under Sage mode. Secret joint drills with Pakura, Baki, and other village aces, refined teamwork against weird abilities, space-time ninjutsu, potent genjutsu, and more. Communicate deeper with Shikaku. He trekked into the desert again, sharing intel and tactics with the tailed beast based on mutual threats. No threats, no chains, just cooperation. He warned it to watch for strange space-time jutsu and sealing techniques. Shikaku scoffed that no one could catch it, yet quietly heightened its spatial awareness. Lab lights burned deep into the night as Seo worked or meditated. Outside, the village lay peaceful and prosperous. Inside, a wire in his mind stayed taut. He knew peace was precious time to savor achievements and stockpile strength. Somewhere beyond the horizon, a storm might be brewing, but Sunagakure would be ready. When the shadows finally strike, Suna will no longer be prey. It will be an iron-clad beast armored in steel, fangs bared, ready to tear any invader apart, and Sao will be both its brain and its sharpest fang. He lifted his gaze as if piercing the ceiling, staring at the starry sky beyond and at the dark future that might come. Whoever you are, whatever you plan, his voice echoed, calm yet unshakable, touch my Suna, and you will be ground to dust by primal magnetism. The will to protect became fuel, driving him and the entire village to quietly arm for an unknown threat beneath a veneer of prosperity. Chapter 166 Protecting my Sunagakure. The sunset once again draped Sunagakure in a warm, golden veil. Sao wasn't standing on Kazekage Rock, he was strolling through the village streets. He passed the ninja academy echoing with recitations, the bustling market, the tree-shaded central square, and the gurgling man-made canal. Children dashed past him, laughing, clutching new-style puppet toys and discussing how they would become great ninja like Lord Sao. Vendors hawked enthusiastically, their stalls piled with fresh produce from the land of winds, oases and goods shipped in from afar. Retired ninja relaxed on benches, watching the sunset in leisurely peace. When they glanced at Sao, their eyes held gratitude and respect. Young ninja, finished with missions or training, walked by in twos and threes, confident and at ease, chatting about new ninjutsu ideas or mission tales. The air was thick with the breath of life and the scent of hope. This was worlds apart from the Sunagakure he remembered, resource-starved, ringed by sandstorms, its air always tinged with desperation and tension. All of this he had shaped drop by drop, 2 lifetimes worth of wisdom, heart, and strength poured into every brick. From the frail boy in a corner of the puppet repair class dreaming of Gundams, to the powerhouse whose steady steps now carried the village's future. The road had been hard, yet immeasurably fulfilling. He spotted his father, Shiryu, now fully retired, cheerfully playing chess with old friends at a street-side table, face serene and content. He saw Joe, now a pillar of the medical division, patiently guiding the next generation. He caught sight of Baki's busy figure, still racing between defense and diplomacy, though the gloom that once furrowed his brow had greatly lifted. He could even sense, far away in the southwestern desert, Shikaku's vast and steady chakra standing like a mighty pillar guarding the nation. Oases dotted the land, granaries brimmed, talents abounded, military might soared. Today's Sunagakure had been reborn, a power no one in the ninja world could ignore. Yet Sao's heart was calm. He knew this prosperity wasn't the end, only a new beginning. Threats lurked like swords overhead, the Sky Dome project still blueprints, the exploration of primal magnetic release endless, the strength needed to guard this peace was never enough. But within him there was no fear, no hesitation. He stopped at the village center and slowly looked around. Every tile, every blade of grass, every person, their smiles, their hopes were the meaning of his struggle, the treasure he would give everything to protect. This place was his home. He lifted his gaze to the last sliver of sunset sinking beyond the horizon, eyes seeming to pierce time itself, foreseeing coming storms and, farther still, a future of boundless possibility. His eyes were clear, resolute, like chakra steel tempered 1,000 times, gleaming with unshakable light. No matter how many hardships await, no matter where the enemy appears or how bizarre and mighty their power, he will protect this place. Protect this village he calls hometown, to which he has given his heart and soul. Protect every peaceful smile upon this land. Protect this hard-won peace and prosperity. Protect this, future and hope of Sunagakure. I will protect it. My Sunagakure. The low, clear words melted into the warm evening air like a solemn oath, seared into the beloved earth. His figure merged with the rising night and the lights of myriad homes, steps firm as he walked toward the next dawn he would create. The end.